Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto had Dark Solo Leveling Chakra, Movie 2? A duel, right now? Naruto asked incredulously, eyeing everyone staring at him. Of course, Lee stated. I've fought Sasuke-san already, and that day I did not really want to fight you as well since he needed some medical attention. Naruto tried to think through the situation clearly. He could rightfully just reject Lee's offer and prevent a plenitude of problems from arising. However, he did also want to see how much he had improved since Wave as well. His fight with Zenki was not a standard battle for sure, and his use of Shadow Zabuza was concerning as well. He needed to see how much he could do without his special abilities, which he couldn't use in publicly in the Chunin exams for sure. An ability that could quite literally raise the dead, and be used to his will certainly would not go well with the rest of the world. If people killed and stole children for a Byakugan, what would they do for his ability, which they would assume was a special Kekkei Genkai? But something else made him want to take the challenge even more. Ding. New quest. Rock, paper, Lee, created. Quest details. Accept Lee's challenge and spar. Quest rewards. Express 1000, increase taijutsu level by 2, Lee's respect. Failure. Lose all hopes of becoming a taijutsu master. Does player accept the quest? Yes, no. And so, Naruto accepted. Sakura rolled her eyes. That's the old Naruto I know. Well, we can't fight here, can we? Let's go to one of the open corridors, there's a lot of space available, Naruto said, gesturing for them to move. Lee waved to his teammates, Neji and Tenten. The former simply scoffed, while the latter waved back. Well, he hasn't changed a bit. Naruto thought amusedly. Sasuke. Sakura. I'll be back in a few minutes, Naruto told his teammates. Soon enough, they were in the open with no spectators. You can use any jutsu of your wish, Naruto-san. Whoever is knocked unconscious or admits defeat is the loser. Are you ready? Lee asked, already in his iconic pose. Any jutsu. I really don't want to make this place a mess. Let's see. Lee is a taijutsu expert, meaning I have to beat him with other methods. Using Sasuke's taijutsu would be practically wishing for death, seeing how Sasuke fared last time with his fight against Lee. I need to outsmart him somehow. Naruto jumped a few steps backward. With a nod, he beckoned for the fight to start. Lee was fast. Seeing it with his eyes and actually experiencing it were two different things. Naruto ducked as a flying kick went to his head, before blocking a straight punch to the chest with his arms crossed together. The impact forced the blonde backward, who grunted slightly at the force. Naruto launched forwards, looking to start an offense of his own. But it was certainly hard, considering just how agile his opponent was. The Jinchuriki tried to land a blow to Lee's gut, who merely sidestepped with his hands behind his back and then attempted a wild uppercut to the jaw. Lee lunged forward, weaving past the uppercut and landing a sound haymaker on Naruto's stomach. Naruto recoiled in pain but didn't let himself lose focus. A few seconds later, he was kicked back several meters, coughing slightly as he felt a bruise forming near his chest. That's gonna heal, I shouldn't worry about it. He didn't really like that the Kyuubi was inside of him, but if it came with such advantages as regeneration, it didn't really matter in the end. Naruto could not count on one hand how many times he had won a fight or even survived because of the Nine Tails healing capabilities. Right now, he had no way of beating Lee if he continued how he was. The boy was too fast and too strong to be caught by a genin with a year less of experience. But Naruto had to try. His pride demanded such. He closed his eyes and began to truly concentrate. Lee trudged forward, uncaring of what Naruto did. Bright blue eyes snapped open. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto called out, his voice echoing slightly in the corridor. Lee had the decency to look surprised as copies of Naruto appeared throughout the area before his expression hardened once again. Simple clones will not work to help you, Naruto-san. It wasn't very surprising that Lee did not know what shadow clones were, seeing how it was forbidden jutsu in Konoha. Other than Kakashi, Naruto didn't know who else could create shadow clones. And that improved their effectiveness even more. The element of surprise was a technique that Kakashi had drilled into the team, stating that even the weakest of ninjas could defeat a jonin if the situation was in their favor. Activate Uchiha Taijutsu. Activating. Skill. Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL3 activated. Usage drains 15 megapixels points each minute. User can use this skill for 1 minute without draining MP. The clones engaged their enemy. Naruto could feel Lee's surprise as they began to physically attack him. He probably expected the clones to disappear after the lightest of touches, but was confused after he found that it was not the case. But that did not really matter. Even though they could do real damage, they were not as durable as the real Naruto. The difference was evident to the seasoned genin. The clones disappeared one by one, but at that point, Naruto was finished with his next set of seals. Substitution. He swapped with one of his clones. Naruto completely tanked the swat to his right shoulder as Lee's eyes widened in surprise. With a loud roar, he rushed at Lee with murderous intent. A satisfying smack was heard as Naruto managed to finally hit a solid, clean strike on the green-clad boy. Naruto huffed smugly. Yes, but the fight was not over. And according to Lee, it hadn't even begun. Lee charged once again, but this time, he was even faster. Naruto gasped as he felt a river of pain flood him. Lee had kicked him right on the chin, sending him high into the air. How is that even possible? Front Lotus. Naruto attempted to land accordingly back down but found that he couldn't even move while airborne due to Lee clamping down on his arms and legs. When had he come behind him? Bandages started to creep around his body, trapping his body entirely while in the air. Summon Shadow Zabu. Naruto stopped his summoning prematurely. He couldn't just reveal an ability right now, just before the Chunin exams. He looked at his upcoming demise and winced. This was going to hurt. That's enough, Lee. Bandages loosened immediately, freeing Naruto's legs to move. With his frantically moving legs, he managed to quickly gain his position in the air and land on both his legs. He had thankfully avoided a massive injury. What was Lee thinking? Of course, Naruto would probably heal back, but Lee didn't really know that, did he? That voice was awfully similar, though. Naruto moved his gaze until he found the source of the voice that had inadvertently saved him. And they found a giant turtle. Or was it a tortoise? He had never been able to tell the difference. Lee kneeled in front of the turtle as if it was some kind of deity, his face apologetic and full of worry. I'm sorry. Please, I only wanted to test my capabilities. The turtle scowled, the expression looking comical on the reptile's face. That move is forbidden for a reason, Lee. I am gravely disappointed by your lack of thinking ahead. A fight isn't just about bronze, unfortunately, or your sensei would have been the strongest in our village long ago. For your lack of obedience, a fit punishment will be assigned. Naruto just looked at the conversation blankly. This had to be a joke. I promise, I'll face the consequences without hesitation, Lee swore solemnly, putting a fist to his heart. The turtle nodded. All right then, I believe your sensei wants to talk with you. Smoke spun on the turtle's large shell, as a large man appeared on top. With his distinctly green suit, bushy eyebrows, and exuberant pose, it was obvious who it was. Lee's sensei, Guy. Guy sensei, Lee shouted. Lee rushed to his mentor, who stood still and waited. Blood splattered from the boy's mouth as Guy punched him straight in the face, knocking him back for all it was worth. Naruto stood, shocked at the sudden turn of events. Lee, I'm very disappointed in you. If I didn't come any sooner, Guy shook his head. Well, let's not talk about that. I'll make this quick since both of you need to leave soon. The first examination will be starting. Once the exam is done, I'll make you run around Konoha 100 laps. Lee grinned widely, putting a thumbs up. Sure, Guy sensei. The two hugged each other for eternity, or that was what Naruto assumed happened. He had left the moment Guy had mentioned the Chunin exams. How did I manage to get so distracted? Naruto thought bemusedly. Hopefully, I didn't miss anything. If I did, I don't even want to imagine Sasuke's or Sakura's reaction. Naruto-san, please wait a second. Lee shouted from behind him. Naruto waited for the boy to catch up. What is it? The exam is going to start soon. Don't worry, Guy-sensei told me there is still some time left. We have 6 to 10 minutes before it starts, actually. I wanted to speak to you about something. Naruto was confused. What's there to speak about? He nodded for Lee to continue. During the fight, as I used the front lotus, I noticed something strange. I'm sure it was the case, however, as I'm pretty good at inferring things. You seem to be holding something back for whatever reason, Naruto-san, Lee said quietly, walking beside the blonde. The blonde was slightly impressed. Was it the brief moment of hesitation that set him off? Either way, it didn't matter. Naruto had nothing to say back because what Lee said was true. Lee rightfully took his lack of response as confirmation. So I was right. I won't judge you for holding back against me, since I've done the same thing. But I urge you to not try to do this during the exams. Especially against me of all people. Holding back against an equally strong opponent is considered an insult for me and many others, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for accepting my spar. Naruto wasn't sure why, but he started to feel guilty all the same. Lee headed off first, saying goodbye, leaving Naruto his own thoughts. The blonde could only sigh. There's really no way to show my necromancy, is there? But if he had to fight Lee, Naruto promised himself that he would try his damn hardest even without his shadows for help. He made his way back to the room, to the rest of the teams gathered. The villages seemed to have naturally separated themselves, each of them in their own corner of the room. Naruto made his way to the Konoha section, eager to meet all of his friends from the academy. Inside the Konoha section, all of the ninja teams were separated by year groups from the academy. Yo, Naruto greeted. There was Shikamaru and the rest of his team, Kiba and the rest of his, and Naruto's own. Oh, Naruto is here. You look a bit different, Kiba announced, looking at him up and down. Naruto looked at himself doubtfully. Did he really? Maybe he grew an inch or less. Just kidding. Haha, you should have seen your face, the Inuzuka said, laughing uncontrollably. Naruto felt his eye twitch. Well, you don't seem to have changed much either, still as stubborn as ever, huh? Kiba froze, before nodding smugly. That's right. Shikamaru hit him lightly on the neck. It wasn't a compliment, idiot. Hey, Naruto. Shikamaru, I'm surprised to see you here, to be honest. I thought you wouldn't have wanted to compete in the Chunin exams, Naruto mentioned, looking at the spiky-haired genin curiously. Hey, you'd be right, actually, Shikamaru admitted, scratching his head. But I don't think Ino or Choji would have let me live if I didn't come. You bet, Ino shouted from a different conversation with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto almost felt bad for the Uchiha. Almost. He looked at the rest of the teams. Yo, Hinata and Shino. Naruto was tempted to use Observe on all of the ninjas, but he had already done that a month prior. Hinata had improved at drastic bounds but still wasn't at the footsteps of the heights he was currently at. Shino was at a similar rate of improvement but was probably stronger than Hinata if she did not use her Byakugan. Or, that was what he assumed from their individual stats. Shino's bugs weren't a well-known secret within Konoha, and his last name would probably be recognized by some older ninjas from other villages. They all knew how deadly his bugs could be. Hinata stuttered, as usual, red creeping up to her cheeks. Hi, Naruto-kun. It's nice seeing you again, Naruto-san, Shino said. His voice wasn't very quiet but it still sounded like a whisper for some reason. The rest of the conversation went on similarly, with everyone running some sort of small talk here or there. 9 rookies straight from the academy, it's certainly a rare sight. Naruto's ears perked at the new voice. The tall boy looked unusual, to say the least. Longer, silver hair was tied up in a ponytail, and circular glasses surrounding his eyes. He looked like the typical smart student back at the academy. He was from Konoha, at least. He continued with his haughty voice. If I'm being honest, you guys seem kind of naive. You really shouldn't be taking these exams so lightly. And who are you? Ino asked, annoyed. Kabuto. Trust me on this one, don't underestimate everyone around you. It's my 7th time taking the exam, and I still haven't become a Chunin. Here, take a look at these ninja info cards. Naruto eyed the pieces of paper Kabuto brought out of his pocket. They were bright orange and had some kind of kanji inscribed onto them. These cards hold a plenitude of information about a whole lot of things. The number of participants, strengths, and weaknesses of some of the contestants, and other stuff. Naruto just eyed the person in front of him warily. To have so much information, he wasn't just a regular shinobi, was he? Being a seventh timer for the Chunin exams didn't seem to deter his other talents. But it appeared it'd be incredibly useful, and he wasn't going to waste the opportunity to gauge his opponent's abilities. The main goal for all of this was to become a Chunin at the end of the exams, after all. The spectacled genin was practically begging for them to ask him about someone or something. Maybe to build some trust. Naruto stopped himself. He had begun being too paranoid these days. Naruto stepped forward. Can you tell me about Gaara? He's a genin from Suna. Kabuto smirked before shuffling through his cards wildly. He finally plucked one out, before he began to read out the details one by one. Gaara. Huh, well, he's quite the capable one, isn't he? 8 C-ranked missions, and 1 B-ranked mission even before the entrance one. Not bad for a genin. There's not much information on his strengths, unfortunately. As for his feats, he has returned from all of his missions without a single scratch. Naruto listened intently. He had learned nothing from that, other than the fact the boy was even more of a monster than he expected him to be. He tuned the others out as Sasuke began asking about Lee. The Chunin exams were going to be even tougher than he thought they would. If they were any more monsters like Lee and Gaara, this would not end up well in the slightest. And that was without counting Neji. Shut your worthless mouths up, all of you. Naruto flinched a bit at the loud noise and explosion of smoke. The smoke settled out, revealing an entire gang of shinobi for everyone to see. The name is Morino Ibiki, the examiner for the initial test. Morino Ibiki was a tall man, who expressed an aura of confidence and intimidation. His face was scarred gruesomely, and the dark trench coat that he wore didn't do much to change his impression. Everyone please submit your applications and sit down at the seat number mentioned. Naruto slowly did so, making sure to eye everyone he saw. He tried not to look too long at Kuretsuchi, who was the only foreign genin that he actually recognized. He wondered what exactly they were going to do for the first test. Looking at the tables and the classroom, it was almost like they were going to write a test of sorts. Naruto froze. No, they won't make us write a test, right? Naruto thought, chuckling nervously. He had invested a lot of points into intelligence, but that didn't make him learn new information at all. It had only changed his way of thinking a bit and improved his level of understanding. Naruto looked at the students beside him, Hinata and some random genin from Otogakure. If it was a test, why make them sit so close to each other? Ibiki explained the rules of the exam even further, talking about the point reductions and furthermore the team reductions made if someone happened to cheat or attempt to do so. The Chunins surrounding them were there just to monitor each student, and to call them out if they were cheating. And then the final point. If anyone was to lose 10 points, the entire team would be disqualified. Naruto laughed hysterically in his head. Of course, we will all be disqualified. He could tell Sakura and Sasuke were thinking similar thoughts if the stunned looks on their faces were any indication. He continued to brood as the papers were passed out. They had an hour to solve only 10 questions, which wasn't a good sign at all. Every student knows that it's the tests with fewer questions to be more worried about, as they had the most effect on your grades overall. Naruto went through the questions one by one. Maybe at least one of them would be easy, right? Question 1. Assume a kunai was thrown at an enemy shinobi perched on a tree at a distance of 20 meters away. The angle between the kunai with respect to the ground was 20 degrees. If the shinobi has the standard speed of a chunin, at what angle and velocity should a second kunai be thrown to hit the enemy? You may assume some circumstances for yourself as long as they are realistic. Naruto felt his eyes bulging out of their sockets. What kind of question even was that? Was that even possible to solve? What even was the use of being able to solve such a problem on the battlefield? Could someone casually calculate it all in the blink of an eye in the middle of a fight? Shaking his head, Naruto went to the next questions. They were all the same. He tried not to bang his head on the table in frustration. No, I have to think through this. These are questions I don't think even Sakura could solve confidently. If she can't, then most of the people in the room can't either. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Why does cheating only cost 2 marks? Shouldn't it result in disqualification? And why are the seats so close together? It's almost like they made it easier to cheat. Wait. They want us to cheat without being caught. The ability to do things secretly is a staple of all shinobi. But then came the next problem. Sasuke had the Sharingan, both Hinata and Neji had their Byakugan, and the others had special abilities of their own. He did not have any special abilities that could help him cheat without having one of the proctors realize it immediately. As he thought about that, genin teams were being eliminated one by one. Hinata seemed to understand his predicament. Looking ahead, she slightly tipped her paper so that it was visible for Naruto to see some of the answers. Apparently, Hinata was smarter than she let on, as she already had 4 or 5 of the questions filled out. The temptation was there, and it was begging him to look. An invisible force was pulling his head towards the paper even as he tried to look away. "Naruto-kun, copy these answers," Hinata whispered as softly as possible, which wasn't very different from her regular voice. Okay, maybe it was, but to the blonde, it felt like such. With the number of people leaving already, there's no point in attempting the risk. I wouldn't be surprised if Hinata and I have already lost some points by now. No, I need to refuse. I have to wait for the last question. He shook his head slightly, before looking back at the paper. She must have gotten the message by the way she shuffled her paper back to a normal position. 40 minutes passed, each second a tantalizing wait for the final question. The 10th question will now be announced. The final rule for the 10th question was even more horrifying to hear. Naruto sweated as he felt the pressure build. Should he accept or reject the question now? Considering he did not write a single answer, it was only expected for him to leave. That left only one crazy option. Naruto raised his hand. Before you say the final question, I need to go the restroom, please. He could feel the judging stares of all the genin on his back. Kankuro had done the same thing several minutes before. "Proctor, take this boy to the restrooms," Ibiki said disdainfully. Naruto was placed in cuffs and dragged along with ropes. The cuffs were probably in place to prevent him from doing any jutsus, which was an appropriate enough handicap. The blonde made his way into the restroom and to one of the stalls. They were not very well maintained nor clean, but it would do for now. He didn't come there for such a purpose, after all. "Make it quick, brat. You've wasted enough as it is." The proctor barked from the corner of the restroom. He was attempting a wild risk, but it was certainly better than the expulsion of him and both his teammates. And for it to work, he would have to be willing to do something dirty. Naruto took a deep breath. Observe. Observing. Observation successful. Name: Yuta Hanami. Title: The Textbook Genius. Occupation: Chunin of Konoha. Level: LV13. HP: 100 100ths. MP: 100 100ths. Chakra: 125 125ths. STR: 7. Vit: 6. Dex: 8. Int: 10. Wis: 5. Luck: 5. The Chunin that brought him out was incredibly weak. Naruto was surprised at just how weak Yuta was. It brought up the question of what the Chunin exams exactly tested if someone of a mere level 13 was able to become Chunin. Naruto knew he was not that high-leveled either, but his level was completely skewed by the number of abilities the system had given him was not taken into consideration. His real level would be at the very least 5 or 4 higher. The genin was also very lucky for Yuta to be considered the textbook genius. He zipped up his pants. The cuffs would prevent jutsus, all right. But Naruto's abilities never needed his hands, did they? Summon Shadow Zabuza. Shadows arose from behind the Chunin, who stood motionless as the atrocity behind him continued to grow. Wispy darkness materialized into human form, and the dark form of Kubikiribocho made its place on the proctor's neck. Yuta froze as he felt the familiar feeling of steel pressed against his neck. Naruto glared at the Chunin menacingly as Yuta dropped the leash to the cuffs in shock. What are? Shout, move, or try anything and I'll kill you right here and now, Naruto interrupted coldly. You can't. You and your team will be disqualified, Yuta whispered in fright. Naruto chuckled slowly. It was an incredibly odd sound to hear from the small boy, which made it all the more terrifying. That was the effect he was going for, after all. Naruto took a step closer to the sweating man. The deal is simple. Tell me all the answers to the exam, or else you die. Why you won't hurt me? Do you not know who I am? Naruto asked, grinning evilly. I'm the container of the Kyuubi. Even now, it's begging me to kill you, tear you apart, and feed on your flesh. Should I answer it, Yuta Hanami? Yuta gasped at the mention of his name. Please, I can't willingly let you cheat. They'll kick me out. How is this willingly? I'm forcing you to tell me, Yuta-san, it's practically cheating just like the others. This jutsu of mine, it's not an illusion, it's a curse. Mention that I cheated during the test, and that sword will come down. I don't care whether I do it in the middle of the classroom, and neither does the Nine Tails. Now, will you reveal the answers or not? Naruto focused all of his intent on Yuta, willing him to answer. Ding. New skill achieved. Bloodlust, LVL1. Yuta nodded hesitatingly. Naruto smirked. That wasn't so hard, was it? Now, the second question was especially hard. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. All have you passed the exam? Naruto tried not to yell in frustration as the real intent behind the mission was revealed by Ibiki. According to the rules, he didn't even have to write anything and he still would have passed. Regardless, he had passed the test. Naruto walked out of the classroom, sending a thumbs up to Yuta, who refused to acknowledge his existence. Well, I couldn't really expect anything else. Phew, acting like a psychopathic murderer really takes a toll on me. The first exam was over, and he had passed with flying colors and threats. Ibiki began another long speech to inspire the students, but was interrupted as a ball of purple flew through the glass window and into the class. Fragments of glass erupted onto the floor before the purple figure slowly unveiled herself. I'm Enko Mitarashi, the chief exam officer for the second examination of the Chunin exams. This is going to be annoying. Ding. Skill tree has been unlocked. Naruto looked at the floating screen next to him. Skill tree. What the hell is this? Choose between the two skills shown. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1. Iron Skin LVL1. Naruto had been waiting for something like this to pop up ever since he found out the system gave him separate advantages other than manually increasing his stats. Enhanced Eyesight. Iron Skin. I can guess what they mean from the names themselves. Enhanced Eyesight probably referred to a better range of eyesight, which seemed useful in a sense. Iron Skin most likely made him much more durable for a brief amount of time. Both of them clearly used his MP considering they weren't really anything related to Chakra if he was getting the skill immediately. Looking at his options, Naruto was definitely leaning towards Iron Skin considering his own fighting style was mostly fist-to-fist based. Even in terms of the team he was in, Enhanced Eyesight had no use when his own teammate had a Sharingan of all things. Even though that was true, Naruto definitely needed more information before he could viably choose an option. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1. Info. While skill is activated, the user has a greater understanding of the environment. The range of the user's eyesight is drastically improved as well as the overall perception of moving targets. Okay, so based on what Sasuke has told me about the Sharingan, it's practically a much weaker version of his Kekkei Genkei. Naruto thought to himself, weighing the words that were shown on the screen. Iron Skin LVL1. Info. While skill is activated, the user's skin attains attributes of iron, making it much more durable and resistant to all sorts of attacks. Naruto was practically salivating at the idea of having both these abilities at once, and quickly closed his mouth as he saw other genin looking at him weirdly. While having both was a nice thing to think about, the system had only given him one option. And looking at his options, Naruto had a clear answer. Choose Iron Skin. Ding. New skill achieved. Iron Skin, LVL1. Usage takes 10 megapixels and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Iron Skin was the skill that seemed to match his current abilities and skill set the most. Having something like Iron Skill would be incredibly useful while fighting people like Zenki, who was durable without the use of any skills. He glanced around himself. With the monsters surrounding him, Iron Skin would be extremely useful in the near future. Enko had finished her intimation speech and was starting the instructions for the next exam before she was interrupted by someone else. All right, can you just start the next exam already? Naruto, and the rest of the crowd, swerved their necks at great speeds at the girl who said that out loud. With short, green hair, and a tan complexion, the genin in question looked very exotic. Anko laughed loudly, then threw a kunai at Dazzling, so fast that Naruto could barely even keep up. The girl caught the kunai with her bare hand, before rolling her eyes in disbelief. Anko looked slightly impressed but schooled down her features right after. The proctor for the second exam crossed her arms. Kids these days, so impatient. Do you think I want to explain this much to y'all? Of course not. But someone has to lay down the ground rules, and that, unfortunately, has to be me. So, onto the rules of the second exam. Then came an explanation of the second stage of the Chunin exams, which only told Naruto that the exams seemed to want conflicts for whatever reason. The goal of the mission was to enter the center of the forest with both the Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll, which sounded easy enough on its own. However, each team only had a single scroll. That meant only half of the teams would end up qualifying for the third stage of the exams, and to qualify, you had to be aggressive. There really was no best game plan, except to avoid being seen first. Anko raised a pile of papers. You'll have to sign this waiver, just for some assurances. The group of genin slowly moved towards the proctor, who put the sheets onto a table in front of them. Hey, Blondie, move aside. Kuretsuchi made her way past Naruto as she went for the flyers. Naruto was slightly bummed that he was now the same height as the girl when he was around a foot taller in his Ryuji form. For a second, he thought she would recognize him for whatever reason, but he pushed the stray thought away. It probably wouldn't do well for her to realize he was Ryuji anyways, seeing how he had practically robbed of her mission entirely by himself. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 signed their papers with a spare pen that Sakura had. It seemed that not everyone had a pen, however, as others began to ask Naruto for the pen as well. The green-haired girl was the first person to ask. Oi, can I borrow a pen? Naruto looked into her strange, bright orange eyes and handed it over. Sure. Curious, he cast an observe at the genin who was able to catch the kunai that Anko had thrown so easily. Observe. Observing. Observation failed. No. Target's level is too high. Not again. Would player like a partial observation? Yes, no, yes. Name. Fu. Title. The Seven-Tailed Jinchuriki. Occupation. Genin of Tokigakure. Level. HP. 100 100ths. MP. 100 100ths. Chakra. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luck. Naruto just stood, shell-shocked at the turn of events. When he had cast the observe, he had assumed that the girl, Fu, would be a rather strong genin, somewhat similar to Rock Lee if not less. Who would have thought that she was a Jinchuriki just like him and Gaara? There was not one, not two, but 3 Jinchuriki in the Chunin exams. Counting Kuretsuchi in the pile, there were more than a few monsters in the exams. It would be tough winning it all. And thus, only one solution came to mind. If they were all monsters, Naruto just needed to become a bigger one. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. Naruto handed over the Heaven Scroll to Sasuke, who he trusted a lot more with items of such high importance. So, do we even have a game plan? Naruto asked the rest of his teammates. Yes, our main goal is to enter the center with both of the scrolls, correct? Meaning right now, we need the Earth Scroll. Therefore, we need to scout our enemies beforehand and find out who has the Earth and Heaven Scroll each. There would be no point in fighting a group with a Heaven Scroll, after all, Sasuke said, putting a hand on his chin. Naruto, we're going to take full advantage of your clones. Naruto nodded. It was a good start, sure, but depended entirely on the strength of their opponents to actually work. If the opponent groups that had the Heaven Scroll happened to have someone like Gaara, who most likely was already killing people to the fullest by now, the plan would completely backfire. We can't have them recognize Naruto either, Sakura mentioned with a thoughtful glance towards the blonde. The clones can henge themselves as something else while they scout, and come back to me for reporting, Naruto supplied. Putting his hands together, he summoned 12 shadow clones exactly, sending them each in different directions. The clones hinged themselves as some random civilian kids Naruto had remembered seeing, to prevent anyone from targeting a blonde brat who was in the forest with them. Naruto looked at the sun, tilting his head up. Alright, I think it's time we... Ding. Warning. Bloodlust detected. Naruto paused. What happened, Naruto? Sakura asked anxiously. Sasuke looked alerted as well. Naruto didn't have any time to notice that his eyes were already red. Wind erupted with a shriek from the treetops above as Naruto yelled, "Move!" for the entire world to hear. The cyclone of wind scratched and tore at his clothes, but fortunately was mostly avoided by his early understanding of the situation. Once the jutsu was finished, Naruto scanned his surroundings. Is everyone okay? Both Sakura and Sasuke shouted affirmatively, despite the wrecked trees and earth around. On top of one tree stood a masked genin, his spiky blonde hair and pale green coat easily visible in the scattered tree line. Based on his overall appearance, and of course, the headband he wore, it was clear the guy was from a Megakure. He then went into a steady crouch, aiming his stance straight towards an unsuspecting Sakura. "Sakura, move!" Naruto ushered immediately, running towards his pink-haired teammate. "I didn't think we would get attacked so quickly." Naruto thought incredulously. "I need to end this off quickly." Sasuke seemed to be thinking the same thing, for he attempted to butt in as well. Sakura quickly sidestepped the attempt on her life, her reflexes much faster from the hell of training she was put through by Kakashi. "I might not be as strong as Naruto or Sasuke right now, but I can hold my own as well." Naruto dashed towards their enemy with great speed. He deflected the shuriken thrown at him with his kunai, before lunging for the attack. In a taijutsu battle, there were many who could beat Naruto. But there were also many who couldn't. Before the Megakure genin could even respond properly, Naruto feinted a hook kick to the face, before using his other leg to latch onto the genin's heel and bring him down to the ground instantly. It was an efficient if not a cheap move to make, but that was what ninja did. Naruto brought his kunai and stabbed it into the knee of the opposing genin who erupted into water. "Damn it!" Naruto yelled in frustration. To further the annoyance, his pants were completely wet. Sakura looked equally pissed but managed to quell it down. "Well, we couldn't be the only ones who decided to use clones." "Well, it's good that they weren't shadow clones, at the very least," Naruto thought, trying to be optimistic about the whole thing. "Let's not dwell on this too much. We need to move as quickly as possible. It's possible our location has been revealed from all the ruckus, and we definitely don't want any more attention on us. We can find a place to set up a tent as well," Sasuke said, attempting to reel the group back into action. "Naruto, did the clones reveal anything?" "Not yet, apparently." That was neither a bad sign nor a good sign. It meant that there weren't many opponents nearby, which meant that there was less of a chance of them finding an enemy to beat and gain an Earth Scroll. Team 7 walked for another 20 or so minutes, trying to cover as much distance as quietly as possible. His clones had yet to disappear, which was starting to become very, very unusual. You would have thought that a dozen clones he had sent would have found anyone by now. The walk was uneventful, except for the few large creatures that showed up from time to time, but was easily scared by a few fire jutsus that Sasuke threw at them. And then, it began. Ding. Warning. Extreme bloodlust detected. Naruto's blood froze. "Guys, there's..." An explosion rang through the forest, launching Naruto and every nearby obstacle with absolute force, bringing trees out of the soil and breaking boulders into pebbles with a single shockwave. He felt his body fly like a ragdoll into the air, before falling onto the grassy forest floor painfully. He rolled and tumbled with the resulting momentum, before finally stopping at a tree that gave a helping hand and stopped his movement. Naruto stood up with a dizzied look at his surroundings. He needed to get back to the others. Whatever was facing them at that time was far different from anything they had ever faced. The sheer bloodlust radiating from that person was something Naruto had never experienced in his life. SSSS's. His eyes widened. In front of him was a huge snake the width of a train, but not as long. Its green, scaly skin and reptilian eyes were a terrifying sight to behold. Naruto gulped as he faced the reptile. It lunged with another spine-trembling hiss, missing its target scarcely as Naruto jumped into the air and landed on the snake's back. The blonde tried to dig his kunai into the snake's skin for some kind of leverage, only to find that it was almost impenetrable to get through, and his attack barely left a scratch on the animal. He dodged another strike from the back, the snake's tail not willing to leave itself so vulnerable like that. The blonde eventually had to leave the snake's body entirely, Any attempt to try and balance on the creature's slippery, scaly skin was to no avail. With every second that time passed by, his teammates were in more and more danger. He needed to find a way to quickly get rid of the snake. And he had just the idea. Summon Shadow Zabuza. The person in question appeared in a swirl of darkness beside him, as stern as ever. Again. Naruto winced, knowing that would happen. I know I'm relying on you a lot, but I seriously need to get rid of this wretched animal. Plus, I don't really need you, just the sword. Sure, but make it quick. And you better not call me for another week, brat. Of course, Naruto lied through his teeth. There was no way he wasn't going to summon Zabuza again for an entire week. Zabuza tossed him the sword. Normally, this would have been a breach of tradition to do. But considering I'm already dead, I don't really care too much anymore. Awesome. Naruto caught the black Kubikiribocho with care, the large sword requiring 2 hands from Naruto to properly use. He grinned widely at the incoming snake. You shouldn't have done this, poor snake. It's time for execution. Naruto exclaimed loudly, clutching the sword and bending his knees. He pushed with all of his might, over the snake's fangs and near its head. With a heave, he brought the sword down onto the snake's head. The metal cleaved through the snake's skin like butter, beheading the reptile in a single stroke of metal. It was a gory sight. Red blood and snake vessels blew out from the disconnect in the snake's body, covering Naruto with blood as well. The genin brushed the blood away from his face with his hand, planting it into his hair. Listen, Naruto. Naruto immediately snapped to attention. Was that the first time Zabuza had called him by his real name? He normally just used brat or kid, which always managed to irk him for whatever reason. Zabuza looked very serious. The snake summon is a technique not known by many. To the rest of the world, only 2 people currently know it. But, I believe, only one of those 2 would use it to kill genin. And if what I'm thinking is true, you and your teammates are in a whole heap of trouble. Who is it? Orochimaru of the Sannin. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Sasuke grunted and panted in pain as he felt the blood from his thigh run down his leg. He had planted the kunai without a second thought, and was facing the consequences now. Fire style. Art of the Phoenix Flower. The raven-haired boy yelled as he went through the hand signs at a record pace. Multiple balls of fire launched themselves at the pale snake man, who twisted and turned through the jutsu, not allowing a single hair to be burnt by the bright orange fire. This guy, he's not like anything that I've ever met. It's obvious that I'm being toyed with, but why? What does he have to gain from keeping me alive? Sasuke thought with a frown. The fear and adrenaline in his body were the only things keeping him going at that point in time. Everything else was secondary. He was going to survive this, by any means necessary. He looked at Sakura beside him, who was clearly shivering in fright. Her eyes were devoid of all emotions, except dread. I could use some help from Naruto right now. Sasuke launched backwards, throwing his ninja wire with abandon towards the man, who didn't even flinch at the attack. The wire surrounded the enemy, catching onto his body. Sasuke caught the end of the wire with his mouth and immediately held up a hand sign, making the thin, chakra-conductive wire erupt into a line of flames. Sakura's eyes widened with hope as the damage seemed to have been dealt. And it all did absolutely nothing. The man was back in full form, standing still on the branch, smirking evilly. What's someone like you doing in the Chunin exams? You're definitely not a genin, Sasuke murmured, trying to stall as much time as possible. The answer that the man gave him made Sasuke wish he hadn't asked the question in the first place. You, Sasuke-kun, I've come for you. Now, how about you reveal the ability you've been hiding? It would be a shame to let you die so easily, the man said sadistically, his voice low and condescending. Sasuke felt rage flow through his blood. But he couldn't do anything. The man in front of him was superior in every way possible, from catching Sasuke in that genjutsu from earlier with a mere glance, and being seeming indestructible from the way he tanked his jutsus. He closed his eyes, and the next time they opened, they were scarlet red with 2 tomo swirling around the pupil. The pale man chuckled. Wonderful. The real show can finally start. I have to try and surprise him with my offense. Trying to be defensive the entire time will only get me killed. I need to depend on my chances to get an open hit on this man. Sasuke sent a pulse of chakra to feet and bolted down the large branches of the tree he was on, finding that the snake man was still. That would be his mistake. The Uchiha met him with a hook, which was blocked causally with a fist, before he went over the man with a jump, pulling his hand out of his grip. Now on the backside of his enemy, he attempted a sweep kick, which was gracefully leapt over. Sasuke backstepped to dodge a jab at his throat, before reaching into his pockets. He grabbed over a dozen shuriken and threw them at once at the opponent. At the same time, he put one of his hands into a seal, charging each of the projectiles with pure lightning. The man looked slightly startled, before he leaned back at an unnatural angle for any normal human, shinobi or not. Sasuke smirked. Naruto wasn't the only one who learned new jutsu during his training with Kakashi. Learning he was compatible with lightning was a surprise, but a welcome one, and something he was going to take great advantage of. He pulled on the strings connecting each of the shuriken, bringing them back for a second chance at redemption. The man disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke heard a round of applause from behind him. The ominous voice was recognizable. Good try Sasuke-kun. I'm truly impressed by your versatility. It's a beauty to the eyes. But I'm afraid that this charade is over. Sasuke felt his vision darken as he felt a jab to his neck from behind. Itachi. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Orochimaru smiled widely as he eyed the unconscious body of the Uchiha in front of him. Useful indeed, his body will be. All he had to do was administer the mark, and everything will be set to stone. The beloved Sharingan would finally be his. But who was this girl that stood in front of him, trembling with a kunai in her hand? Who cared? Orochimaru swatted aside the kunai before slapping the girl into the overgrowth at the foot of the trees. His plans weren't affected whether she was alive or dead, after all. She was a mere nuisance, someone that didn't need to be dealt with, and someone he would rather not kill just for the sake of time. An ant in a room filled with giants. But Sasuke, on the other hand, Orochimaru chuckled. His plans were going so tremendously well. Hey, snake freak, another nuisance. Orochimaru didn't give him a glance, instead, he summoned one of his snakes and directed it towards the boy. Surely, that would be enough for the kill. I said, hey, you're really starting to piss me off, Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin finally glanced at the boy. Torn orange clothes, and yellow hair covered with blonde. Not a trendy look, but most surprisingly was the large, pure black sword that he carried over his back. Orochimaru grinned. Time for a slaying. Naruto stared down Orochimaru of the Sannin with a look of pure hatred as he saw the unconscious, and hopefully not dead, bodies of his friends. He struggled to keep the incredibly heavy sword on his back with one hand, but did so anyway. Orochimaru is masquerading as that pale freak. How the hell did no one notice there was something up with that guy? Naruto thought. Ho ho ho, the Kyuubi brat decides to come now. I assumed the snake would take longer than that to defeat, oh well. That sword, where have I seen it before? In fact, what is it? It's not like any jutsu I've seen before, Orochimaru whispered slowly, a look of interest overcoming his face. It doesn't matter what jutsu this is, Naruto said, putting the sword in front of him with both hands. I'm going to kill you either way. It was false bravado, but was something that he needed. If he himself didn't believe he could win, there was no chance of him winning, let alone saving his teammates. Of course, Naruto wouldn't be delusional either. He couldn't beat a Sannin. They had read about the three during his academy days, but he could in fact try and stall until help came or somehow try to escape with both his teammates. For now, he had zero ideas other than brawl with the human snake. Naruto leapt forward with surprising speed, as Orochimaru widened his eyes slightly. He's almost as fast as the Uchiha. Kiki, let's see how he fights. Orochimaru only smiled widely, and quite creepily, Naruto would add, as he easily blocked Naruto's incoming punch, before slithering away from the secondary kick as if his body's is made of rubber. He wasn't attacking back. If he's going to underestimate and try to toy with me, I'll make him regret it. Naruto thought as he put his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto, each with their own copy of the sword, rushed towards Orochimaru, who looked at the moving clones playfully. His long, Slender hands moved through a sequence of hand signs. Lightning release. Great lightning dragon. A ferocious being of lightning formed behind Orochimaru, taking the grand form of a dragon on the offensive. The construct crackled with power, before diving at the now startled clones with immense speed. Naruto felt each of his clones cease to exist as the quick response by Orochimaru left them helpless. Naruto merely watched in silence, preferring to analyze the situation rather than charge in and lose immediately. Right now, he was in a horrible position. Orochimaru stood, protectively, in front of Sasuke and Sakura, who both looked blacked out regardless of the raging battle around them. Furthermore, Naruto's own MP was draining by the second as he kept Shadow Zabuza active, who also was nowhere to be seen. Naruto cursed the Shadow who said there was merely no point in fighting a Sannin. He had forgotten what kind of man Zabuza was before he died. Calculating, selfish, and didn't take too many risks. If he hadn't made the deal with the wretched backstabber, Zabuza would definitely be alive and kicking right now. Zabuza didn't want to take the risk of fighting Orochimaru, even though he most likely couldn't die anymore in the shadow form. Dismiss Shadow Zabuza, Naruto thought angrily. The legendary sword in his hand disappeared a second later. The Sannin narrowed his eyes. I wonder. Naruto made a quick glance at his MP bar. Large enough. He didn't know at which rate the MP regenerated, but he was sure it increased as he leveled up. Using skills back when he was lower leveled was an utter pain. He needed to think. His battle strategic skill, which had only grown in terms of level as he continued to fight, was proving vital in the fights he had fought. He summoned more clones, this time not letting them rush so easily. The clones circled around the pale man, who didn't lift a finger at the sight. He watched with a measuring gaze at Naruto, who started to go through an assortment of hand signs. Water release. Surging sea. Naruto yelled along with his clones, who had attempted the same jutsu at the same time. Streams of water erupted from each of the clones' mouths, aiming at Orochimaru with colossal pressure, enough to dent the toughest of men in. It was the most amount of water Naruto had ever managed to form. But Naruto knew that it wouldn't do anything to the Sannin. Summoning jutsu. The water blasted away from Orochimaru as a swirl of smoke flared around the man. The smoke cleared to reveal the tall man, now on the head of a titanic snake of a brown color. Its narrowed, yellow, eyes glared at him dangerously. The snake's coiled snake burst out with surprising quickness, rotating in a wide circle and destroying his clones one by one. Naruto jumped upwards onto a higher branch as he narrowly missed the hit. He froze as he lost sight of Orochimaru, who was no longer on the infuriated snake. His eyes widened as he felt a cold, moving sensation on his neck. Ding. Warning. Extreme bloodlust detected. The system urges that you run for your own safety. Orochimaru's snake-like tongue retreated. You're interesting, aren't you? My, container of the Kyuubi, having jutsus that I myself have never seen, and control over elemental manipulation so early. Why haven't I heard of your progress yet? It's so exciting. Naruto spun his kunai, attempting to stab the enemy behind him, only for his weapon to get swatted away at the last second. The blonde immediately put his hands up, facing his enemy head-on. Activating. Skill. Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL3 activated. Usage drains 15 megapixels points each minute. User can use this skill for 1 minute without draining MP. Naruto briefly engaged Orochimaru in combat. His movements were dreadfully slow against the well-experienced shinobi, who could see his moves from a mile away, while blindfolded. His opponent had a lazy grin on his face as he continued to block and dodge. Then he struck. Naruto immediately was launched backwards at breakneck speed as a palm struck his stomach with scary speed. He felt his back lurch in pain as he landed on the rough bark of a tree. He coughed out scarlet blood, looking at the liquid with wide eyes. The blonde got up soon after, swearing he won't let a surprise attack like that happen again. A brief tremble in the earth came next as Naruto felt himself pulled into the ground as a hand appeared from underneath the ground and grasped his leg. When had he? Naruto substituted with one of the several branches from around him in an instant, preventing what would have been a sticky situation otherwise. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, keeping an attentive track of his surroundings. Orochimaru stood in the middle of the clearing between the swarm of trees, which was formed by the summoning of the giant snake, which was now nowhere to be seen. It's so boring having to fight a moving target in such a large space. Why don't you come closer, Naruto-kun? I want to test you properly. Naruto complied. With another substitution, he made his way to the Sannin, who chuckled throatily at the nearing presence of the genin. If Naruto didn't do anything, there was no doubt about it, he was going to die. He couldn't restrict himself against the man in front of him, or the Jinchuriki would be no more. Naruto really only had one last trick left in the bag, and something he had refrained from using so far, having not seen a good opportunity to do so. But now was his only chance. Summon Shadow Haku, Naruto commanded. Orochimaru crossed his arms. It's amusing to see a genin so brave. Secret technique. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. A dome of ice formed around the two as Naruto smirked widely. Haku had used his technique immediately, which was exactly what he wanted him to do. Naruto felt a wave of memories wash over him as he saw the reflecting mirrors encircling the two. In each mirror lay the image of a shadowy figure, who could be no one else but Haku. For the first time since the fight started, Naruto noticed the look of genuine surprise in Orochimaru's eyes. If anything, he looked purely confused. Naruto didn't particularly blame him, he would have been equally bewildered as well. This jutsu, another one that I don't recognize. What exactly have you been hiding, Naruto Uzumaki? Orochimaru asked, eyes shining with excitement. Ice. Spectacularly done. Such a feat would require discipline and concentration of the highest degree to accomplish, and I doubt you have the skill for that considering you hold the beast inside you. The voice from earlier, who exactly was that? Naruto didn't care anymore. He rushed forward, ignoring the numerous questions that Orochimaru placed. Orochimaru sighed. There really is no point in. Haku flew past the mirrors in a blur, punching Orochimaru in the jaw, whose face recoiled in shock at the hit. While the extraction had weakened his base stats, the jutsu which he already perfected functioned at the same strength, fortunately. Naruto followed right after, aiming a jab at the opponent, but couldn't land it to his inhuman reflexes. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clones continued to distract Orochimaru, who quickly dismantled them with practiced, precise strikes. Haku, from the safety of his mirrors, threw Senbon at the man, who caught the projectiles with his bare hand, before looking at them in interest. You certainly can't use Senbon, can you? Orochimaru asked, eyes watching him with interest. Whatever. It's time to get out of this. I'm wasting enough time as it is. Naruto was launched to the side as one of Orochimaru's hands stretched unimaginably long and struck him hard in the side of his gut, pushing him to the mirrors. The blonde struggled to get up, ultimately falling back to the ground on his back as he clutched his leg in pain. The Sannin bent his knees, before exploding with speed. He cranked back his arm in the process, before he impaled the dome of ice with his fist. The structure cracked immediately, collapsing into a bunch of ice shards and crystals. Naruto watched his shock as sharp, ice crystals fell downwards as he tried to crawl away. A pair of shadowy arms took hold of him and swept him away. Naruto looked into the dark eyes of Shadow Haku, before nodding in thanks. We can still try and stall until we get Sakura and Sasuke out of here, Naruto-san. Naruto smirked as Haku let him down. Who says I haven't already gotten them evacuated? The second before Haku had summoned his ice mirrors, he had clones take his teammates away. He had to thank him technique for being capable of closing a Sannin inside, for however short a time that would be. For now, Haku's use was over. His MP was quickly running out as well, with his activation of the Uchiha Taijutsu and previously using Zabuza for his sword. Dismiss Haku. Naruto was left alone. Orochimaru walked through the rubble of ice. You've piqued my interest, Naruto-kun. I must admit, I had assumed the Uchiha would have been the strongest on your team, but I have been proven utterly wrong. Techniques that I've never seen before, speed and strength at a level far above what you currently should be at, and a cunning intelligence that kept you alive so far. Who would have thought the Kyuubi could have such an effect on its Jinchuriki? Naruto guffawed silently. He thinks the Kyuubi made me like this. He tried not to correct the man, and ended up biting his tongue to stop himself. The man's voice suddenly darkened. The Sharingan would be wonderful to have. The vast amount of skills achieved with a single activation of that damned eye. Or at least that's what I thought. The Kyuubi is an infinite source of chakra at one's fingertips, and seeing just the effect on you, I can only imagine what I, Orochimaru of the Sannin, would reap. Why is he talking like he could steal those abilities or something? Naruto thought incredulously, feeling his leg finally start to heal. Orochimaru grinned. And that's why, I'll mark you. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Enko inspected the dead body of the beige-shirted woman in front of him. The smooth, toy-like face of the girl was horrifying to the eyes. Orochimaru has begun. She felt exhilaration, fear, and a healthy dose of raging anger fire into her veins. Send a message to the third Hokage. I don't care what appointment or meeting he is in. This is of utmost importance. Tell him his student is here. Enko instructed her subordinate proctors, whose faces paled at the realization. I'll be going hunting. How was Orochimaru able to get in? And why now specifically? Enko thought as she began running the facets she ever had in the past year. She unconsciously grasped the mark on her neck. He probably is going to mark someone if I don't get there faster. But that can't be the real reason he's here, just a side hobby he could conduct while he has the time. There's something bigger going underneath the Chunin exams. Her mentor was ruthless, calculating, and the most dangerous man she knew, even more than the third Hokage. Everything he did had a reason. The international Chunin exams sounded like something too good to be true, and Enko was getting more and more sure that every second that passed. She gritted her teeth as she urged her muscles to go faster. I'll kill you, Orochimaru. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. Mark. What the hell is he talking about? Naruto thought confusedly. Whatever it was, it didn't sound good at all. Orochimaru grasped his face, before pulling out his skin. The real skin he has underneath was even paler, and looked even more reptile-like. Amber circles with a thin slit acted as his eyes, and an ominous grin manifested on his new face. This won't hurt too much, Orochimaru purred. The blonde's eyes dilated as Orochimaru's head sprung out of its place, the neck extending past the distance between the two, aiming for his head with his long, sharp teeth. Before he could even move, the pale neck wrapped around his body, before the neck made its way to his neck. This was originally supposed to be for Sasuke, Orochimaru whispered into his ear. But your performance made me change my mind. Naruto's mind ran at a pace of 100 miles per hour at the same time Orochimaru spoke. He's going to bite me. He's going to bite me. He's going to bite me. Orochimaru lunged. Activate Iron Skin. Activating. Skill. Iron Skin LVL1 activated. Usage takes 10 megapixels and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Orochimaru bit down, his eyes crazed with eagerness as he imagined all the power he would have with the Kyuubi in his hands. Thud. He tried to bite down again. Thud. Naruto tried to keep the smirk off his face, before grasping whatever energy he had left in him to reach for his kunai and attempt to slash at the elongated neck. Orochimaru retreated with a frown on his stark white face, looking at the blonde's neck curiously. You never cease to stop surprising me, do you? Orochimaru asked amusedly. The look of desire in his eyes seemed to deepen. It's no fun when prey doesn't struggle, so I thank you for the hard work you've put so far. It only makes the inevitable more satisfying, after all. You're just an insane cannibal, aren't you? Naruto asked, standing up and wiping the dirt off his clothes. It's no wonder you were kicked out of Konoha, if you're so desperate to eat little kids. Orochimaru frowned at his little antics, before his face perked up suddenly. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A pillar of fire blew past Naruto in a straight line towards the smiling man in the shape of a dragon. The fire pelted against the spot that Orochimaru was on, before finally ending. Oh, my dear student, didn't I tell you that you should never yell out a jutsu like that beforehand? Orochimaru said mockingly, completely unscathed by the flames. Enko, the proctor for the second exam, stood crouched on a tree branch above Naruto. Finally, Naruto shouted to the woman, who looked back at him with surprise. Why the hell is there no security in this place? The purple-haired woman scoffed, tossing aside his quite valid concerns without a second thought. Do you really want to argue about that when you have him right in front of you? Fair enough. But I almost died several times along with my team. Orochimaru waved magnanimously. Anko, you look as magnificent as ever. May I know the reason for your interruption? Don't play the fool with me, Orochimaru. I know you're running around marking kids, and I'm gonna kill you before you get out of here alive, Anko said angrily, clutching the kunai in her arm even tighter. Marking kids? I haven't marked a single one, Anko. You would do such a thing to accuse your beloved sensei? Orochimaru asked. Ask the child yourself. Anko sent a glance at Naruto, who simply shrugged. How the hell did this genin survive against Orochimaru for so long? I need to get out of here, and quickly. Naruto thought with a frown. We still need to pass the Chunin exams. Iron Skin has deactivated. Naruto looked at the lady above him. Hey, Proctor, can you automatically pass us considering we had to fight Orochimaru in the middle of the Chunin exams? The glare Anko sent back at him could only be described as smoldering. A couple more shadowy figures with animal masks showed up behind Anko, similarly crouching. The Anbu, only a mere 5 to fend off Orochimaru of the Sannin? Naruto asked hysterically, eyes large with frustration as he saw the small group face off the infamous shinobi. Anko winced. More is coming, brat. Orochimaru put a hand on his chin, thinking deeply. Should I face off all of you at once, and kill 5 shinobi, or be generous and leave for now, letting you 5 survive? Is he really giving us a choice? Naruto thought, startled. The group remained silent, not knowing whether Orochimaru would take their response seriously or not. Obviously, they would clearly want to say leave. Orochimaru turned their back to them. I'm feeling quite kind today. I have a new target now. Orochimaru thought as he thought of the blonde. Naruto-kun, your rate of improvement is astonishing. Keep on improving, keep on getting stronger. All of your work will be fed to me sooner or later. He disappeared in a swirl of wind. Naruto looked at the remaining Jonin. I'm going to leave now. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Is she gone? Sakura asked, stuttering. The blonde forgot how Sakura hadn't seen the Sannin without the disguise. Naruto nodded. For the time being. After his encounter with Orochimaru, Naruto had immediately ran towards his teammates. His clones had gone in a specific direction which he had told them to beforehand, so it didn't take long for him to find them. They were still unconscious by the time he was there, with Sasuke waking up soon after. They were right now sheltering underneath an incredibly large tree which gave them some cover as they whispered. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. How did you manage to get us away? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I didn't really do much, to be honest. The crazy proctor lady came with some reinforcement, and gave me time to escape. Sasuke looked into his eyes for a few more seconds, before he moved his gaze away. It's fine, I guess. But now we're at a severe disadvantage. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Sasuke grimaced. The others had more chances to find the scroll they needed, and got the opportunity to scout beforehand. That man's interference left us scrambled right out the get-go. We need to focus back on our goal and the objective, the Earth Scroll. Sakura switched her eyes to target Naruto. Naruto, have you got any information from your clones? Naruto shook his head. Not really, there's really only one clone active right now. The rest were dismantled while I fought earlier. Sasuke looked to the sky. It's turning dark. We should walk a bit to the east before we rest for a bit. We'll take turns staying up. I'll go first. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Meanwhile, Naruto's clone disabled his henge as he made his way through the slowly darkening forest. I'm the only one alive so far, aren't I? The clone thought smugly. He noticed with an annoyed expression that he still referred to himself as a clone. He was Naruto, clone or not. Naruto. The blonde traversed from branch to branch, looking around for anything to scout to the boss. He stopped right before he jumped from the high plateau of the treetops, before crouching downwards as saw something very, very peculiar. Naruto stuck his feet to the tree and began running downwards at a quiet pace, making sure he wouldn't be seen. The entire circle of forest had been cleared by what seemed to be a wide-ranged attack. Trees were thrown downwards and were completely blown out of their respective roots, showing just how powerful the attack should have been. Naruto, shocked, just crept further downwards. I shouldn't be scared. I'm just a clone. Naruto insisted to himself, feeling the sweat flow down his face. It doesn't matter if I disappear, right? I'm not alive. Just a clone. Just a bunch of chakra. Naruto made his way to the clearing, making sure to not make any noise as he walked with his shinobi sandals. Sneaking wasn't his specialty, but every shinobi had some experience in hiding around. That's what made them ninja. The darkness certainly helped, but the bright orange clothes definitely didn't either. Naruto cursed the original for not changing his clothes so far. A shinobi wearing such colorful clothes didn't make much sense. But blaming the original would be hypocritical. Naruto walked around, inspecting every inch of the ground for any clue for what happened. His eyes largened comically. Blood-red liquid pooled around his feet as he walked into a puddle of blood. Naruto looked at his foot in surprise, before looking for the source of the blood. The clone shouldn't be scared. Naruto made his way by the length of blood, before it eventually reached the eventual body that kept it going. Glasses, scrawny, and an aristocratic face. Naruto coldly noted the small cut in his gut, the cavity seemingly formed from a clean, single hit on the relatively untouched, remaining body of the boy. He knew this person, Ubuki, the teammate of Kuretsuchi. And he was alive. Naruto quickly clutched at the boy's face, before shaking him to wake up. He first searched the boy's pockets for any scrolls which he could bring back to the boss. To his surprise, Naruto managed to find something. It was definitely a scroll, but he wasn't sure which one it was until he brought it out of the boy's vest. An Earth Scroll. The clone tried not to leap with joy as he found exactly what his boss needed. He once again smugly noted that he was the clone that survived the longest, and managed to find the Earth Scroll. He dug the scroll deep into his jacket. Ubuki woke up after his meddlings. Damn, I shouldn't have woken him up. I'll just lie through whatever he says and escape afterwards. Maybe find out what tried to kill him. Why are you here? Ubuki whispered, his voice frantic. Naruto could see the look of pure terror in his face. Curiosity filled him as he wanted to know what happened. What made you like that, fellow genin? Naruto asked, messing up in the middle. Why you need to get out? Those monsters are fighting each other, Ubuki said, slowly crawling past Naruto. Ubuki's knees slowly went back to a functioning state as he went back on his legs, before he started walking away. They're over there, if you want to see. I'm getting out of here. Naruto looked at where he pointed. He went through the assortment of bushes before he came to the site of what Ubuki was mentioning. Ding. Warning. Bloodlust detected. Gaara faced off against Fu. Jinchuriki versus Jinchuriki. He instantly tried to run away before a tendril of sand pierced through his body. By Naruto. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Naruto woke with a gasp as he felt memories flood his mind. Those two. They were ahead of him in every way. He clenched his fists tightly. I need to get stronger. Naruto paced around the tent hastily, his mind racing with ideas every second. Most of them were almost guaranteed going to fail and were certifiably crazy, but the few that did seem to have some merit were stored in his mind. They were under a serious disadvantage. Team 7 still had not found a single scroll over the past day, and Naruto knew for a fact that the other teams had found scrolls. They needed to find a heaven scroll as fast as possible, which wasn't going well at all. Sasuke looked similarly distressed, looking at the ground as he sat and thought idly. Sakura just looked frustrated, if the scowl on her face was any sign. Naruto was also frustrated, but not because of the mission. The entire clone experience from yesterday was extremely eye-opening, and showed just how strong his fellow Jinchuriki were. If Team 7 were to meet the two of them, they would get absolutely destroyed. Naruto really couldn't deny that fact no matter how much he tried to search for a way to defend himself. The sheer amount of power that radiated from Fu and Gaara in that brief instance was enough to convince him of that fact. But that doesn't mean he was going to concede defeat. For now, it was better to keep his distance from the two for as long as possible. What's our plan now? Sakura asked. Naruto spinned a kunai between his fingers. We just need the Earth Scroll, and quickly. The longer we take, the higher the chance that we fail. Sasuke snorted. We aren't on a good track so far. If we don't get it by today, it's more or less elimination for us. There's probably some teams already in the towers by now. It'll be harder and harder to find teams that also have an Earth Scroll specifically by then. Naruto hummed in agreement. That means, we need to go all out. What do you mean? Sakura questioned, pulling her hair backwards as a breeze of wind came towards them. We're going to need to split up. Battle strategics increased by level. Battle strategics is now LVL 5. Naruto was surprised at that notification. That skill rarely leveled up. Sasuke nodded whereas Sakura looked plain horrified. Split up. Split up. We almost died, Naruto. There's a crazy lady running around trying to kill Genin, and you want us to split up? Sakura asked angrily, her eyes scrunching up. Naruto sighed. I don't think the crazy lady will be coming back. There's a lot of Jonin that came to protect us when they were notified about the intruder. He really did understand her concerns. But he wanted to get out of the forest as possible, and it seemed that Sasuke had the same sentiments. Sasuke just crossed his arms. He's right, Sakura. The pink-haired girl just took a deep breath, before closing and opening her eyes. Are we all splitting up separately? Naruto shook his head. No, Sakura. You need to team up with Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. And you'll go alone. Aren't you being overconfident, Naruto? Overconfident? Naruto repeated. No, but I know what I'm capable of. Sakura is more of a support shinobi, and she supports your abilities much better than mine. Sasuke ignored him entirely. How about I go by myself? Naruto shrugged. Like I said, me and Sakura won't be a good team by ourselves. And I have shadow clones. In one fluid motion, Naruto summoned a dozen clones. Scout the area. Run as fast as possible. Immediately self-destruct if you find an enemy, and do not approach the target or let them see you outright. Naruto commanded his clones. Yes, boss. The clones yelled as one. Naruto turned back to his teammates as his clones dispersed. The fact that he got his shadow clones' memories when they went away was a mind-blowing realization. It was something Naruto didn't notice before, which, on second thought, he really should have realized the second he used the jutsu. It really was the main advantage of the shadow clones, in his opinion. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Sasuke. You still wanna go by yourself? Persuasion increased by level. Persuasion is now LVL 4. What's with my skills today? Sasuke just mumbled frustratedly to himself before looking into the eyes of Naruto. We're taking the scroll, and you better find at least one scroll, Naruto. Let's meet back up at the center tower in a day. It's either you get a scroll and come to us, or we have the scroll. If we don't see you there. Naruto nodded in determination. Don't worry, I'll be there. Sakura raised an eyebrow. How can you be sure? 'Cause I don't have another option. He was going to find the Earth Scroll no matter what. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. Naruto made his way through the thick overgrowth of greenery in the forest, pausing every minute looking for a good route to travel. He wanted to maximize contact with the other groups without endangering himself, which was obviously hard seeing just how large the forest was. He had a few encounters, not with other shinobi, but strange creatures that attempted to attack him. A few blows and they ran away, fortunately. Right when he thought it was getting hopeless, he could see a flicker of black in the corner of his eye. Naruto immediately stopped and hid behind a large tree, preventing any sound from escaping his mouth or from any movement he made. He slowly peeked around the tree, looking to see who the figure was. The figure seemed to be mumbling loudly, and was quite clearly a female, if the feminine tones to her body were any sign. I told him not to wander on his own. Naruto froze. He recognized that voice. Kuretsuchi was right in front of him. He realized he had two decisions. Either attack the girl right now, and steal any scroll which she might have, or attempt another method. He could fight her, but he wasn't sure whether he could win without using any of his shadows. He didn't remember her stats exactly, but her level was much higher than his. Regardless, he needed to do something. His team's standing stood on the line. That's when Naruto realized her teammate wasn't with her. The last time Naruto had seen Ibuki, he was beaten up and bleeding horribly, meaning she probably was looking for the spectacled boy at this time. Naruto smirked. He got out of his hiding spot. Hello. Kuretsuchi's face lit up in panic as she heard another person. Immediately, Her hands went into a combat position as she trained her eyes on Naruto. The blonde put his hands up passively. I'm not here to fight. Then what are you here for? Konoha Genin. She spat venomously. Naruto recoiled slightly at the blatant disgust in her words. I'm Naruto. It's nice to meet you as well. Although the weather is quite nice. The genin found his hand moving on its own as he caught the kunai which was flying towards his head. The metal was only an inch away from the middle of his eyes, giving Naruto a weird headache as he slowly pulled it to the side. Wow, she's absolutely crazy. Although the weather is quite nice, I'm here for a serious matter, Naruto said, throwing the kunai aside. Your teammate, Ibuki, I believe. I know where he is. Kuretsuchi flipped her cropped, black hair to the side. Her eyes were narrowed with suspicion as she listened to the blonde. Ibuki, you know where he is. How? I was patrolling the area for my team, when I saw a person with glasses trying to run away. I came a little closer, and I realized it was the Iwa genin that I saw before, your teammate. He looked relatively injured, so I tried to come closer. Weirdly enough, once he saw me, he motioned continuously for me to leave the area, as if something really dangerous was after him, Naruto said, basing his story after some truth, but not wanting to reveal that it was a shadow clone. I really didn't want to risk my health or position, so I went back. I think I can route you to your teammate, if you come with me. Why do you want to help another team? Kuretsuchi asked. Her eyes were still filled with doubt, but Naruto could tell there was hope as well. She probably really wanted to see whether her team was okay or not. Well, my teammates abandoned me, Naruto said, looking down in shame. They thought I was bringing them down, and asked me to patrol the area before they went for the middle tower. We already had both the scrolls, so we were planning to get into one of the towers at midnight. They didn't feel it was safe before scouting, so they sent me. By the time I came back, they were long gone. Kurtosuke's face showed evident pity, but that didn't stop her from asking a question. Why can't you just enter the tower and say you're part of your team? Damn. Naruto sighed dramatically. I tried, of course. The proctors said I needed both scrolls if I wanted to enter. That really doesn't make sense, does it? But that feels like something Konoha would do. I guess I really don't have another choice. But be careful, if you tried to backstab me or try anything behind my back, I won't be nice that time around, Kurtosuke warned, her voice becoming threatening at the end. Naruto didn't really find it very scary. He was also surprised with how quickly she accepted. If anything, he had already expected the whole plan to be a bust. Maybe she really felt sorry for the blonde with the story about his teammates. He shrugged internally. All right, Naruto said cheerfully. Follow me. Wait. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the accusatory tone in her voice. How did you know Ibuki's name? That's it, Naruto thought, his heart rate immediately dropping back to normal. He cocked his head. I heard it. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Sasuke felt his skin itch widely as mosquitoes began to swarm him. He really needed to get out of here. Sakura just sighed. We've been walking for hours, Sasuke-kun. How long will it take for us to find someone? The Uchiha clicked his teeth together. Was she always this annoying? If you walk so slow, we'll never find someone. Follow me, Sasuke ordered, not looking back as he went into a dash. Sasuke only managed to run for a minute before he noticed something. It was a smell, not a pungent one, but an aroma of flavor. Someone was cooking food. Sakura came behind him, panting in exhaustion. Sasuke. He placed a hand over her mouth, before putting a finger to his own, signaling for her to be quiet. Sakura, for some reason, turned bright red as he did so. Shaking his head, Sasuke slowly crept forwards, slightly crouched so as to not make any sound. He further motioned for Sakura to follow, trusting her to know how to keep quiet. He still remembered from the bell test now she instantly went to hide, and did so pretty well for a fresh out the academy genin. They got closer, and soon, the crackling of fire was to be heard. Sasuke could feel his mouth water as he eyed a boar being slowly roasted over a campfire of sorts, but quickly blocked those thoughts away. I am the heir to the Uchiha clan. I am an avenger, Sasuke thought, frowning at his own wants. He still couldn't keep his eyes off the food, however. But he ignored that. Taking another step forward, he instantly scanned his surroundings. Sasuke. Sakura whispered excitedly. On the tree trunk. Look, look. Sasuke felt his eyes move to where Sakura pointed. On the tree trunk next to the food, lay 3 scrolls. Warning messages immediately lit off in his brain, each of them telling him not to go over to the clearly obvious bait. He urgently looked over to the pink-haired girl behind him, whose eyes were lit with elation. Sakura, don't think about it. It's a trap, Sasuke stated. Oh, how did you know, Uchiha? Sasuke immediately went alert as he heard a new voice. His eyes came to Neji Hyuga. Sasuke stared at the pale white eyes and the annoying smirk on the boy's face. He felt his eyes redden, summoning the legendary Sharingan into the world. Scarlet eyes stared into white ones. The Hyuga clan were well-known rivals of the Uchiha before the massacre. Before the incident, the Uchiha clan were well considered number 1 in Konoha. During those times, there was a tangible animosity between the two clans. Of course, Sasuke was too young to see the true depth of the rivalry, but he heard several stories from his parents and brother by that point. Both of the clans had doujutsus, ones that were patented to their bloodline. And, inevitably, there was the question within everyone, a question which people were too afraid to ask. Sasuke was going to answer it for them. He dashed towards the Hyuga recklessly, wanting to wipe out that pitiful smile as quickly as possible. Imagine Sasuke's surprise when his punch was caught, not by Neji, but by a green-suited boy which he definitely recognized. Lee's grip was strong, but Sasuke tore his hands away either way. Lee bowed. Sasuke-san, it's unfortunate we met so early on. And why's that? Sasuke growled angrily, making sure Sakura was still behind him at the same time. Because I wanted to defeat you in the finals, but once this fight is over, I'm afraid you will be down 1 scroll. Sasuke felt for the scroll in his back pocket, where the paper was attached tightly, relief filling him for a short second as he noticed that it was still there. If it somehow left him while he wasn't paying attention, Sasuke wasn't sure how angry he would have gotten. It would have been a horrible, shameful experience if they lost the Earth Scroll and Naruto came with the Heaven Scroll at the tower. He wasn't going to let that happen. Sakura trembled next to him. Sasuke, what do we do? Lee and Neji stood in front of them in casual positions, but Sasuke knew better. They were mentally preparing to move at a moment's notice. Sasuke knew he had no chance against the both of them, even with Kakashi's training. Lee spoke first. Please, give us the scroll, Sasuke-san. I'd like to prevent any fighting between us, as we are both from Konoha, after all. Sasuke just sneered. He saw how the boy looked at Sakura as he said that. Over my dead body. Neji laughed. Well, that won't be too hard. Sasuke felt the rage enter his veins. He understood what Neji was aiming at, but he also knew it was a part of his tactics. Neji was purposefully attempting to make him mad, hoping that Sasuke would do something reckless. He wasn't going to fall for that so easily. Sasuke entered his own stance. I'd like to see you try. Lee looked apologetic, but Neji's smirk just grew. All right. Neji ran forward without any other words, trying to stop the Uchiha as fast as possible. Lee stood behind, knowing that Neji would win the fight regardless of whether he interfered or not. From what he gained from the last time he fought the Uchiha, he was severely lacking in some aspects. Neji Hyuga, the one person he rarely defeated, would wipe the floor with Sasuke as many times as he could. But that was before Sasuke underwent his training. The raven-haired boy knew he had his faults, and had extensively worked on them with the resident Jonin in his team. And here was this overconfident bastard, trying to fight him head-on. Sasuke's tomo in his eyes spun like a whirlpool the instant the Hyuga started to move. The first palm that tried to breach his defenses was instantly swept away to the side. The Uchiha spun his leg in revolt, aiming directly for Neji's liver. Neji pushed his leg down with the side of his arm, before trying a kick of his own. Sasuke crouched downwards, letting the kick fly past his shoulder. He dug into his pockets, pulling out several shuriken as he stepped backwards. He charged the weapons with lightning, the metal objects cackling with energy. He threw them with frightening speed at the Hyuga, who looked startled for a second before smirking. 8 trigrams. Palm rotation. A ball of chakra rotated into thin air, surrounding the Hyuga densely, and reflecting all of the glowing shuriken like they were dirt. Sasuke just scowled. Of course, the Hyuga had jutsus of their own. Sasuke had underestimated the clan due to his own hubris, thus leading to the surprising situation that had followed. He knew about how their taijutsu managed to completely disable chakra, but not at all of the jutsu before him. They kept some stuff secret just like the Uchiha, apparently. Neji stopped his jutsu right after. You see, Uchiha, that's the difference between me and you. Big deal. It's just one jutsu, Sasuke thought to himself, just frowning on the outside. The pale boy went back into a battle stance. Now, how about we end this hole? Everyone on the makeshift battlefield froze as they felt the earth tremble underneath them. Even Lee, who was busy talking with Sakura as their respective teammates fought. What was happening? What was causing the shaking of the literal earth itself? All of you will die. The voice was quiet, but struck through the rest of them like an arrow. What is this pressure? It reminds me of Itachi. Sasuke thought, shocked. Lee, Sasuke, Sakura, Neji all whipped their heads to the newcomer, who stood on a nearby branch with his arms crossed and eyes closed lazily. His red hair was a sharp contrast to pale skin. Sand rose in front of him, the earth in front of the boy dissolving into more sand as it became alive and levitated, eager to be used to its master's bidding. Sasuke pulled out his kunai, charging it with lightning chakra. I have a bad feeling about this. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. Naruto whistled casually as he strolled around the forest with his best friend, Kurtosaki, right behind him. Are you sure we are going the right way? She asked dubiously, checking her surroundings every other second. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Of course, my memory is impeccable, most of the time. Kuretsuchi just laughed nervously. He went back to whistling. Naruto knew for a fact that the girl behind him had a scroll, which was the entire reason he was entertaining her in the first place. But, he didn't want to get into a direct confrontation with her either. Her level was near Lee's and Neji's, and those were people he definitely wasn't confident in beating without either of his shadow's help. The blonde was just looking for a moment to deceive the girl and escape with the scroll unharmed. He wasn't willing to be injured without any of his teammates to help him, either. What happens if he just loses both his legs and there's no one to carry him? He shuddered at the thought. We're getting closer, Naruto exclaimed loudly. Shish. What happens if someone hears you? Kuretsuchi asked, her eyes darting around all over the place. The Uzumaki chuckled. Who the hell would be lonely enough to find us here in this huge forest? I'm here. A tan girl with bright, amber eyes and even weirder hair made her appearance. Phew, Naruto breathed out, cursing his luck internally. The girl flipped onto the ground next to them. Naruto completely forgot what he saw the last time he met Ibuki. There was a reason why the normally strict boy looked terrified. Oh, you know my name. I guess I am a bit popular. Hey, you both look pretty strong. Fu said, eyeing them appraising ly. Let's see, you guys look strong, and I'm really bored. This whole situation is begging for a fight, right? Naruto gulped as he could see the chakra rise from Fu's skin. It was Jinchuriki versus Jinchuriki all over again, except this time, he was one of them. This isn't going to end well. Naruto stood in place, not knowing what to do as Fu slowly crept forwards. He looked aside at Kuretsuchi, who had a serious expression on her face as she contemplated the person in front of them with her own stance. On one hand, he really didn't want to fight a Jinchuriki. And on the other, he really had no option. Of course, he could just try to wing it, and run the hell away, but he wasn't exactly sure he could outrun the girl whose level was too high for him to even observe. Naruto went into his own stance, mostly due to his reactions coming out. And then, Fu ran. He didn't even have time to process what was happening before a fist was impaled into his gut. Naruto immediately lurched at the impact, his eyes bulging with just how strong the punch was. The blonde was launched backwards with the speed of a cannonball into several bushes, which did barely anything to slow his impact down. Ding. Dexterity has increased by 1 level. Thanks a lot, Naruto thought sarcastically. He groaned as he stood up, his regeneration immediately coming back active to heal any wounds. If there was one thing that the Kyuubi had a good use for, it was that. Naruto ran back towards the fight, eager to help Kuretsuchi in her impossible endeavor to fight Fu on her own. Earth release. Ground spikes. Kuretsuchi shouted. Spikes erupted from the ground in a fast trail towards the opposing Jinchuriki, who crossed her arms, smiling. Wow, those look really pretty. A burst of wind erupted from her mouth a few hand signs later, destroying the incoming attack head-on. Lava release. Swarming ash cloud. A cloud of ash flew towards the green-haired girl, who just watched amusedly at it all. Kuretsuchi scowled at her expressions, before her lips curved upwards. A few hand seals later, she spoke. Solidify. The gray patch of ash struck Fu immediately solidified, causing her to be briefly immobilized. Naruto could watch in awe. Is Kuretsuchi actually winning? Of course, he had to say it. Without blinking an eye, Fu flexed her arms, breaking the solidified ash that was attached to her upper body. She stretched her arms after that. Ah, that was so cool. I never heard of anyone having lava release, though. It seems I can finally have some fun after the fight with the red-haired brat from before. He was really strong. She's talking about Gaara. Naruto realized. Who was stronger? Naruto asked, yelling. You or the red-haired brat? Fu bent her head sideways, looking at him past Kuretsuchi's body. Oh, you're still conscious. Huh, well, for your question, I think I'm stronger. He has a lot of raw power, but the boy doesn't really have control over his talk. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Over his what? Fu scratched her head, before winking. Sorry, I can't really tell you. It's top secret. She really had no idea that Naruto was also a Jinchuriki, and had a tailed beast of his own inside of his body. Naruto just tried to stall for longer as he desperately tried to think of anything to defeat Fu. If I may ask, why are you alone? Shouldn't you have your teammates with you? Kuretsuchi gave him an incredulous look as he continued to ask questions like an old friend to Fu. Fu's face darkened slightly. My teammates don't really want to indulge in my tendencies. I can do what I want as long as I get the scrolls. Naruto realized he made a big mistake asking a personal question. As a fellow Jinchuriki, he recognized that look. The unmistakable look of loneliness. Enough questions. It's getting boring, Fu whined. Let's get back to the fighting. Before we do though, what are your names? Kuretsuchi. Naruto Uzumaki. A second later, Fu went through multiple hand signs. Then, without any words, webs came out of her mouth as they scattered to and fro trying to find some enemies. The numerous tight lines of white were surprisingly quick as they went straight towards them like a spider's web. Naruto had no idea what the jutsu did, but it was better not to risk anything happening. Water release. Surging sea. He summoned a wave of water that interrupted the webs, preventing them from moving further beyond. Kuretsuchi looked at him thankfully, before training her gaze back at the enemy. Fu clapped, standing idly. Oh, that was a cool jutsu. I've always really liked water jutsus, but was too lazy to learn them. I really didn't ask, but okay. Naruto thought with an annoyed expression on his face. I wonder what Sasuke and Sakura are doing. It's probably not as life-threatening as this, huh? Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Sasuke tried not to yelp as another strand of sand flew past him, missing him by a mere inch. By this point, Sasuke, Lee, and Neji had a similar goal. Defeat the Suna shinobi and then go back to fighting. But from what they saw so far, it was going to be hard. Neji had initially scoffed at the sight of the red-haired genin who stood so idly on the branch of the tree. That was until his eyes opened. It was easy for him to dodge the sand, but the sheer killing intent coming from his opponent couldn't be ignored. He had a feeling he had much more in his arsenal than just throwing such a minuscule amount of sand around. Sasuke could see that the Hyuga was the initial target, if the insanely large amount of sand going towards him at lightning speeds was any sign. Neji didn't look particularly worried, as he began to spin his body around in a circle. 8 trigrams. Palm rotation. The sand bounced off the igloo of Chakra, the technique being efficient in rebounding Gaara's attack. Gaara stepped down onto a constructed hand of sand, which gently carried him down to the earth when he very well could have just jumped down. Sasuke vaguely remembered Naruto telling him to watch out for the boy in front of him. At that point of time, he simply assumed it was the Dobi overestimating people or getting unnecessarily scared, but that was something the old Naruto would do. The new Naruto was scarily accurate when it came to guessing people's capabilities, an ability which just seemed innate for the blonde. He now realized just how right his teammate was. The casual use of sand without intoning a single jutsu, it was like he controlled the sand completely to his will. Like a god of sand reincarnated into the world as a human. But it was still 3 versus 1. And Gaara was most certainly a human, Sasuke thought with a grin. And somebody needed to take charge. Listen, we need to team up to defeat this guy, or else we all are going to die here, Sasuke stated loudly. We need a plan before we try and tackle him, trust me, he's a lot different. Neji scoffed again. Do what you want, Uchiha. I'm not going to resort to teaming up with other shinobi to beat one person. Lee looked torn between defending his teammate and the person who actually made sense. Sasuke just shook his head in irritation. Goddamn Hyuga. Lee, we need to team up. You understand that, don't you? Sasuke asked calmly, despite that being the exact opposite of what he was feeling on the inside. Lee nodded. I understand, Sasuke-san. Sasuke felt relieved. At least one person has brains in that team. Speaking of, where was the third teammate of theirs? He didn't have time to ask as another tentacle of sand came into his path, making Sasuke's eyes whiz around as he barely managed to dodge it this time. The Uchiha was glad that he had already told Sakura to run away. At this rate, she would have already been dead if she was present in the fight, and there were no ifs or buts about it. Sakura, as of now, was nowhere near the rest of the team's level. But he didn't have time to think about that. 3 separate clouds of sand came towards each of them, moving of its volition as it seeked each of the genin. Gaara simply stood still as he watched his creations continue to devour the area. Sasuke dodged backwards as the sand swept downwards onto the area he was once in, before the entity began moving forwards again. This time he jumped upwards onto a branch, before leaping onto another one right after as the branch he was once on was torn into shreds by the storm of sand. Sasuke winced as he saw just how powerful the jutsu was. He was thankful for his Sharingan, which was the only thing that was currently keeping him alive. Lee was alive so far because of his pure speed, so he had the innate ability to dodge all of the sand. Neji was fast, and because of his Byakugan, he could see every angle the sand was coming from. And if the sand somehow got too close, he would simply start a palm rotation, ending the attack once and for all. But they couldn't go on the offensive while the sand followed them, and they definitely couldn't win a fight without any offense. Sasuke threw a charged kunai at Gaara, the latter not even moving as a blanket of sand came forward and blocked the kunai entirely. What the hell is that broken jutsu? Sasuke said, staring at Gaara as he ducked underneath the sand. The sand, Sasuke realized, wasn't that hard to get past. It was almost like fighting 3 of Konoha's top genin was hard for even the monster in front of them. Why don't you stop moving? Gaara asked coldly. What a dumb question, Sasuke thought. He signaled towards Lee, pointing at the red-haired boy. Lee nodded in understanding, before he signaled towards Neji as well. Surprisingly, the Hyuga seemed to actually listen to Lee. Either he was finally getting the gravity of the situation facing off against a genin who could mind control sand, or he just respected Lee a lot more than he normally respected everyone else. Sasuke highly doubted it was the latter. Neji went first, with Lee and Sasuke right behind them. They ran at top speed, but Sasuke could notice easily how Lee tried to slow himself down to match the rest of the group, showing just how fast the taijutsu specialist was. Konoha's prodigies against the monster of Suna. A thick blanket of sand erupted forwards, aiming to envelop the swarming shinobi in sand, drowning them to death. Neji wasn't going to let that happen. 8 trigrams. Palm rotation. The dome of Chakra completely immobilized the sand, allowing Lee and Sasuke to continue their plight. The Uchiha reached into his pocket, bringing out another kunai, this time, not throwing the weapon. Lee did so as well, twirling a kunai in his hand. Gaara didn't look particularly startled at the two running towards him at breakneck speed, but in reality he really should have. More sand popped up, but Sasuke gritted his teeth and pushed through regardless. Cuts and bruises found themselves on his skin, but he couldn't bother stopping because of something so tiny, could he? Lee was the same way, his green jumpsuit slowly tearing away from the sand, scratching away at it. It didn't matter how much pain they were going through. They could do this. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Naruto felt his eyes go all over the place as he saw Fu move. She was just too fast. The mint-haired girl was extraordinarily strong, much more physically stronger than Naruto was. Either she trained a lot, which Naruto doubted considering her lack of muscles, or she was a much more experienced Jinchuriki. Kuretsuchi could barely keep up as Fu darted everywhere, unwilling to be touched. There was no point in this. Soon enough, she got the first hit. Kuretsuchi! Naruto yelled in warning. The girl in question could barely react before Fu ran towards with great speed, and kneed her right in the right shoulder, pushing her to the ground painfully with a grunt. No, she couldn't have been sent unconscious that easily, right? Fu just grinned wickedly. Now that's how they're supposed to go down. Now's your turn, blonde boy. Naruto knew there was no point in trying to fight the girl in front of him. As a trained Jinchuriki, she was superior to him in all ways. Even if he summoned Zabuza or Haku and managed to surprise her, it really wouldn't matter. He wasn't used to fighting people who had similar regenerative abilities to him. He really had nothing left in the bag that could defeat the girl. All that remained was trying to convince her to stop fighting, that's all. Fu, you're a Jinchuriki, aren't you? Naruto asked sharply. Fu, for the first time, looked completely shocked. Naruto nodded to himself internally. All going to plan. Start off with a hook question to shock her immediately, before going to the secondary conversation. How did you know? Fu asked, looking at him with surprise. Because I cast an observe on you. Naruto thought dryly. Trust me, Naruto started dramatically. I can recognize that look of loneliness anywhere. You're not the only Jinchuriki in the exams, Fu. Fu came closer to him. Wait, does that mean you're a Jinchuriki as well? Of course, how else would I know? I host the Nine Tails, how about you? Naruto asked, genuinely curious for once. Try to involve her with questions that make her respond. I host Chobe, the Seven Tails. I guess this fight is going to prove which tailed beast is stronger, huh? Fu asked, exhilaration present in her eyes. No, no, no. Naruto took a very deep breath, calming himself down. Look, Fu, I really don't want to fight you. I'm sure you know how it is for us, my early life wasn't so pleasant. I had no friends, and everyone, they were scared of me. A little kid, for something he wasn't responsible for. In their eyes, I was the Nine Tails. Even now, I have no friends. That was a lie, but it was also for the good of the fight. Fu's battle-happy face seemed to die down, before she nodded bitterly. I can relate. The villagers were scared of me, and the rest of the shinobi teams respected me for my strength, but nothing else. Even my own teammates, they barely talk to me. I can see the fear in their eyes every time I even come near them. Naruto smiled widely. See, they don't see us as humans, Fu. If we begin to fight amongst ourselves, how the hell will we ever live as regular shinobi in our villages? Please, it's embarrassing to say this, but be my friend. Let's change everyone's perspective on Jinchuriki together. Fu stopped for a brief second. What the hell? Are her eyes watering? Friend, you want to be my friend? Fu asked, sounding confused. Why? I think you're interesting. You're really cute and I see an awesome friend in you. Naruto answered. That, and if I don't, I'm seriously gonna be injured like our resident princess that you knocked out. Fu smiled widely, her cheeks slightly pink. Then of course I'll be your friend. Naruto sighed in relief. He had absolutely no idea how the hell that even worked, but he wasn't going to go around wondering that. Then can we stop the fighting? Friends don't really knock each other out, hehe. I'm sure Kuretsuchi here would want to be your friend as well, Naruto said, slowly walking towards Kuretsuchi's unconscious body. Fu scratched her head. I guess. Ding. Persuasion increased by a level. Persuasion is now LVL5. Not unexpected for once. The system is astounded by your show of persuasion. Naruto grinned smugly. Thanks. Ding. Skill. Persuasion is leveling up. Persuasion is now Talk no Jutsu. New skill achieved. Talk no Jutsu LVL 1. Naruto just shrugged. He really had no idea what that meant, but he could live with it if it helped him. He looked over at Fu, who continued to smile widely as she whistled off in her own world. He shook his head in exasperation. Was he the only normal Jinchuriki? Well, he couldn't really say that either. Naruto was pretty sure he was the only one with a floating blue screen that talked to him. He looked at Kuretsuchi, who was still unconscious even as Naruto lifted her up into a sitting position. Naruto viewed the bright purple bruise on her shoulder with a wince. Yeah, that would seriously hurt. Especially for someone without a tailed beast inside them. Hey, Fu, ears perked. Why did you refer to the seven tails as Chobei? Naruto asked as he patted the unconscious person's head to try and wake her up. What do you mean? Why wouldn't I refer to Chobei by her name? Fu inquired, equally confused. Naruto's eyebrows raised by themselves. They have names. Of course. They've been living for centuries, you know. All of the tailed beasts have names, or at least, that's what Chobei tells me, anyways. There was something seriously wrong with what she just said. Naruto couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. Wait, you talk with the Sev, Chobei. Fu shrugged nonchalantly. Well, yeah, Chobei is pretty cool, most of the time, anyways. It's annoying when she doesn't give me chakra or ignores me, though. It gives you chakra. Naruto thought in disbelief in head, wondering what the hell the tailed beast in his head was doing. His luck was seriously horrible, huh? Pushing negative thoughts out of his mind, Naruto did his water jutsu as weakly as possible to wake up Kuretsuchi, who woke up sputtering and spitting out water. Her eyes were wide open with panic, until her gaze went to the only green-haired girl in the vicinity. There weren't many regardless. She frantically stood up, her hands already going through hand signs. Earth release. Mud SLA. Naruto tore into her hands, pulling apart her fingers and stopping the jutsu midway. What are you doing? Kuretsuchi boomed angrily. Naruto kept his hold on her hands. Fu is on our side now, meaning there's no reason for us to fight anymore. Oh, our side? How would she be on our side? Naruto didn't really know either. We found out we have similar interests, I guess. Kuretsuchi wouldn't buy it one bit. How could she suddenly become so friendly after she tried to kill us? Fu interjected at the accusation. Hey, if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have been unconscious. In fact, you wouldn't be walking right now. That is a fair objection, Naruto said plainly, ignoring Fu's words. But everyone changes, Kuretsuchi. It would do well if you would learn that as soon as possible. Now, where were we? Kuretsuchi huffed in disbelief. Finding my teammate. Oh right. Before I forget to ask, where exactly is your third teammate? We all split up the first day itself, to cover as much ground as possible. He's probably already at the tower with a heaven scroll, Kuretsuchi said, before her eyes widened. Her hands immediately reached for her back pocket, where her scroll should have been. Her face calmed down with relief when she realized it was still there. Naruto didn't miss out on any of that. Relax, Kuro-san. Do you really think I would be as cheap as to steal someone's scroll while they were unconscious? Don't you dare call me that. Kuretsuchi sputtered incredulously. Why not, Kuro-san? Naruto asked teasingly. Someone of my stature shouldn't be deemed with such a silly name. Oh right, she's practically royalty in Iowa, after all. Kuretsuchi. A new voice popped up from out of the clearing. Kuretsuchi seemed to recognize the voice instantly. Ubuki. Well, it seems we found her teammate. Thank Kami it's over. The boy from before made his way into the crowd, his eyes only on Kuretsuchi as he limped to her. You won't believe what happened to me. The monsters, they were fighting, and... His eyes slowly went to Fu. The resulting scream of terror made Naruto shut his ears in annoyance. Alright, it's time for me to leave, I guess. I hope I see you guys in the next round of the Chunin exams. Naruto put up a peace sign before turning around. Kuretsuchi worked up the courage to say something just before he left. Wait. He stopped. Thank you, Naruto-san. For helping me find Ubuki. I mean, Kuretsuchi said nervously. Naruto grinned. No problem. It's the least I could do, after what happened in the entrance exam. The blonde left right after, not wanting to waste a second longer. Kurtosaki just pondered his words, not understanding exactly what he meant exactly. The entrance exam. When did I ever meet him there? A minute had barely passed as Naruto raced along the forest floor before he was interrupted once more. He sighed again, just wishing the presence he sensed behind him wasn't an enemy. Yo! Fu greeted enthusiastically. Naruto blinked. He had completely forgotten about her. Why are you following me? He asked bluntly. Fu frowned. Aren't friends supposed to hang out with each other? Plus, you kind of left me back there without any other option. Naruto sighed. That was kind of true. He wasn't enough of a jerk to make use of Fu's weakness and throw it away right after. That was something his sensei would do. Regardless, what was wrong with having another friend? Alright, but I'm going back to my teammates right now, Naruto said. Fu's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, cool, I'll come with you. What the? Alright, Naruto acquiesced. He began running towards the last place he gathered with the rest of Team 7. How do you know where your teammates are? Fu questioned. I'm not sure exactly. For now I'm retracing my steps back to where we gathered before. My shadow clones. Naruto froze as a wave of memories flooded him, briefly pausing all of his ongoing thoughts and replacing them with the memory of a clone. Sasuke collided with Team Guy and Gaara. Things wouldn't go well. He turned almost robotically to Fu. I know where my teammates are. Really? Naruto's eyes flashed with intensity. How about we meet the other Jinchuriki in this exam again? Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Sasuke grunted in pain as some sand struck his right shoulder, but that didn't mean he would stop. With the final effort of Gaara being thwarted by the Hyuga, they could actually attempt to land a hit. With a leap into the air, Sasuke brought his leg down to Gaara's head, whereas Lee pushed his fist into Gaara's gut. The impact was incredibly satisfying, to say the least. Gaara was pushed outwards at the series of hits, coughing out blood right after. But the Genins didn't stop there. Lee rushed forward off one foot as he swept the red-haired boy's feet, who was left off balance after a hectic dodge. Sasuke took advantage of the brief moment, having to twist his body at the last second to narrowly avoid a strand of sand, and hooked his arm around Gaara's neck. I won't let you move. Neji. Sasuke yelled out. The Hyuga was already there. Palm after palm assaulted the red-haired boy, whose face was filled with an expression of pain as Neji administered his clan's most infamous technique. 8 trigram. 2 palms. Gaara stumbled backwards, struggling to stay on his legs as he was battered with 2 precise strikes. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Sasuke watched in awe as the ability completely rendered Gaara unable to respond, and while he was still standing, Neji stopped attacking. Was that a smirk on his face? It's futile. I've blocked all of your chakra points. The nerve of you trying to fight me of all people so randomly. I'll admit, you're very strong. But there's a difference between strength and technique, and for that difference, you've lost. Why is he making a speech in the middle of a fight? Sasuke thought, bewildered. But, he was right. Gaara didn't seem like the sharpest tool of the bunch, and got to make up for that with his pure strength. But now, he was defeated. Now that the primary threat was gone, Sasuke found himself confused as to what to do. Sakura was probably long gone, or maybe even close by waiting for him to escape as well. The best move would definitely be to retreat as fast as possible and regroup with Sakura, and make another attempt for a scroll as time was running out. That's what he was going to do until another sound echoed in the forest. He, ha 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 ha. Sasuke whipped his head backwards towards the still Suna Genin. Neji sneered. Why are you laughing? Without another pause, Gaara stood up. All the bruises on his face and body were completely healed by some illogical method. Sand poured out of the gourd on his back, and began to travel along the boy's pale skin. Cracks of sand fell to the floor as a manic smile spread along his face. Because, mother is amused. The shock on Neji's face would have been amusing if it weren't for the sheer amount of terror that radiated from the boy's body. Gaara's eyes locked onto something else. Sasuke tracked his sight only to find blood. "You've made me bleed," Gaara asked maniacally. He started to laugh again, the crazed look in his eyes even more apparent than before. "This kid, he's not human," Sasuke thought with a grimace, clutching a kunai in his hand. The energy, it wasn't like anything he felt before. The woman he and Sakura encountered was much stronger, but even her pressure was nothing compared to the sheer bloodlust he was feeling right now. It was almost like the chakra that was leaking into the warm forest air was tangible. Without warning, a storm of sand assaulted Neji from the side, too fast for the boy, even with his Byakugan, to dodge. Neji flew sideways from the impact, but was fortunately able to stabilize himself while he was in flight, before conducting another palm rotation to block out the seeking sand that followed after him. The look on Gaara's face was something to be feared as he swept his gaze to the rest of them, meaning Sasuke and Lee. His eyes were wide with exhilaration, the predatory gaze unmistakable. And the rest was massacre. Sasuke could see Lee was, weirdly, reaching for his legs before a burst of sand exploded from beneath him, pushing him into the air like a little kid would keep a balloon up. The eccentric boy let out a pained groan midair. Why in Kami's name was he reaching for his legs? Sasuke thought in horror as he watched the boy's limp body fall back down. Lee's body fell with a loud thud, the silence that followed after a terrifying one. Neji looked surprised for a brief second, before he narrowed his eyes once more. But Sasuke knew when the fight was over. Without Lee, their main attacker, they really had no chance against the bloodlusted boy in front of them. But they had no other option. It was either fight or flee, and there was practically no way to flee against the sand-controlling maniac that they opposed. Perhaps he could have left Neji to the sharks and escaped from there as quickly as possible, and while the Uchiha was a survivor, the thought of doing such a thing put a sore taste in his mouth. Neji rushed forwards, not speaking to Sasuke at all nor trying to coordinate any type of attack. It was practically suicide. He was able to dodge the first set of sand and block the other with his usual technique, but the third, it wasn't a pretty sight. The wave of sand struck Neji's knee toughly, an unpleasant crack echoing as something broke in his leg, leaving him completely unmoving. "Gaara," voice came soon after. "Mother says to enjoy the kill, and take it slow." Sasuke just stared at his opponent. There was no way to beat him. Dread filled his chest. Was this really the end? "Hey, sand freak, Naruto." Opening square bracket dash. Closing square bracket. Naruto ran faster than he had ever done before, mostly due to the adrenaline and fear of his teammates being hurt, or worse. From what the clone had seen before quickly dispersing to relay information to the original, Sakura was nowhere near the battlefield, which was definitely a good sign. At least she had the common sense to get out of the way before fighting someone like Gaara in the middle of nowhere. However, Team Guy and Sasuke didn't look too good. The last thing he saw was Lee getting struck before the clone suicided. That was what would happen when they fought a Jinchuriki like Gaara. Of course, Naruto couldn't really blame them considering they didn't even know what a Jinchuriki was. Fu followed him calmly, not breaking a sweat as she whistled casually while asking questions to Naruto, who would rather have preferred a quieter journey. But he couldn't really object. Fu would make this process a whole lot easier with her strength. They were here. "Hey, sand freak," Naruto called out from above the clearing where the trio had fought Gaara. Gaara looked different. His appearance was the same, but his demeanor was completely the opposite. Before he had the atmosphere of a silent killer, but now he was just an all-out psychopath. Maybe calling him a freak wasn't a good idea. Did new toys come to play? Wait. His eyes widened at the sight of Fu, before his grin widened even further. "We didn't get to fight last time to the fullest, did we?" Fu leapt down gracefully from the branch beside him. "Nope. You really weren't worth my time." His eyes narrowed with unrestrained anger, the corner of his lips curving downwards in displeasure. "Then I will make your death even more painful." Fu chuckled. "I'd like to see you try." Naruto stood up, glaring at Gaara. "Give up. Gaara, give yourself mercy. Or else, at least choose the way you want to die. I'm more than willing to accommodate." Gaara's grin remained still. "I'm starving for your blood." Naruto. The one in question just stared curiously in the direction of the voice, before almost facepalming himself when he realized Sasuke was the one who called for him. He forgot all about the Uchiha he really had come to save, and he hasn't introduced his teammate to the eccentric Jinchuriki next to him either. Sasuke bolted upwards towards him as Gaara simply stared, waiting for them to attack. "Who is she?" Sasuke asked, glaring distrustfully at Fu. Naruto shook his hands in a passive manner, trying to keep everyone from fighting. "Ah, meet Fu, and Fu, meet Sasuke." Fu waved. "Hi, I'm Naruto's best friend, Fu." "Huh," Sasuke intoned, absolutely flabbergasted. I wouldn't really say you're my best friend, Fu. But alright, let's just get this over with, and then we can talk about the details," Naruto instructed. "We have a Jinchuriki to defeat." Fu ran towards Gaara before he could even say the plan, which wasn't very unexpected now that he thought about it. Gaara raised his hand, summoning his signature attack against the incoming girl. Naruto knew it wouldn't do much. Fu danced around the sand, casually dodging and weaving through the projectiles as if they didn't mean anything to her, as if they weren't tools of destruction that hadn't killed plenty of Jonin in their lifetime. And she did so with a bright smile on her face, almost as if she was entertained by the whole thing. Naruto wasn't sure if he wanted to help Fu, because she certainly didn't need it. "Where did you find this person?" Sasuke asked momentarily, stunned as he watched her fight. Naruto shrugged. "In the woods." "Sasuke, go ahead and find Sakura in the meanwhile. We're going to drive away Gaara." Knowing that was a sign of confirmation from Sasuke, Naruto simply nodded and went into the fight before him. Gaara's face was filled with irritation as he launched sand over sand at the blitzing girl in front of him, to no avail. Fu landed kicks and punches after every miss from the opposing Jinchuriki, infuriating the red-haired boy even further. His face was filled with bruises and his own blood as the fight continued in a one-sided fashion. "Fu, do you need any help?" Fu dodged another ray of sand before answering. Not really." The sand armor on Gaara's face continued to crack even further, revealing his pale face even more. That's when the surrounding sand around Gaara blew into the sky and started to surround him, with Fu watching intently. A few seconds later, Gaara was completely covered by a ball of sand. "Why?" Only one word echoed in Naruto's mind as he saw what the red-haired boy did. It didn't look good at all. "You were talking about helping me." "Yeah, I might need some." The idiot trying to release Shukaku. Or part of it, anyways. "We have to break through this ball before he does," Fu instructed, still looking forward. Break through the shield. What did Naruto have that could break through the near-impenetrable wall of sand before him? Fu dashed forward in a blur as she punched the dome, a resounding crack in the air forming right after. She moved away only to reveal a small crack on where she attacked crack regenerated soon after. Yeah, it was practically unbreakable. To be able to withstand a full power hit from a trained Jinchuriki was no joke at all. Naruto simply didn't have the firepower to break through the shield alone, unless the Kyuubi suddenly decided to offer him chakra out of sheer kindness, and there was a higher chance of Gaara becoming a clown in a circus than that. But maybe power wasn't what was needed. What he needed was pressure. Naruto didn't remember a whole lot from the academy, but he did remember some of the stuff Iruka had continuously shouted at him in class. The less the surface area, the higher the pressure. Meaning the perfect tool for this situation was a sword. Summon Shadow Zabuza. Zabuza, already knowing his will since the moment he was summoned, disappeared instantly, leaving behind a sword for Naruto to use. It wasn't a regular sword, not in the slightest. Forged to perfection, the vast blade Naruto held in his hands was built to kill. Fu didn't know about that, and she didn't even look weirded out by the pure black weapon. A sword. What do you think a sword would do, Naruto? I couldn't even get through that. Naruto tuned out her voice soon after. She was right. He wasn't sure even if the legendary sword in his hand could do anything. It certainly wouldn't be enough to slice through before the shield regenerated, that's for sure. He needed more, much more. He needed to utilize a technique that Kakashi had barely taught him, simply showing it to him in the passing. Of course, Kakashi assumed Naruto's only element was water. But Naruto knew better. With the Stormbringer title, he received bonus stats in both lighting and water, meaning he was free to use lightning jutsus if he wished. However, Naruto didn't have the time nor skill to learn a lightning jutsu so quickly after learning 2 water release jutsus as well. He had to stick with the next best thing. Something he only tried for a week or so in the middle of training when his sensei wasn't there, before giving up at the intense difficulty of it. Taking a deep breath, Naruto reached deep into his body, pulling the chakra out from within. Before shaping it to his will, flowing from his coils to his hand, where the chakra came out. He opened his eyes. Lighting crackled dangerously around the dark black sword, its blue particles whizzing around the metal with horrifying speed. Kubikiribocho was covered with lightning. But with every second that passed, Naruto could feel his control fleeting away. Without any more hesitation, he ran towards the dome of sand. It would probably be the only way for him to get a clean hit on Gaara with his current speed. He spun, holding the sword with 2 hands, as he brought down a weapon of hell onto the sand. His sword cleaved through the side of the ball with some struggle, cutting the ball into something akin to a half. Naruto dropped the sword to his other hand as the sand fell away, revealing the wide-eyed Gaara inside the other half. He dug one hand onto Gaara's collar, pulling him out of the safehold. Gaara remained frozen as he was promptly dropped to the soil beneath him. "You've lost, Gaara," Naruto said coldly to the monster below him, keeping the tip of his sword to Gaara's forehead. The lightning was long gone, but the blade itself was more than enough to kill the boy below him. The look on Gaara's face was something he never thought he would see. Gone was the crazy, maniac look or the cold expression he usually had. Was that fear? That's when Naruto realized the reason Gaara was feeling that way was because he simply never lost. The boy was so strong that he rarely even moved as he fought, having his sand do the work for him. Being on the opposing side was particularly new for him, and it only made sense that he would be afraid. "Leave our brother alone." Naruto moved his sword aside, reflecting the incoming shuriken with the flat side of the blade. "What?" Temari and Kankuro rushed into the fight as fast they could, forcing Naruto to run backwards towards Fu as several more projectiles came away. They looked furious for their brother, casting protective glances at him. Gaara looked at his siblings with a strange expression as he stood up. "You got lucky that he was outnumbered, or else you would have died in an instant," Kankuro shouted. "Now that it's an even." Naruto was about to say the boy didn't know math until Gaara interrupted. "Let's leave, Kankuro." For once, Kankuro and Naruto had the same thoughts running through their heads. "What the hell?" Kankuro looked outraged. "Gaara, I don't understand. Why would we leave after they just tried to kill you?" "I want to face them in the next exam," Gaara said simply. Naruto couldn't believe himself thinking that Gaara just became a better person. "Wah, don't question him, Kankuro," Temari said, looking confusedly at Gaara but also resolute towards Kankuro. "We'll do what he wants." Kankuro scoffed, before nodding curtly. He glared at Naruto and Fu one more time before the trio left right after. Fu looked at Naruto. "Should I chase and subdue them?" Naruto chuckled. "Not needed." A comfortable silence followed after, before Fu decided to break it with a question of her own. "So what now?" Naruto clapped his hands together. "I'll regroup my teammates and enter one of the towers." Fu looked confused. "But didn't you say you didn't have an Earth Scroll yet?" Naruto smirked. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. Kuretsuchi laughed as Ibuki retold his heroic tales in his effort of getting the Heaven Scroll that he now held. Their third teammate, Sake, was nowhere to be found, but that didn't matter much. The girl in question could survive anything, really. "Get out the Earth Scroll, Kuretsuchi-san," Ibuki stated. "We can probably hide it somewhere when we look for Sake." Kuretsuchi didn't really agree with the method but complied anyway. She reached into her back pocket, the comforting feeling of the scroll filling her hands. "It's right here." "What?" The girl found herself looking at a plastic tube in her hands. It was shaped like a cylinder, mimicking the scroll that Ibuki held. That's not a scroll, Kuretsuchi-san, Naruto. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. Naruto pulled out the Earth Scroll to the surprised Fu, winking as if he was telling her a deep secret. He felt only slightly guilty for replacing Kuretsuchi's scroll with a dummy one as she was unconscious. Only slightly. The second exam was officially over. Naruto explained how he got the Earth Scroll to both his teammates, who were ecstatic as they saw the scroll, and their ticket out of the second exam. Sakura just cheered in place, whereas Sasuke had a smug smile on his face as they continued to walk. We just need to get into one of the main towers as quickly as possible. We can't risk another confrontation with a team, Sakura stated, pulling her hair back to smooth it out. Agreed. I think I know where exactly to go, but it might take some time, Naruto said, looking around while he stood still. Sasuke grunted. Naruto, your friend is waiting for you over there. Friend? Naruto questioned. He nodded. Friend. Naruto whipped his gaze to where Sasuke was pointing, only to meet the familiar lithe figure of Fu, who stood with her shoulder against a large tree and was casually whistling at the same time. Of course, Naruto should have known instantly that the Uchiha was referring to her with his insistent emphasis on the word, friend. Oh, right, Naruto said, before running towards Fu in a greeting manner. The girl was one of the reasons he was able to pass the exam with flying colors anyways. Firstly, she knocked out Kuretsuchi for him, which let Naruto easily get the scroll that he knew was hidden in her clothes. Second, Fu was pivotal in beating Gaara, considering Naruto was still not fast enough to dodge the sand at close range, unlike the friendly Jinchuriki. Yo, Fu, Naruto, it's weird seeing you over here, Fu exclaimed. You were waiting for me to come, Naruto deadpanned, not believing the other girl was being so childish. Ha ha ha, was I? Naruto smiled. Alright, let's get to the point. Why are you waiting here? I just wanted to say a few things before I left. Naruto raised a yellow eyebrow. Like what? Well, where do we start? Fu said, taking a deep breath in both nervousness and thought. Firstly, in the next stage of the exam, please don't expect me to go easy on you just because we're friends, alright? So don't be mad if we have to fight, okay? Sure, Naruto responded, not really understanding why she was so furious about such a simple matter. Fu's eyes widened with excitement. Alright, I can't wait for the next exam now. I thought you wouldn't want to be friends anymore if I beat you to a pulp in front of such a large audience. Naruto chuckled. What makes you so confident you can beat me that easily? Fu just smiled. I'm sorry, but I don't think anyone in this exam can beat me, not just you, Naruto. Being that overconfident won't bode well, trust me. Fu crossed her arms, her eyes flashing with a competitive fire. Overconfidence is fine if you can back it up. Anyways, I'll see you soon. I'm going to go to my teammates for now. Alright, I'll see you in the third exam. With a final wave of goodbye, Fu left. Naruto now had a new goal in mind. And that was to beat Fu in the Chunin exams. Congratulations. You leveled up. Player is now LV11. Naruto looked at his stats with surprise. It has been quite a long time since the system had given him quests, so it was surprising to see that he leveled up out of natural progression. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Title: Stormbringer. Occupation: Genin of Konoha. Level: LV11. HP: 100 100ths. MP: 100 100ths. Chakra: 2000. STR: 12. Vit: 14. Dex: 11. Int: 6. Wis: 4. Luck: 2. Current skills: Shadow Clone Jutsu LVL4. Shadow Extraction LVL1. Class: Necromancer. Attribute points: 2. Naruto promptly placed the attribute points in Strength and Dexterity, seeing the most benefits out of those two stats for the time being. Ding. Attribute point has been used. Strength has been increased by 1 point. Ding. Attribute point has been used. Dexterity has been increased by 1 point. Awesome. Ding. Quest: Defeat the bug. Created. Quest details: Defeat Fu if you two face each other in the third exam. Rewards: Express: 3000. Skill: Failure. Stay as Genin for the rest of your life. Does player accept the quest? Yes, no. Naruto felt a wave of nostalgia run through him. It had only been a month or so, but the quests really were epic regardless of what they really entailed. He couldn't understand why he wasn't receiving quests for the past month, but he didn't have time to complain anymore. Yes. Skill: Taijutsu has increased by level. Taijutsu is now LVL, max. Skill. Taijutsu is now intermediate taijutsu. Naruto realized exactly what that meant for the future of his own taijutsu. A grin widened on his face as he started to dance in place in excitement. This was going to be insane. He swiped away the system, finally done with all the incoming notifications. Getting those upgrades and level ups was certainly a dopamine boost. The moment of euphoria and happiness as you received buffs was unparalleled. He was practically addicted to the feeling by now. Ding. It wasn't over. Hidden quest. Encountering the Jinchuriki, completed. Quest details. Meet and converse with the other 9 Jinchuriki spread around the elemental nations. 2 ninths Jinchuriki found. Rewards. Skill tree point, express. 1800. Naruto was oozing with excitement as he read through the message. It reminded him of the old days when the system practically handed him new features every day, until, of course, it stopped doing so once he reached the higher levels. A skill tree point most likely let him go up the skill tree where he got iron skin from, which made it a very useful skill reward. Naruto was initially shocked by the sight of the hidden quest. Just how much more was there to the system? Each time he thought that it reached the limit and there wouldn't be any more features, he was faced with another expansion to the whole. Not that he was complaining, of course. It also made Naruto want to meet the other Jinchuriki as fast as possible, which was probably not that possible considering just how spread apart most of the Jinchuriki were. Gaara was from the neighboring Suna, but Fu was from a very remote village compared to the rest. Naruto decided he would use the skill tree point later on. He needed to first get on with the exam. He tapped Sasuke and Sakura on the shoulders, before running forwards at a much higher speed. They reached the tower soon after, making sure to keep the scroll hidden as they did so. They finally reached the stone clearing that instructed them to open the scrolls, with Naruto and Sakura opening them at the same time. Imagine his surprise when Iruka showed up and congratulated them. The grin on Naruto's face was at an all-time bright as he saw Iruka's face filled with pride at the sight of his students. Iruka then led the trio to another large room, where other teams were gathered. Obviously, it seemed that not everyone had yet passed the exam. Naruto winced when he realized he may have dashed Kurtosuki's hope of passing the exam by stealing her scroll. He shoved the thought away. They were shinobi. People expected to steal, murder, and cheat for any chance at success. The next few days at the tower passed by quite boringly. Kakashi pulled over a couple of times, congratulating them on passing so quickly. Other than that, he mostly kept to himself and continued to read the book in his hand. Sakura just remained silent for the most of the shaky, but Naruto could tell she was quite literally bored out of her mind. Sasuke just managed to spend his time doing light training exercises and different types of chakra control. Naruto continued to try and distribute his lightning chakra to weapons, but found it extremely hard to do so. For some reason, it was even harder to do it with a regular kunai than Zabuza's sword. He wasn't exactly sure why, but the difference was evident. The lightning chakra over the kunai only stayed for a brief second before disappearing right after, bringing Naruto to a few conclusions that made sense. The most reasonable idea he could come up with was that Kubikiribocho was made of chakra-conductive metal. It made sense that such a legendary sword was made of rare material, on second thought, as there had to be something, other than the expert craftsmanship which made the sword that made it special. So for the next few days, he practiced. And practiced. He continued to do so relentlessly, with the goal of completely controlling his lightning chakra by the end of it. His efforts weren't completely wasted, but he still was far from perfecting the technique. The chakra would only last for a minimum of 10 seconds before he lost grasp of the technique entirely. And finally, the wait was over. Naruto made his way to the clearing with Sakura and Sasuke right behind him. Truth be told, he was seriously nervous. Not because of the exam, that's for sure. He really didn't want to confront Kuretsuchi. A small crowd was already assembled as Naruto hid behind his teammates, before he hanging his hair black soon after, trying to prevent being seen by the princess, if she was even there, of course. He looked around carefully, making sure to note down each and every team that passed. Good to see the rest of Konoha's rookie teams pass, Naruto thought with a smile. There's Gaara and his siblings. Of course they got through. Fu is there. I wonder who she's looking around for. Kabuto. Not much I can really say about him. Kuretsuchi. Naruto broke into a fit of coughs as he saw the short-haired girl in the crowd, her face fixed into a permanent scowl. The rest I don't really recognize. Naruto thought as he scanned the rest of the teams. It wasn't very surprising that he couldn't recognize them considering that they were from villages all around the several nations. Congratulations. All of you have passed the second exam. Anko shouted. Through a bout of survival and blood, you have proven yourself worthy of contention to become a Chunin. I applaud your efforts. Excited murmurs broke through the crowd. The third Hokage took over, making everyone silent with his presence alone. Before I go into the true specifics of the third exam, even though the system itself is well known by now, let me make something clear for all of you. The true purpose of the Chunin exams. It isn't just so that young shinobi like you could show off their talent and gain a shiny new trophy that they wear and flaunt around, no. There's an underlying purpose to it all. Can anyone guess? No. Well, here it is. The Chunin exams is a system to view each of the other villages' strength, a war inside this very building. That makes sense. Konoha had to spend a huge amount to account for the tourists and shinobi coming over, and there was simply no profit in doing that unless there was something more than just crowning one or two genin as winners. No, they were getting valuable information on the other villages as they fought. Realistically, there was no other way to find out how strong the future shinobi of a village was unless a direct war was ongoing. And thus, it was created. The Chunin exams. Hiruzen continued to explain the ins and outs of the politics behind the Chunin exams, but at that point Naruto understood most of it. Another proctor interrupted the Hokage as he was about to explain the exam. He had long dark hair and a sickly face. The darkness around his eyes was visible from even Naruto's location. I have to admit something. You guys might not like this at all, so be warned beforehand. The harsh truth is, there are too many of you. There are simply too many of you to continue the third exam, which depends on a tournament bracket. And that is why, we will conduct a preliminary test to weed off the weak of you. The outrage was visible on the majority of the genin, but they didn't really say anything. No one had the guts to do so in front of the Hokage of all people. The man smirked. And even worse, the preliminaries start now. What, now? This has to be rigged. Well, most of them. If any of you don't see yourself capable of continuing the exam, I recommend you quit right now. Your teammates can still fight as the third exam is no longer team-related. Naruto looked expectantly at the rest of the genin gathered around them. Alright, I'm going to leave. Kabuto. The proctor looked slightly surprised, before coughing twice into his hand. Yakushi Kabuto of Konoha, you may leave. Naruto just narrowed his eyes as Kabuto left the premises. That was oddly suspicious. For someone who failed 5 or 6 times already, he was conveniently hellbent on quitting. With the total of 30 genin left, we will hold 15 bouts. Whoever loses, gets eliminated. Whoever wins, advances to the next exam. And for the first fight, the screen at the top remained blank until it finally revealed 2 names. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inazuka. Naruto's grin widened evilly as he turned his face to Kiba, who was smiling smugly as if he already won. He couldn't wait to wipe that bastard smile off his face. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. You want to give me some advice before the fight, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked curiously. Team 7 had immediately distanced themselves from the rest of the crowd as soon as the fight was announced. So had Team 8, with them most likely conjuring a plan with their sensei. Kakashi just stared at him with a blank expression, well, with whatever expression he had through his mask. No. Naruto smirked. Aren't you afraid I would lose? Kakashi rolled his eyes, as if, we both know that Kiba didn't progress as much as you did. It's something, a lot more serious. Anko came by. Naruto stiffened. If Anko came by Kakashi, then that could only mean one thing. Orochimaru. Kakashi nodded, correctly assessing his change in expression as recognition. That's right. I know this isn't a good time to talk about it, but this fight really shouldn't take too long either. And second, this is a lot more important. The sooner you know about this, the better. Know about what, exactly? Naruto asked suspiciously, narrowing his eyes. Recall the events of the fight with Orochimaru. Did he, at one point, try to bite you? Kakashi asked seriously. Naruto nodded. Yeah, he did. So what? So what? He says, Kakashi grumbled, pacing around the floor. Well, at least you didn't get marked. Marked? Naruto repeated, not knowing what the Jonin meant. Yes, marked. You probably know this by now. Orochimaru is not a normal person by any means. I mean normally, that man would do anything for even an inch towards his ultimate goal. He infamously marks talented shinobi with a curse mark, and slowly takes over them with the promise of power. And unfortunately, realization dawned on Naruto. I'm his target, Naruto intoned gravely. Kakashi nodded. Orochimaru won't stop at such a small obstacle. Once he sees his prey, he gets it. I'm not saying you will get marked, but make sure to be cautious. Naruto took a deep breath. Great. He had a Psycho Sannin after him, who also happened to want to take control of his body by biting his neck and putting a mark on him. I won't let him do whatever he wants to do. That crazy snake can go mark himself for all I care. Good, Kakashi said, before a glint came into his eyes. Now, how about we bet on the match ahead of you? Naruto's eyes lit with excitement at the sound of a bet. What kind of bet? Kakashi put a hand on his chin. Let's see, I'll bet 5 ramen meals that you won't be able to defeat Kiba in 60 seconds. Ding. New quest. Who let the dogs out? Created. Quest details. Defeat Kiba in 60 seconds. Quest rewards. Express. 1000. Kakashi's respect. 1 attribute point. 1 skill tree unlock. Failure. Do you really want to stay a genin forever? Does player accept the quest? Yes, no. Naruto smirked. Easy. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. I'm sorry you're facing me so early, Naruto. It's completely unfair on you. I understand, Kiba said, grinning widely. Naruto smiled back. I apologize as well. For what? Wait and see. The first round battle. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. The proctor proclaimed in the closed premise of the exam stage. Naruto pointed at Kakashi, who was currently standing still in the stands, one eye over the book in his hands. The silver-haired Jonin just put a thumbs up, the meaning clear to both of them, but to the others was a simple expression of good luck. Naruto had to beat the genin in front of him. 1000 experience, Kakashi's respect. Naruto didn't really care about that 1 whole attribute point, and a skill tree unlock. Now, the last 2 were practically game-changing. If he wanted the capability to even beat the other monsters in the exams, he quite literally has to get that boost in power. He seriously couldn't imagine beating Fu with the amount of strength he had currently, especially without the Kyuubi's chakra to help him out. Naruto met the eyes of his teammates in the crowd, making sure to avoid the eyes of a particular princess as well, but he could feel the pressure of the smoldering glare on his back. That was a conversation he definitely didn't want to have. Sasuke just looked uncaring, but Naruto could tell he was curious. Sakura just looked worried for him, and probably just hoped he would win. Don't be disheartened, Naruto. I'll make sure to end this as fast as possible. I won't break your ego in front of a whole bunch of foreigners, after all. The blonde smirked. You're right. This fight will end before a minute passes. Huh. Naruto just laughed. Hajime. The proctor shouted. Naruto immediately bounced several steps back. He needed to end the fight as fast as possible, but that wouldn't be possible without knowing the enemy first. If he needlessly rushed and got himself hit with an unknown clan jutsu, who knows what would happen. 60. Alright, do a countdown for me as well. Imitation beast ninja art. 4 legs technique. Kiba shouted. Kiba got on all 4 of his limbs as chakra flowed around his body, filling the air with pressure. His nails elongated similar to a wild animal's, cracking into the concrete floor as he squeezed. And erupted. For a second, Naruto was surprised by the boy's speed. Then he realized he had fought with Orochimaru, a Sannin, by himself. Sure, he was barely trying. But a fight was still a fight. Naruto stepped aside, dodging the incoming body entirely. Woof, woof, oh right, the dog. How the hell is that even fair? It's practically a 2 versus 1. Could Naruto theoretically get a goddamn dragon into the ring, and say it's his pet? The dog erupted into a cloud of smoke as soon as it got near Naruto. The blonde just chuckled. What kind of tactic was that? He really didn't want to hurt the dog either. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto invaded the ring with haste. Akamaru, who was now with Kiba, turned a bright red suddenly. It hopped on Kiba's back, before transforming into another Kiba. What the hell? The duo erupted into two tornadoes of speed, going through his surprised clones with havoc. Naruto just watched in shock. He had no idea what he was seeing. He shook his head. 40. All right, I'll end it in 20. He really didn't need to try too hard to end this fight. Naruto didn't move as the tornado before him descended upon him with frightening speed. It was a stupid, risky move. He could, by all rights, lose the fight right there. He wasn't sure just how strong the technique in front of him was, but he was sure he couldn't just sit there and take it head on and not expect to get hurt. But he could if he did something very, very specific. Activate Iron Skin. Activating. Skill. Iron Skin LVL1 activated. Usage takes 10 megapixels and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Naruto caught the hands of both Akamaru and Kiba, gasping at the sheer impact he felt on his hands. While his skin took the characteristics of iron, all the pressure from the incoming bird had to go somewhere. He tossed aside Akamaru like a toy, and twisted Kiba's arm like it was rubber. The resounding scream was terrible to the ears. Naruto kicked him in the gut to make sure the boy wasn't screaming. The whiskered genin glared down at him. I told you this would end before a minute passes, mutt. The Inuzuka just groaned. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd went into a low applause as they saw the utter dismantling of Kiba occur in front of them. Ding. Quest. Who let the dogs out? Completed. Rewards. Express. 1000. Kakashi's respect. 1 attribute point. 1 skill tree unlock. Use the skill tree unlock. Ding. Skill tree unlock used. Choose between the 2 skills shown. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1. Iron Clones LVL1. Naruto bowed to the proctor out of habit, before slowly walking back to the stands. Naruto, you've improved a lot. Kakashi thought with pride. I wonder how you took his jutsu head on, but you probably won't tell me anyways. The old Naruto would have been racing up and down to tell me just how you beat the Inuzuka. His rate of improvement, it's not only amazing, it's terrifying. At the pace he's going. Kakashi wiped away the incoming thoughts, instead focusing on the small body climbing up the stairs. Naruto wasn't paying attention to the crowd as he walked through the stands. He felt kind of sorry for Kiba, who was being placed on a stool to be carried away. It was unfortunate luck that Kiba had to face Naruto in the first round, but it is what it is. Naruto, congratulations, Sakura exclaimed, patting his back. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Sakura. Sasuke just looked at him. I won't congratulate you. It's expected for you to beat Kiba, after all. Naruto nodded. He didn't expect much from Sasuke either. But, I guess, I have to win my fight now, Sasuke continued. Sasuke smirked. Because I'll have to defeat you in the finals. Naruto chuckled. You can try, Uchiha. Good job, Naruto, Kakashi said right after. I guess I have to buy you some ramen now. Of course. The bet's the whole reason I actually tried to defeat the brat anyways, Naruto admitted. Well, let's hope the next match for one of us is just as easy. With that, they waited for the next match announcement. Naruto looked back to the screen next to him. Choose between the 2 skills shown. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1. Iron Clones LVL1. Enhanced Eyesight, it's the exact same skill as last time. As for the other one, Iron Clones. It's like Iron Skin but more of an advanced version. It's almost like the skills themselves are evolving for me to choose which to unlock. The system blurred into a loading screen before then showing a digital tree of sorts. The skills Iron Skin and Enhanced Eyesight were at the bottom of the tree. The icons above Enhanced Eyesight were shaded black, indicating they were yet to be unlocked, whereas the icon above the Iron Skin skill was a bright white, with the label of Iron Clones next to it. Naruto could see that the more he went through the skill tree, the further and further the skills branched. So far, he couldn't see an ending to the tree. So then came the decision. Enhanced Eyesight LVL1. Info. While skill is activated, the user has a greater understanding of the environment. The range of the user's eyesight is drastically improved as well as the overall perception of moving targets. Alright, it seemed pretty effective, but he still needed to see the other skill before he decided entirely. Iron Clones LVL1. Info. While skill is activated, any active clones the used has summoned will have the effects of Iron Skin. Time of usage and skill cooldown is affected by the number of clones used at one time. That sounds seriously useful. It would be easier for someone to think that one of his clones were actually real if they took more than one or more hits. Furthermore, he would have a lot more firepower with several iron-covered bodies. Naruto could swarm his opponents at once, and they wouldn't know who the real Naruto was until the skill was over. So, while he really wanted to get enhanced eyesight, especially when he could barely see people like Fu move while they fought, he also really wanted to get iron clones. Choose iron clones. Ding. New skill achieved. Iron clones, LVL1. Usage takes 30 megapixels and lasts for variable time before a variable skill cooldown applies. 30 megapixels. What the hell? That's not too bad for a skill that makes my clones just as strong. Naruto thought with a clearly surprised expression. He wasn't sure when he would get the next skill upgrade, but he seriously wanted to get it soon. Naruto might have to choose to get enhanced eyesight if the Iron Root, as he started to call it, had a mediocre skill next. For now, he could wait. Things were going really well, after all. Naruto, a dangerous, feminine voice whispered from beside him. Oh hell no. Naruto froze as he heard the voice. He slowly turned his head to the side to meet the dark, blazing eyes of one Kuretsuchi. Her eyes alone showed just how furious she was, and her fingers were trembling as she tried her hardest to not strangle the troublesome blonde right then and there. Sakura looked curious as she watched the two begin to interact, wondering what the connection was. Sasuke couldn't really care less. Ah, long time no see, Kuretsuchi. How's the team doing? Naruto asked casually, trying to hide the nervousness. It's been a while. How's the team doing? The girl in front of him repeated incredulously, her face turning red with anger. You're a cheat. What are you talking about? The Uzumaki asked cluelessly. My scroll. You stole my scroll. Naruto shrugged. And, what do you mean, and? Kuretsuchi sputtered. I trusted you and you stole my scroll. Then it was clearly your fault for trusting me, wasn't it? It's a battle, not an written test for someone to be expelled for cheating. Wah. Naruto sighed dramatically, placing a hand on Kuretsuchi's shoulder. For what it's worth, I felt very guilty for stealing your scroll. But it was merely for your improvement that I did so. You shouldn't trust others so easily. Of course, you can trust me. Don't spout all of that bullshit and distract me, Naruto. You know what you did was wrong. Just accept it and I'll leave, she growled, her eyes flashing dangerously. Naruto felt the anger rise in his own chest. How about you don't take a moral high ground on this, and accept the fact that you got tricked, and deal with it? Or are you too spoiled to realize you can't trust anyone so lightly, and that not everything is handed to you? It doesn't matter if what I did was wrong, it shouldn't matter. You jerk. Kuretsuchi yelled one last time, her eyes red and slightly watery. She turned around and began walking away without ever looking back. Wow, she's mad, Naruto thought with a frown. What's with her? Sakura asked, eyes narrowed at the retreating back of Kuretsuchi. She's just mad that I stole the Earth Scroll from her, Naruto replied plainly, looking back at the screen in the stadium. You did what? It's a long story, and for the next match of the preliminary exams. Gaara vs. Dosu, opening square bracket, closing square bracket. Naruto watched in silence as Gaara went to the fighting arena with Dosu coming from the other side of the stands. He had no doubts about who was going to win. In fact, he was more so watching to see just how badly Dosu would lose. Ever since the fight back in the Forest of Death, Gaara has been especially quiet. He hadn't looked once into Naruto's eyes, which was surprising for someone who swore that he would kill him. Dosu, with his bandaged face, showed no emotions as he went into the battlefield. Who do you think will win? Sakura asked quietly. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. Getting the message, Sakura stayed quiet. Sasuke crossed his arms as he watched the fight. Naruto assumed he was thinking of his own fight with Gaara at the moment, and probably knew how dominant the Jinchuriki was, even though he didn't actually know Gaara was a Jinchuriki. It had taken him, Neji, and Lee together to actually hurt Gaara at all, meaning beating him in one of the rounds one-on-one was going to be a whole lot harder. Hajime. The fight started. Sand exploded towards Dosu with frightening velocity, but the latter managed to dodge the first burst with his surprising speed. Naruto watched in shock as Dosu actually managed to close up on Gaara without being hit by the sand, which was practically impossible for most of the genin that were gathered. "He's fast," Sasuke muttered. "Yeah, faster than me, at least," Naruto replied with a frown. He needed to find a way to get faster. If only the skill tree gave him choices which were related to his physical attributes and made him faster, he would take them in a heartbeat. While stuff like Iron Skin and Iron Clones sounded awesome, he found that the simpler abilities which would automatically give him a buff without any other consequences to be much more straightforward and effective. Right when another stray of sand was about to strike Dosu in the heart, his gauntlets released a shockwave of energy or sound. That pushed away the sand extremely easily, making way for Dosu to actually get a hit on Gaara. But of course, he didn't. More and more sand came after the masked boy, who had to unleash his gauntlets to the maximum to keep it at bay. His eyes widened when he realized he couldn't do so for much longer. The fight was practically over. Dosu didn't have much an offensive arsenal compared to the Gaara, who didn't have a wide variety of moves, but his sheer control over the sand was enough to break through almost all defenses. Paired with his near-impenetrable defense, the Jinchuriki was unstoppable, and Dosu knew that. Putting a hand up, he prepared to forfeit. "Well, that's a smart way of going through with it," Sasuke snorted. Naruto has to agree. No words came out Dosu's mouth. The audience burst into a collective amount of murmurs, each of them wondering what the hell Dosu was doing. "Wait," Sakura exclaimed. "Is that sand?" Naruto walked over to where Sakura was sitting, seeing that she had a better view of the whole occurrence, with Sasuke following behind soon after. She was right. A bar of sand blocked Dosu's mouth, preventing him from saying anything. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets now, as he stood still with a hand in the air. To everyone else, it simply looked like Dosu was out of his mind. Naruto frowned. What is Gaara doing? Sand burst beneath where Dosu was standing, immediately surrounding the boy, who tried to jump upwards as soon as possible, but was too late. The sand had circled around him like a sphere, blocking any sort of escape from the second Dosu saw it. Dosu forfeited to gravity and was immediately put back down. It all happened too fast. The sand enclosed around Dosu, whose eyes spoke for themselves, even if his mouth couldn't. Naruto could feel the fear in Dosu's eyes. Soon enough, Dosu was nowhere to be seen, covered by an armor of sand that rose around 10 meters into the air. At first, the dome was large enough to fit a regularly sized genin. Then it shrunk. The crowd watched in horror as the ball of sand began to decrease in radius, and soon began to gasp in fright as red blood dripped from the dome and onto the floor. At that point, there was no question that Dosu was severely mutilated, if not dead by then. Before the proctors could even say any objections, Gaara squeezed his open palm into a fist. The ball shrunk into the size of a cannonball. Blood exploded outwards from the quick transformation of the container that once held Dosu. Gaara smiled evilly as he released his clenched fist, causing the ball to dissipate into regular sand that fell dramatically to the floor along with the crumpled and torn down bones of Dosu. The audience was filled with shrieks of terror as they saw that happen in front of them, while the Jonins merely stayed quiet and watched. Naruto could tell that even they were surprised by the show of aggression. The blonde just narrowed his eyes at the Jinchuriki in front of him. "He's pure evil." Some genin just vomited into the stadium below, disgusted and horrified by what they saw, whereas others just mutely watched the aftermath. Sakura's eyes were just as wide as Dosu's before he died, and she looked like she was about to run away before Kakashi put a hand on her shoulder and whispered something to her ear. Whatever he said, it seemed to have calmed her down a little bit, but the slightly crazed look in her eye was still present. Naruto glared at the red-haired boy beneath him, the boy who merely grinned before a death he caused. A death which wasn't required. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi stated calmly, bringing the attention of the genin to him. Don't be scared of him. While he may seem impossibly strong, trust me when I say this, I can mold you both to become stronger. Scared? Never. But Kakashi's words still brought some confidence to him. There were holes in Gaara's defense. That was something he realized from the first time he fought the brat. Winner. Gaara, the proctor stated with some hesitation. He's insane, Ino whimpered slightly. Well, if I'm paired against him in the next round, I'm for sure forfeiting, Shikamaru said plainly. Naruto didn't really blame him. Hinata appeared as if tears were going to fall down her eyes soon. Whydd did he have tea to do that? Some people are just like that, Hinata. Believe me, I've seen worse people in my career as a shinobi, Kurenai informed the frightened girl. Naruto didn't want to believe that she was telling the truth. Such an unwarranted death. I sincerely hope my youthfulness will be enough to beat the evil of that boy, Lee stated seriously, staring intently at Gaara, who began to retreat into the crowds. Where the hell did Lee come from? Ah, Lee, Naruto said. How exactly did I not notice you yet? Naruto prided himself in being pretty observant, so finding that he couldn't notice Lee of all people, who was fully clad in a bright green suit, coming to them was quite demoralizing. Lee looked thoughtful for a second. Maybe because my footsteps are completely silent. What? Naruto looked confused for a second. How did someone make their footsteps absolutely silent? The only people he really knew could do that were Zabuza and Haku, in which the latter must have been trained by the former. He remembered getting the option back in the Wave mission to learn Haku's silent taijutsu, but he didn't have the time to learn it back then, and nor did the archive ability seem to be available. With an interested glance, he asked Lee how exactly he learned to make his footsteps silent. Lee looked at Naruto as if he were joking. I didn't learn. So you're telling me it came naturally? Is that even possible? Naruto asked, flabbergasted. Of course, I'm living proof of it, aren't I? Lee replied, grinning. Why am I asking the goddamn living freak of nature? Naruto thought angrily. Everyone waited for the next fight in a dull silence afterwards, which was promptly broken by the interruption of one certain mint-haired girl. There wasn't any other mint-haired girl he knew of, after all. Heya! Naruto! Fu exclaimed excitedly. Either the girl wasn't present for the fight that just happened or she simply couldn't read the mood well. Naruto, an enthusiastic, looked up to her shining eyes. Why are you here, Fu? Naruto asked. HMPH. That's quite a rude way to introduce your best friend to your team. Hello everyone, my name is Fu. Sakura was the first to answer. We could tell. Fu, unfazed by the other girl's sarcasm, continued. What are y'all's names? Seeing that his teammates had no desire to answer, Naruto answered for them. The pink-haired one is Sakura, the brooding one is Sasuke, and the tall one is Kakashi-sensei. Nice to meet you all, I'm Naruto's best friend, Fu. I'm sorry, I already told you that, didn't I? Fu asked, laughing. Well, it's good to see you all. Is it all right if I borrow Naruto for a second? Kakashi's eyes twinkled merrily. Of course, it's good to see Naruto making new friends, he's usually always so lonely by himself. Naruto grit his teeth in annoyance, but was also thankful his sensei didn't question her story. Yes, I'm always lonely. I'll see you guys soon. They walked away to some abandoned seats, which was quite uncomfortable for Naruto, who realized what someone else could think at the sight of them. Fu, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed. Why exactly did you pull me away from my team? Naruto asked questionably. It doesn't seem like it, but this is actually quite important, Naruto, Fu said, and for the first time since he met her, her voice actually seemed serious. And what might that be? What do you know about the Fu versus Temari? Naruto just sighed at the inconvenient timing. I guess you're gonna have to go. Fu grinned. Not going to wish me luck. The blonde rolled his eyes. I would if you needed it. Well, let me deal with this real quick, I still have to talk with you as soon as possible, Fu stated. Naruto nodded. Then Fu leapt from the stands onto the stadium below. At this point Naruto didn't even need to be surprised. The gap between him and her was becoming more and more evident, and it irked him all the more. He needed to defeat Neji quickly so that he could reap the benefits from the quest he was given a few weeks ago. He swiftly walked back to where his team was located, wanting to see the fight for himself as well. His ultimate goal for the Chunin exams was to beat both of the other Jinchuriki, but right now it still seemed completely impossible. Unless he managed to improve at a highly above-average rate, similar to how he did back when he was a mere 5 Latvian laches. But one thing he learned as he progressed through the ranks, leveling up got slower and slower as he continued to increase his level, which was balanced by the fact that new features for the system and higher rewards were supplied as he got into higher levels. Shaking his head, he put his mind back into the fight. What did the leaf head want? Sakura asked curiously. Naruto raised an unimpressed eyebrow at the horribly put nickname. She didn't get to say anything, actually. Maybe they weren't there to talk. Kakashi commented. Naruto just sighed and shook his head, as if that could get a rise out of him. Kakashi was going to have to try harder than that, because whatever he just heard was absolutely pathetic. Hajime. The fight was over before he could even blink. Tamari began to open a large metal fan, most likely in preparation of a large attack which she assumed would knock out the girl instantly. Fu wasn't normal. The instant Tamari opened the fan, she bolted forward with all of her strength, before plunging her fist into Tamari's completely open stomach, which ended up knocking Tamari unconscious instantly. The crowd watched in shock at the sheer speed of the girl, the previous atmosphere completely destroyed by the stunning victory. Winner. Fu. The proctor couldn't keep the surprise out of his voice. Fu raised a thumbs up to everyone, before leaping back to the stands. Your friend is incredible, Naruto, Kakashi said at last. Sakura and Sasuke looked similarly impressed, with the former much more outward with it. Yeah, I know, Naruto deadpanned. It's kind of the whole reason I became friends with her in the first place. Naruto yelled in his head. He still wasn't sure if Fu was a good person or not. So far, she was only nice around him, but when she fought it was easy to think otherwise. Hey, Naruto gasped in his seat as he heard Fu whisper into his ear from behind him. What the? Come on, let's finish what we were talking about, Fu said, not even sparing a glance at the rest of his team. Sakura looked like she seriously wanted to ask what they were going to talk about, and Naruto probably would have indulged her except for the fact that he really didn't know. Sasuke looked indifferent, though he looked at Fu with a competitive glare that Naruto recognized. Alright, again, Naruto sighed. They went up to the higher stands where they were sure no one would be able to hear them. Naruto just wondered what was so serious that it warranted having them completely isolated, but he refrained from asking. He just wanted to get this over with. Hopefully, it really was something important. Fu looked around herself once more before leaning in towards Naruto's left ear. What do you know about the Akatsuki? Naruto blinked. The what? Fu's eyes twinkled. The Akatsuki. Nope, never heard that word in his entire life. What's the Akatsuki? Naruto asked curiously. Going purely based on her facial expression, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Fu's face darkened. The Akatsuki are a group hellbent on causing trouble for each and every nation there is. No one knows what exactly their motive is, but all we do know is that they somehow exist. Naruto shrugged. And why is that an issue? It's not like a single group can do anything against an entire nation, right? That's what Tokigakure thought as well. However, we then found out that the Akatsuki weren't just a regular group. Each member of theirs is a powerful shinobi. I'm talking S ranks, not the party games we're playing in the Chunin exams. A single member could kill each and every person here, with me being a small exception, depending on the member, Fu stated, her voice lacking any tone of overconfidence. She took the topic very seriously, and meant every word she said. Naruto frowned. A group of S-rank shinobi who wanted the collapse of the shinobi nations. He felt like he would have heard at least something about them by now. Fu smirked, as if noticing his predicament. Are you wondering why no one knows about them? Naruto nodded in confirmation. Because the Akatsuki haven't truly begun their operations as of now. But once they do, trust me, their name alone will give the cage migraines. Someone actually made Fu nervous. Naruto was becoming similarly anxious as well. But he still had to make sure of something. The blonde stared into Fu's eyes intently. And what exactly does this all have to do with me? The main target of the Akatsuki are the Jinchuriki. What? Naruto's blood froze. Why, you can't be serious. Fu grimaced. I am, unfortunately, serious. The thought pierced Naruto straight in the brain, rendering him slightly paralyzed for a brief second before he got back into the moment. There was a group of S-rank shinobi that were after him. Put that along with Orochimaru, a crazed Sannin who also was after him. How do you know this all? I had an encounter with one of the Akatsuki members. That person told me from their own mouth. Other than that, my village has a particularly advanced espionage system. Regardless, that is besides the issue, Fu began, her hand coming up to pull the hair that fell over her head back. Besides the issue, woman, you literally faced a member of the group trying to kill us. I need to know more information. And why would that person tell you anyways? Naruto yelled in his head. There's more. The girl crossed her arms. The longer I stayed in Tokigakure, the higher the chance I would end up an easy target for the Akatsuki. My cage told me this himself, actually. Us Jinchuriki, our lives are at risk every second we stay still. I was going to try and tell the sandboy about the Akatsuki as well, but it quickly became obvious he's a bit too psychotic. Naruto frowned. Wait, you're going to leave your own village? Of course, Fu declared. It's the best option. What about your teammates? I mean, Naruto corrected himself. Would you really abandon your teammates so easily? Fu grinned. My teammates. She spread her hands wide. Where are they? They're gone, Naruto. The instant the second exam was over, they forfeited just like that Kabuto guy. What? Naruto quizzed. Why would they leave? Fu bared her canine-sharp teeth. They didn't want to fight me. He shuddered. I don't exactly blame them. Besides, staying in my village endangers them as well, Fu whispered, her eyes downcast. It endangers the entire village itself, actually. Naruto found himself agreeing. She was right. If the Akatsuki really were as dangerous as she said they were, then leaving the target, especially Fu, who mentioned she has already interacted with one of them before, right in their own village wouldn't be a very smart decision. Despite the fact that Fu was an incredibly talented shinobi and had a tailed beast inside her, it wouldn't be worth the safety of an entire village. Alright, so you're going to leave your village, and what exactly does that have to do with me? Naruto felt the hair on his arm rise in realization. No. I can't. I won't. I can't leave Konoha. My home. It didn't matter if he was risking the village and his safety. He didn't care if he was going to be selfish. He wasn't going to do it. Fu put a hand forward. Naruto, I want you to leave Konoha with me. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Sasuke Uchiha vs Choji Akamichi. The proctor announced. The visible paling of Choji's face was amusing to see. Sasuke nodded in acceptance before leaving for the stadium. Oh well. Goodbye Choji, Sakura murmured, obviously expecting Sasuke to win. It would be wise to not underestimate your village's genin, Sakura. Choji, as an Akamichi and a capable ninja of his own right, will have many tricks up his sleeve, Kakashi said, not bothering to peek over his book. Naruto stayed silent at that. He also believed Sasuke would win, but he wasn't underestimating the Akamichi by any means. He was simply aware of the fact that Sasuke became several times stronger than the point he was at in the academy, and most of the other genin wouldn't be ready to face him. Why do you look so disturbed, Naruto? Kakashi asked, surprising Naruto with how well he could read facial expressions. He must have been in the Anbu or something, because this is just ridiculous. Naruto thought sourly. Nothing, sensei. I'm just worried for Sasuke, that's all, Naruto said meekly, cringing as he heard himself say that. Kakashi just raised his only visible eyebrow. I don't really believe you, to be honest. Why would you of all people be worried for Sasuke? Weren't you the one who said not to underestimate Choji? Naruto quipped back. True, but it simply goes against your character to be worried over such a simple matter, doesn't it? His sensei asked with a smirk that Konoha couldn't see, but knew for a fact was there. Naruto shrugged, trying to swerve the topic somewhere else. He really needed something to distract himself from what the previous conversation with Fu led his mind to. Unthinkable thoughts kept creeping up to his head, and the more they did so, the more they started making sense. He really didn't want to leave Konoha. And right now, he didn't really need to. Naruto didn't have any proof of the Akatsuki except for Fu's words, and in the worst-case scenario, this could all be an elaborate scam to lure him outside the safety of Konoha borders. Although, it might actually be the best-case scenario due to the fact that the Akatsuki were just a lie made by some crazy teenager. But from the look in Fu's eyes, Naruto was practically certain the aforementioned shinobi group did exist. And it was terrifying. The fact that a group of S-ranked shinobi, people who could actually qualify for the rank of Hokage, were after him would leave anyone in a daze of shock. That and the fact that Orochimaru was after him as well. Yep, a totally normal day for one Naruto Uzumaki. It wasn't Fu's fault for warning him, and she was actually being quite the helpful person by telling him beforehand, but, in Naruto's opinion, she quite literally ruined the rest of the Chunin exams for him. Naruto couldn't even focus on the fight before him as Sasuke and Choji faced off against each other, bowing first. His mind kept wandering to the forbidden fruit that he later found was quite actually poisonous to eat. Hajime. Sasuke dashed forward in an attempt to end the fight as quickly as possible, spinning his kunai in the middle of his fingers. How much has Choji improved? Sakura asked the rest of his boys' team. Shikamaru smirked. A lot. You'll see, anyway. Don't be surprised if our boy gives Sasuke a tough time. Ino nodded in approval. And who exactly are you supporting, Ino? Sakura asked with a glare. Ino looked affronted. My teammate, of course. Naruto was slightly surprised by that. Scratch that, he was incredibly surprised by that. Ino had wholeheartedly admitted she would prefer Choji to win rather than Sasuke. Looked like the blonde had matured, whether she knew it or not. Naruto guessed that training like a maniac during your time as a genin was a good maturing experience for any person, regardless of how they were in the past. He had to stop underestimating people, as it would definitely affect him in the future. Choji was surprisingly quick for his size, having dodged past Sasuke's first strike and engaging in some nimble taijutsu with the Uchiha for a few seconds. Sparks flew as kunai smacked against kunai in a crisp manner, increasing the crowd's excitement for the fight. Double weight technique, Choji yelled out, bringing his hands together as soon as he got the space. Naruto watched, gobsmacked as Choji literally grew like someone was blowing air into a balloon. Even Sasuke hesitated for a brief second before he ran forward once more, no longer fazed by the bizarre transformation. Sakura whistled. Wow, but wouldn't that just slow him down, though? If not, make him a bigger target? Naruto asked confusedly. Shikamaru just smiled. That's what I thought as well. But Choji always managed to surprise me the most. A layer of chakra surrounded Choji as he began to literally roll in his humongous form, steamrolling the ground as he moved quickly into the incoming Sasuke. The Uchiha was forced to move aside at the last second to avoid the devastating attack. There was simply no way he would stay conscious if he was hit by that. Choji's will to get stronger was always there, if only he got rid of his stupid eating habit, Asuma mumbled annoyedly. Doesn't the shinobi lifestyle negate all of the calories he gains from eating the junk food? Naruto asked, genuinely curious. Asuma nodded. Yes, but it's probably an Akamichi thing. They most likely don't have much metabolism, but I'm not an actual doctor so I wouldn't really know for sure just how much stopping the chips would help him. Sasuke leapt into the air, dodging another roll of the living ball of flesh and bones that Choji made. Everywhere he trekked in that form, the floor turned into a broken trail of bumps everywhere, the concrete completely wrecked through. Why isn't Sasuke using his Sharingan? Naruto inquired, looking at his sensei with suspicion. He had a sneaking thought that was probably correct. Because I told him not to, Kakashi answered plainly, not bothering to lie to the Uzumaki, seeing no point in really doing so. Are you going to ask why I did so? Yes, I need something to motivate him. The Sasuke we know won't be able to go far into the exams if he faces off against someone like your friend from earlier. I need drastic improvement as fast as possible. And that starts with his physical capabilities. If your teammate can't defeat someone without the use of his Sharingan, there's no point in training him to win in the Chunin exam, Kakashi stated bluntly. Isn't that extremely overconfident of you to do so? Weren't you the one who said not to underestimate our Konoha genin? Naruto inquired with obvious bewilderment. His teacher seriously had a split personality disorder, it had to be the only answer. I was telling that to you too. Sasuke is a lot more mature to handle these things, though I can see you doing it as well these days. Regardless, have some trust in your teammate to come out on top, Kakashi said with a note of finality, ending the discussion entirely. Watch the fight and see what exactly you can improve on. Right now it was a game of cat and mouse as Sasuke dodged all over the place as Choji began bulldozing around the whole arena, hoping for the best and that he would be able to actually hit the Uchiha once. It didn't seem like it was going to happen at this rate. Naruto had to applaud the Akamichi for his sheer chakra reserves to be undergoing the transformation for such a long time. But Sasuke had more chakra now. Much more chakra in comparison. Lightning release. Lightning slash. Arcs of blue light erupted from Sasuke's hand in an X shape in front of him, clearly trying to stop the rolling Akamichi. Naruto was impressed by the size of the jutsu, if he was being honest. The lightning buzzed dangerously as the ball got closer and closer, before disappearing entirely once Choji got out of his ball shape. That's when Sasuke moved. His hands moved in a flash, throwing lightning-charged shuriken at the target. Choji, in his somewhat exhausted state, moved sluggishly away. A few shuriken nicked his clothes due to his lack of movement, making the Akamichi gasp in pain at the contact with the flying electricity and drawing blood almost instantly. Sasuke's face was in a wide grin as he started to begin his onslaught on Choji. While Choji was surprisingly nimble as Naruto noticed earlier, he still wasn't as proficient in taijutsu as the Uchiha, who had a fluid and quite technical way of fighting that could beat everyone other than a certain green beast. Oh no, Sakura whimpered. Choji, Ino whispered silently. Sasuke attacked each and every opening that Choji presented to him, not giving a single shred of mercy to the bumbling boy, who looked like a deer caught in the dark while he continued to resist Sasuke's barrage. It wouldn't last forever. Choji was being pushed back with every jab, kick, and fake that Sasuke delivered. The rotund boy kept his hands up, blocking 50% of the hits. One roundhouse kick managed to sneak through his guard, hitting him straight in the liver. Choji gasped at the sudden pain, before falling to his knees soon after, clutching at the area where Sasuke had hit him. It's practically over, Naruto thought with a frown. Sasuke looked over Choji with a pitying expression. Forfeit, Choji. And never, Choji grunted out, his face scrunched up in pain. I can either make this painful or not, it's for you to decide. I won't lose this way. Never again, Choji yelled in frustration, his legs quivering in exhaustion. In one last second, desperate act to win, he swung his hand to punch Sasuke right in the stomach. His fist contacted Sasuke's stomach with a ruffle of the latter's clothes. Sasuke clearly wasn't affected by the pathetic attempt at a punch. Naruto looked back at Shikamaru, wondering what he was thinking. He was probably worried for his teammate, and hoped that the fight would end soon. He felt fear when he saw the utter smirk on the Nara's face. No. Organ expansion technique. Choji's hand grew instantly in size, as the boy immediately threw all of his strength into the punch at the last second. The enlarged hand seemingly pushed through Sasuke's gut, the boy being knocked back 20 meters of distance in an instant. The blood that was coughed onto Choji's face wasn't his own. Sakura gasped as she saw what happened. He can't really control it perfectly, and doing it really is a waste of chakra, but it certainly can surprise any unsuspecting shinobi. Especially when Sasuke doesn't have his beloved Sharingan activated, Shikamaru said, his eyes glinting with excitement. Naruto just stared, shocked at what just occurred. I underestimated him again. Although Choji's hand immediately deflated and the boy began to clutch it in pain, it was undoubtedly impressive to begin with. Sasuke laid in a heap on the other side of the stadium, with Choji rising up to his legs. This wasn't looking good. Get up, Sasuke, Naruto shouted with his hands surrounding his mouth. As if his words were some sort of awakening ritual, Sasuke got up. He was clearly in pain if the way he was holding his gut was any sign. The Uchiha spat his blood-stained saliva to the side, before eyeing the Akamichi in front of him with contempt. Sasuke moved once again. He got even closer this time around. It was as if the genin wasn't even afraid of the possibility that Choji could hit him with the same attack once more, regardless of the fact that using the technique also hurt the Akamichi himself. For the win, it looked like Choji was willing to fight to the death. Naruto wasn't even sure who would win anymore. It was almost like fate would repeat itself when Sasuke went into close quarters again, but Naruto knew that his teammate wouldn't let that happen once more, not if he had an option anyways. Choji's hand enlarged once more, making it much harder to dodge as Sasuke continued to dash forward regardless of the technique. He had definitely seen it, but didn't seem to care one bit. Time slowed as Choji swung like last time, the clear target in front of him doing nothing to dodge. Except nothing hit. Sasuke seemed to know exactly where Choji would attack. The raven-haired genin leapt forwards, letting the hand go underneath his now completely horizontal body in the air. He grasped Choji's neck and twisted around to his back, where Sasuke quickly held the boy in a grappling position that left his hands completely immobile. A kunai was held to Choji's neck once more. Your enlargement technique, you can only do it with your right hand as of now, correct? Sasuke questioned, no expression on his face as he absorbed his victory. Naruto hadn't even noticed that. Choji nodded hesitantly. Sasuke pressed the flat side of the kunai harder to Choji's neck. Forfeit. You don't have any more tricks in the bag, do you? Choji sighed. I surrender. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha, the proctor announced. Sasuke immediately got out of his position, before placing a hand for Choji. The boy gladly accepted. Naruto felt his eyes widen in surprise. Sasuke wasn't acting like a jerk for once. Your technique, I wasn't expecting it all. Thank you for the good fight, Akamichi, Sasuke murmured, before putting his hands into his pockets and walking back. Naruto felt his eyes tearing up. His pupil had finally learned to express gratitude. What's next? Would he say sorry as well? He only had to wait to find out. Shikamaru sighed. Well, it was bad luck for Choji to be paired up with Sasuke. I'm going to have to cheer him up later on. Ino looked like she was on the verge of tears. He tried his best. Choji is seriously so cool. For sure, Naruto agreed. Naruto quickly congratulated Sasuke, who walked towards them with a slightly smug smile. He issued a quick thanks before sitting back down. Kakashi's eyes twinkled as he saw his genin. He didn't particularly find the need to congratulate the Uchiha. Sakura gushed over Sasuke's injuries, who ensured he would be fine. A lot of the other Konoha genin came to congratulate Sasuke, who quickly waved them off. For the next fight, Rock Lee vs. Karen. The red girl with black glasses looked nervous at being called so fast, but nonetheless trudged towards the stadium. Lee's going to win, Naruto said immediately. How would you know for certain? Ino asked questioningly. Is it because she's a girl? Naruto quickly backtracked. No, it's because Lee is one of the top contestants here. I don't see him losing so quickly. Besides, I'm friends with Fu, and she's definitely the strongest genin here. Oh, the green-haired girl from earlier? Shikamaru asked. Naruto nodded. Yes, that's the one. Well, I'm going to say Karen is going to win, Ino stated with confidence. You don't even know how she fights. Sakura exclaimed. He doesn't really look like it, but Lee is very strong. Lee faced off Karen in the middle of the stadium. For once, the boy finally seemed serious. It looked like he wasn't the type of person to underestimate their opponent no matter who he was facing off against. Hajime. Lee rushed forward, immediately closing up against Karen. Naruto thought the fight was over the moment he did that. Lee was just too fast for the girl to react to, especially with his sheer acceleration. The moment the fight started was too much to handle. Lee's kick landed directly on the girl's gut, kicking her backwards 10 or so meters. Lee looked simply confused, as if he didn't know just how fast he was. Don't tell me she's unconscious already, Naruto thought incredulously. Her face was completely covered by the mop of messy red hair, so it was impossible to see whether her eyes were open or not unless you had a Byakugan. Sakura looked at Ino with a smug smile. Well, Ino refused to say anything. Naruto froze as he felt a sudden burst of chakra erupt from the girl. What the? Golden chains of chakra erupted from her body and towards Lee, who waltzed backwards in surprise at the sudden technique. The chains were incredibly fast, however, and one managed to catch up to Lee, whose only option was to kick it back. The chains didn't budge at Lee's kick, instead preferring to wrap around the boy's leg. Lee struggled with his leg as he tried to get it out of the hold, his eyes widening as he saw Karen begin to slowly rise. Ino's smile widened. Sakura. Sakura just looked confused. Then the chains promptly broke. Lee stopped moving his leg as he realized he was free, and that Karen's body was once again slumped to the floor. Another person who can't control their abilities. Naruto sighed. It seemed to be becoming a pattern. The fight was quickly announced as Lee's win, as the audience simply groaned at the anticlimactic nature of it all. After such an entertaining match like Sasuke's, they expected more from the duo in front of them. Poor Lee. He just looks confused, Naruto thought with pity. They carried Karen's unconscious body towards the medical room, when Naruto had the sudden urge to do something. Karen's abilities are interesting, to say the least. Observe. Observing. Observation successful. Name. Karen Uzumaki. Title. The Blood of Healers. Occupation. Genin of Kusagaku. Level. LV 14. HP. 100 100ths. MP. 100 100ths. Chakra. 500 500ths. STR. 9. Vit. 14. Dex. 4. Int. 7. Wis. 3. Luck. 4. Uzumaki. Naruto shouted out in surprise, his voice reaching octaves he didn't think possible. He just stood in shock as every genin in the premise began to stare at him as if he were a psychopath. Things just keep getting more and more weird. Naruto just watched in shock as he went over the stats list that was floating on the screen next to him over and over again. There was no way this was real. There had to be another Uzumaki clan or something. Naruto didn't know much about his heritage, but from the brief mentions the old man sometimes gave him, he knew his clan was an ancient one. There was no way another Uzumaki was alive. Besides, they looked nothing alike. Blonde hair versus bright, devilish red hair. How did they even compare? But even Naruto knew that argument was absolutely flawed. Just because the hair color was different didn't mean they weren't related. Naruto most likely got his father's hair. Since his father's last name would be transferred to his mother and hence him, it was easy to assume his father was an original Uzumaki. Yet, it made no sense. Why didn't anyone else know? Naruto could only tell because he had his observability. Who knows how long he would have lived without knowing he had Uzumaki relatives alive if he didn't get the sixth sense to cast and observe on her. He had to talk with Karen once the preliminary exams were over. He just couldn't find it in him to do so right now. With the Akatsuki fiasco racking his every second that passed, he couldn't deal with any more right now. Especially when he needed to continue to win in the exams right now. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura asked, embarrassed that so many people were looking at them. Sorry, Naruto replied, looking around him. He didn't really realize that his outburst gathered a lot of attention, even though he probably should have noticed that it did. Naruto especially didn't notice how Kakashi sent him a suspicious glance. Sakura looked pissed. Why were you yelling your name? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I really don't know. Whatever. Sasuke glared. Don't behave like an idiot, Dobi. We have other villages watching us right now. Are you finally regressing back to the old Naruto? HMPH. Naruto snorted, annoyed that everyone was ganging up on him. I didn't mean to yell like that. That really wasn't a lie, to be fair. Next match. Kuretsuchi vs Tenten. Kuretsuchi. Naruto answered immediately. Why? Sasuke asked. Trust me on this one. She has some surprising abilities you're going to see in this fight, Naruto answered with a smirk. Oh right, you encountered her a few times before right? Sasuke asked rhetorically. The fight started without any delay. Lee had immediately started shouting in favor of Tenten, motivating her so to speak, which didn't really differ from what he expected from his normal behavior. Tenten started instantly with a barrage of shuriken that she threw towards Kuretsuchi, which the latter easily dodged right afterwards. Silly Tenten, Naruto thought with a grin. Shuriken don't actually hit the opponent, do they? Naruto was definitely surprised when Sasuke's shuriken managed to even scratch Choji, but he put that to the fact that they were coated with lightning chakra, which definitely made them more quickly thrown and dangerous. It seemed that Tenten wanted to go all out in the first half of the match, as she quickly yelled out her technique right afterwards. Twin Rising Dragons. A cloud of smoke blew into the stadium as two streams of scrolls rose into the air with Tenten, who also jumped upwards. Almost immediately, a stream of shuriken, kunai, swords, and other weapons began streaming downwards towards Kuretsuchi, who didn't really look at the least bothered by what was coming towards her. She simply stood and fixed her short length of black hair that was ruffling in the wind. Naruto just watched, wondering what the kunoichi would do. If he was in her place, he would probably activate Iron Skin, but if he couldn't do so due to a cooldown, he would most likely just activate some clones that would take some hits for him. That, or use some water jutsu that would completely destroy the momentum of the incoming weapons. Lava release. Lava wall. Or do that, I guess. Lava itself rose from the earth in front of Kurodashi, forming a dense wall that prevented any of the projectiles from reaching the shinobi behind it. Lava release. Sasuke repeated, awed by the technique used. Naruto nodded with a grin. Yep, how come I've never heard of it before? Sasuke asked himself more than he asked Naruto. It must be some sort of Kekkei Genkai, right? I'm not exactly sure, though it's definitely not the normal element. They focused their attention back on the fight, with Tenten now on the defensive as Kuretsuchi made her way forward into the battlefield, looking to need the battle as fast as possible. Does Tenten have any other trump card than her weapons? Naruto asked tentatively, not wanting to offend her teammates. Lee just sighed. Tenten is going to win. I believe in her will and youthfulness. Naruto's sweat dropped. You didn't answer my question. Lava release. Swarming ash cloud. Kuretsuchi yelled, going through a complex series of hand signs. There it is, Naruto murmured, recognizing the jutsu. Kuretsuchi had used the same one against Fu of all people, where it actually succeeded in briefly stopping the Juggernaut Jinchuriki. A concentrated cloud of ash blasted forward and towards the unsuspecting Tenten, who just watched the attack with amusement. To her, it just looked like a harmless stream of smoke, or a cloud itself was summoned to attack her. Is that all you got? Huh, I expected more from our so-called rivals from Iowa. Tenten shouted mockingly. Naruto facepalmed. Yeah, that wasn't a smart move at all. Kuretsuchi's eyes hardened. Solidify. The ash cloud around Tenten's lower half immediately began hardening, trapping her entirely. The entire audience just watched in awe at the use of the highly effective technique. It seemed no one expected that the jutsu would do such a thing. Tenten tried to speak in protest but found that a layer of ash solidified around her mouth, no doubt controlled by Kuretsuchi, who had a smug smile on her face as she walked closer to Tenten. Kuretsuchi beckoned towards the proctor. Proctor, I can kill her right now if I wanted to. Seeing that she has no technique or method to get out of my jutsu, I see this as an absolute win. I agree with your statement. Winner. Kuretsuchi from Iowa. Naruto clapped slowly as he processed the win. Kuretsuchi might be tougher than he thought to beat as he went ahead in the exams. He kind of hoped Tenten had someone pulled the win from a wild miracle if anything. Next match. Sakura Haruno vs Shikamaru Nara. Oh no, opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. You can do this, Sakura. Naruto shouted out to his teammate. In his heart, he really knew Sakura couldn't do this. By level alone, Shikamaru wasn't too far ahead of her, but his sheer intelligence made up for that fact. The matchup wasn't really fair to begin with, but there really wasn't anything for the Uzumaki to do despite cheering for his teammate. Sakura is going to lose, Kakashi said simply. Naruto was simply astounded by how blunt their sensei was being. What? He could hear Sasuke snorting. Kakashi continued without an inch of remorse in his choice, it's the truth. I really don't see her winning unless a miracle happens. In the career we are in as shinobi, we can't afford to be anything but realistic, Naruto. Regardless of whether Sakura is my student or not, I only wish for her improvement, but any unrealistic expectations out of her would only harm her own mental state. Naruto just nodded briefly in agreement. Hajime. Sakura dashed towards her opponent with a kunai in her hand, throwing it at Shikamaru, who lazily dodged the attack with a frown on his face. The pink-haired eventually got close enough to engage in close-quarters combat, where she, in Naruto's opinion, held the clear advantage. Her best bet was to close up on Shikamaru as much as possible and continue to batter him with punches and kicks that he was simply too slow to counter, and quickly tire the Nara and finally deliver a finishing blow that could win her the fight. If things were only so easy. Shikamaru wasn't known for his taijutsu prowess, but he wasn't a slouch at fighting either. He managed to counter a few times and even get the upper hand on Sakura before his lack of speed came to bite him in the end. Naruto wasn't sure who was gonna win at this point, because while Sakura had the advantage currently, Shikamaru clearly had some sort of trump card he didn't bother to use yet if the way his teammates didn't look worried was any sign. Asuma almost looked amused, if anything. Sakura immediately pulled back when she saw Shikamaru begin to run through hand signs, which, in Naruto's opinion, was a horrible move. There was no way for Shikamaru to produce a jutsu that could defeat Sakura in such a short span of time, and he was proven right when Shikamaru simply stopped his hands midway and closed his eyes. Wait, why was he closing his eyes? He's thinking, Asuma answered for him. Shikamaru is one of the smartest people I know, and I've met a lot of people. He's probably thinking through 100 ways he could beat Sakura right now, and would settle for the one which would take the least effort. Naruto believed the man. Shikamaru's intelligence wasn't to be scoffed at, and he didn't need to see the Nara's stats to see that. Shikamaru opened his eyes. TCH. I wanted to win without using that jutsu. Great. Now everyone knows my technique. The pure annoyance in Shikamaru's voice was funny, to say the least. Why were his hands clasped together? Wait, Sakura. Naruto began to warn. It was already too late. Sakura suddenly found herself unable to move as a dark shadow stretched from Shikamaru to her. What kind of jutsu is that? Naruto asked no one in particular. It seemed to be controlling Sakura's body, or more well put, making Sakura mirror what Shikamaru was doing. Slowly, Shikamaru reached into his right pocket, where there was nothing to be seen. There was nothing in Shikamaru's right pocket, however, in Sakura's. Her kunai was right there. Shikamaru clasped the air in his pocket, whereas Sakura was forced to clasp the kunai to her trembling horror. The fear in her eyes was visible to everyone. The Nara gave a cold glare to Sakura, before pulling up his hand to his neck. Forfeit, Sakura. I surrender, Sakura said with a resigned voice. Shikamaru clapped his hands together in a show of rare thanks, before bowing. Thank you for making the fight short. Even the proctor looked impressed. Winner. Shikamaru Nara. A brief applause sounded before everyone went back to waiting for the next round. Sakura came back to the stands with an obviously disappointed expression. I'm sorry I couldn't win, guys. Don't worry, you tried your best, Sakura, Naruto said, his eyes expressing his understanding. There's always a next time once you get stronger. Sakura nodded slowly, her eyes beginning to water. She slowly creaked her head to Sasuke, who watched her with an indescribable expression. Sasuke smiled. He genuinely smiled. Do better next time. Sakura immediately began crying before nodding and profusely promising she won't lose again. Kakashi watched with a proud face as he saw the maturity in his team, something he definitely didn't expect to see when he first saw the batch of kids. It was amazing just how much they managed to grow in such a short amount of time. Next match. Neji Hyuga vs Ibuki. Naruto's ears perked up when he heard Ibuki's name. He was the teammate of Kuretsuchi, and definitely could stand a chance against Neji if he had a similar level of skill compared to his teammate. He was going to watch the fight hoping for Ibuki to win. Fingers crossed. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Naruto could only watch with his mouth wide open as Ibuki surrendered the match after only a minute of fighting. It was an absolute thrashing. Neji simply countered every single move Ibuki made, and excelled over everything his opponent offered. Taijutsu. Neji had the clear advantage. In terms of speed, Neji was many times faster than Ibuki. He looked stronger as well. The second Ibuki had slipped into melee range, his chakra was immobilized, rendering all of the techniques that he spent learning for hours useless. Of course, Naruto didn't need to guess Neji's attributes. He could just check them himself. Observe. Name. Neji Hyuga. Title. N.A. Occupation. Genin of Konoha. Level. LV 20. HP. 100 100ths. MP. 100 100ths. Chakra. 200 200ths. STR. 14. Vit. 15. Dex. 15. Int. 7. Wis. 5. Luck. 3. Comparing him to Ibuki was like comparing a Hokage to a genin. It simply wasn't possible for the Iowa genin to win. It seemed Neji thought the same as well, if the monologues he was spewing had any ground to them. Saying that he was destined to win the fight from the second their names were announced, and that Ibuki could only accomplish whatever was set for him the moment he was born. Obviously, that didn't sit well with the audience, who took a blatant disliking of the talented Hyuga. Naruto couldn't really blame them, he didn't like the kid either. The next fight, Shino vs Konkuro, was an anticlimactic one. The second Shino revealed his bugs, Konkuro literally shrieked out loud. He immediately forfeited, saying that he was allergic to bugs, and more importantly, terrified of them. Who would have thought the hotshot was scared of bugs? Naruto though, grinning in amusement. With that said and done, the next fight was announced. Next match. Hinata Hyuga vs Ino Yamanaka. Naruto wished both of the girls luck as they proceeded to the stadium, where they faced off each other with the determination to win obviously present. Prediction. Sakura asked the blonde. You've been accurate so far. Naruto thought for a minute. He really had no idea about the capabilities for either of them, nor did he really have the need to find out. Personally, he just assumed that Hinata would win based on her family taijutsu, but he didn't really know how strong Ino was. He was absolutely right. The fight was almost as one-sided as Neji's own fight, with a few moments where she seemed to be holding well. Hinata's taijutsu wasn't as fast nor as efficient as Neji's own, but it appeared to be just as honed. He could see she spent hours of her day practicing the Hyuga style, and that was enough to beat Ino, who simply couldn't keep up with the other girl. Wow, I never knew Hinata was that strong, Sakura mumbled, envy present in her eyes. Naruto didn't really know either, to be fair. It doesn't cater how strong she is, she won't last in the next stage if she doesn't get stronger than this, Sasuke proclaimed, his eyes narrowing onto the Hyuga. Ino was completely outclassed, and it showed with how fast she was forced to forfeit. The crowd erupted into cheers as the match concluded. With that, the preliminary exams were finally over. The proctor stood forward. As of now, the preliminaries to the third and final exam are over. I urge the qualifiers to please come forward. Kakashi signaled for the blonde to come forward. Naruto, I'm going to go out for a bit, I have a few important errands to run. Listen to what they say for me, will ya? Errands. Now, Naruto questioned, curious as can be. Kakashi nodded slowly. Yes, now be a good genin and do what your Jonin-sensei tells you to do, alright. Naruto gritted his teeth before staring at Kakashi blankly. Tell you what again? Kakashi chuckled. I'm afraid my own techniques don't work on me. I'm the copy ninja, not you. Well then, goodbye. Their sensei left without another word, leaving Naruto and the rest of Team 7 to watch the rest of what happens alone. There were 10 students left in the stadium, with the other teammates who couldn't qualify watching from the stands. I'll begin to explain the final stage of the Chunin exams. So please do listen carefully, here is an order, his eyes narrowed in seriousness. The final stage of the Chunin exams is a spectacle meant for everybody to see the respective talent of all the nations across the world. There will be a large audience watching the fights, which will be important in the future. Many important people will be watching them, and how successful your career as a shinobi will be depends on how you perform in front of them. Now, for the first announcement. The finals will start a month from now. Murmurs broke through the arena as the message came across. Why exactly was there a month-long break? Hiruzen smirked, amusement showing through his wrinkled but wise features. The answer to your questions is the simple fact that it takes time for the cage to clear their schedules and visit to another land altogether, especially with the large distance some are located from here. Another reason is for you all to strategize and improve as much as possible in this short period of time. Gather information, weaknesses, and strengths about your enemies, and risk it all for the victory. The finals are a whole other breed compared to the previous stages. You are capable of being injured, but you must persevere through the pain to win. And now, we must conduct the drawings which will decide who will fight who. The genin went one by one, drawing out a number from the small box that Ibiki, the proctor for the first exam, handed them. Naruto looked at his number carefully. 2. He looked over at Sasuke. What did you get? 5. Sasuke recited, looking around at the rest of the genin. Everyone, please recite your number to Ibiki over here, the Hokage instructed. Ibiki listened intently before writing down something onto the paper which was clipped onto the board he had in his hands. Ibiki looked up from his paper, his face twisted into a perfect poker face, refusing to reveal any emotions. The initial matches are as follows. Everyone leaned forward unconsciously, eager to see who was fighting who, if not anxious. The first fight is Naruto Uzumaki vs Rock Lee. Naruto dropped his kunai to the floor. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. I've lost, I've lost, I've lost. Naruto continued to recite to himself, absent-mindedly walking on the streets of Konoha. Why do you think you already lost before you actually fought? Fu asked, walking beside him. Because Lee is incredibly strong. Naruto exclaimed loudly. Too strong. Too strong for me to beat in a month, anyways. Fu just chuckled, but didn't say anything afterwards. Not everyone gets to skip a match entirely, Fu, Naruto rebuked instantly. If only I had picked your number. Because there were 10 genin still remaining in the tournament bracket, 2 genin would have to skip the first match, and fight against 2 of the winners of the first match, effectively having more time to prepare and observe compared to the others. On the other hand, those who fought were more in the moment and could carry some of their momentum into the next match. It doesn't matter if I'm going to win anyways, Fu stated as a matter of factly. Naruto didn't say anything. He never wanted to beat Fu more after what she just said. The sheer confidence in her voice was actually annoying to hear, and Naruto just wanted to beat Fu in the finals for saying that. He still wanted Sasuke to beat Fu, but didn't see that happening with just how monstrously strong the girl was. Neji was the other genin who got to skip the match, getting the number 3. He was also the person who Naruto would fight if he managed to somehow beat Lee, but at this point, it was more likely that Lee would be fighting his teammate in the quarterfinals. On his side of the bracket there was also the fight Kuretsuchi vs Shikamaru, who Naruto would face if he managed to get to the semifinals. He was also just as envious of Sasuke, who had an easy fight with Hinata, but also felt bad considering he was in the same bracket side as Gaara, who was facing off against Shino. With how he was currently, there was no way for Naruto to win. He knew that, and so did Lee. The moment the bracket was announced, Lee had come up to him and wished him good luck, which Naruto replied correspondingly. On the inside, he seriously hoped Lee had some sort of bad luck. I'm going to have to beg Kakashi to teach me a few more jutsus at this rate, and I don't want to beg that man even if my life was at risk, Naruto whispered to himself. Kakashi is going to be too busy training Sasuke anyways. I can't afford to train based on the split attention of our sensei, it's just not pretty. I need a sensei of our own, but who? Fu's eyes lit up. How about me? You? Naruto asked, his lips curling upwards. Why do you look like I'm joking? Of course, me. I'm the strongest person I know, Fu said without hesitation. I don't know. Kakashi is definitely stronger than you. Regardless, no, I can't have you as my teacher. It wouldn't be fair to take your time when you could be preparing or doing something else, Naruto responded to her offer. Fu looked annoyed. For what reason, Naruto didn't know. Although, Naruto suddenly felt a chilling presence overcome him. What the? It wasn't bloodlust. No, the sheer pressure of whatever was there made goosebumps travel through Naruto. Naruto felt a hand on shoulder from behind. Yo, the unnamed voice said. What the? Naruto shrieked in fear, before he finally came to sight of the man in front of him. Who the hell are you? Naruto recoiled as he felt a strong hand slap him on his head, rendering him slightly dazed at the contact. He caught a sight of the newcomer as he held his head however. Dark skin, white clothings, and multiple swords on his back. Ya fool, ya fool. The name's Killer Bee, though some call me the 8th Jinchuriki, ya, see. Now can you please tell me where I can find a boy named Naruto Uzumaki? Who the hell are you? Ya fool, ya fool. The name's Killer Bee, though some call me the 8th Jinchuriki, ya, see. Now can you please tell me where I can find a boy named Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto was in absolute bafflement. For one, there was a crazy man who was practically shirtless that was rapping in his face while moving his hands in some sort of rhythmic pattern that he didn't understand. And all the while, Killer Bee, as he called himself, looked completely serious. He could tell Fu was in shock as well, if the expression on her face was any sort of sign. It showed just how bizarre the situation was if Fu of all people was surprised, considering she was probably the most eccentric person he knew before he met the man before him. "Are you deaf, ya fool?" Killer Bee asked once again, raising an eyebrow over his dark shades. "Don't just sit there and drool. Wait, was the man writing those lyrics into his notebook? What the hell?" Naruto took a deep breath. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki." Fu looked angry at him for a brief second before stepping in front of him protectively. "He might be with the Akatsuki," she whispered gently. Oh, Naruto instantly became wary. He did recognize the headband on B's head, which was the well-known symbol for Kumo, a rival of Konoha for a long time. If the man before him really was part of the Akatsuki like Fu thought, this would not end well at all. Especially considering the fact that Naruto decided to be an idiot and tell the man his name despite knowing that a group of S-ranked shinobi were after him specifically. Observing. Observation failed. Target's level is too high. Would player like a partial observation? Yes, no. Damn it, yes. Name: Killer Bee. Title: The Rapper. Occupation: Guardian of Kumogakure. Level: HP: 100 100ths. MP: 100 100ths. Chakra: STR. Vit: Dex: Int. Wis: Luck. I can see that he's a rapper, all right. Naruto thought sarcastically. "You're Naruto Uzumaki?" B asked, tilting his head. Naruto nodded. "Yes, all right. Come with me, ya fool. Ima, take you to the Killer Bee school." B rapped with efficiency. "Then I can teach you how to be this cool." Wait, Fu interrupted, looking distrustful of the whole situation. "How the hell can he trust you? We don't even know who you are. Didn't ya hear my rapid verse, ya fool? I'm the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tail, and I'm trying to make sure my buddy here doesn't fail." B pronounced, his voice taking an aggressive edge. "Now don't distract me when I'm with 9, or there's gonna be one less Jinchuriki in line." Fu looked furious as she listened to B's verses. "Don't push me aside like that. I'm a Jinchuriki as well, you know." B smirked. "Of course I know that, you little midget, but treating 2 brats is over the budget." "What did you just call me?" Ding. Good timing. Hidden quest. Encountering the Jinchuriki, completed. Quest details. Meet and converse with the other 9 Jinchuriki spread around the elemental nations. 3/9 Jinchuriki found. Rewards. Skill tree point, Express. 1800. Amazing. Well, there are clearly advantages from this. 1. I know for a fact that Killer Bee is a Jinchuriki, which means I can trust him to a degree. And second, 1800 Express and a skill tree point. That's crucial considering who I have to fight in a month's time. Though Naruto quickly realized with a frown that he couldn't trust all Jinchuriki, especially red-haired ones. "Fu," Naruto said, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Don't worry, I trust him. He's a Jinchuriki for sure." Fu placed 2 hands on her hips. "And how would you know?" Naruto grinned. "Trust me, when I know I know. He has some good senses for a brat. If only the weird girl could understand that." B stated in response. "You said you wanted to be my teacher?" Naruto asked the strange man. B nodded. "Yes sir. Why? Why did you come all the way from Kumo for me?" Naruto inquired, narrowing his eyes on suspicion. That was the only part of the story that he truly didn't understand. Why would B, a Jinchuriki no less, come so far for Naruto? The question alone kept him from believing B entirely. "It's a favor from an old man, ya fool. Killer Bee has much more important things to do than take a young kid to school." Naruto's sweat dropped. He didn't miss how B winced at his own line. "Did you just repeat the same rhyme as last time?" "Whatever, please don't answer that. Who's the old man you're speaking of?" "Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. I tried reading one of his books and couldn't keep my eyes off the page," B said, his eyes turning weirdly glinty at the end. "This is just getting weirder and weirder. Why would one of the legendary Sannin care for what I do? Naruto questioned. B sighed. It's clearly a personal issue, so I won't really try and bother, but are you sure that's how you should be speaking to your godfather? What the? Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. Naruto couldn't believe his ears. Firstly, this crazy man who was a Jinchuriki has apparently traveled across the entire nation to train him just for a favor that he had with his godfather. Oh yeah, and also, that godfather happened to be Jiraiya of the Sannin, someone who he had never seen in his entire life. He genuinely couldn't trust a single thing he was hearing, but he had come to resign with the weirdness of his life by now. Naruto was mostly frustrated by the fact with how much he didn't know. At this point someone could say his father was the first Hokage and he could believe them. Fu had excused herself a minute later, saying she had to train as well, but Naruto just believed she couldn't bear to hear another one of the man's rap any longer. Not that he could really blame her, though. Killer Bee had said that their training would start immediately, meaning Naruto wouldn't even have a single day of break after the preliminary exams. Hell, it wasn't even an hour. My rap is just the best. Killer Bee is clearly a level above the rest. Naruto tried not to sigh as he watched the man continue to groove on his own as he walked. He was currently being led to a training ground which Bee had apparently booked for 2 weeks straight. Naruto really wasn't sure what to think about the man. Clearly, he was strong. Probably the strongest person he had ever seen. Definitely on par with the current Hokage, who was weakened by age and well past his own prime. There was something about his aloof demeanor and causal thinking that made him think so. Others would assume that it was because he was a fool. Naruto knew it was because it was incredibly hard for Bee to take most things seriously with how powerful he was. They entered the training field, a large expanse of serene green that moved with every breeze of wind. The tranquil sun stared down at them through the expanse of clouds with golden rays of benevolence, easing his skin with the gently warm, but not hot heat. Naruto sighed in relief. What a beautiful. The blonde flew backwards as he felt a fist squeeze into his belly, his eyes bulged outwards and he immediately spit out some blood as he was knocked back at an incredible speed, but not as incredible as the sheer amount of pain he was feeling at the punch. Naruto felt his regeneration immediately get to work, but it simply wasn't fast enough to tear away the pain. What the hell are you doing? He groaned out. Naruto tried to stand up, struggling to even do so. Killer Bee looked almost smug. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. During a fight, I'll make sure you'll always be ready. In a fight, it isn't always so slow and steady. Naruto felt a serious migraine begin to pop up. This guy is a serious lunatic. Killer Bee crossed his hands. I'm going to train your speed if you wanna beat Lee, cuss that guy as a whole, another breed, ya see. Naruto nodded in agreement for once. You're right, Lee is faster than any other genin that I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure he's never actually gone all out either. At my current state, there's simply no way for me to keep up with his speed during a fight. Killer Bee smirked. I'm sure your buddy Lee is fast, but in a race with me anyone would end up last. Keep up with me during a fight, and I promise you'll be able to keep the green boy in sight. How did he even know about Lee? Whatever. Naruto was afraid to ask. The blonde simply nodded once more, before going into a battle position. Killer Bee's grin widened. You better be ready, ya fool. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Naruto couldn't speak. He was afraid something was broken in his throat that prevented him from doing so, but he was also pretty confident it was just the shock from what just happened. The statement that he took a one-sided beating didn't do justice to what exactly happened. A beating insinuated that he had somewhat tried to fight back. No, it was a massacre. Naruto couldn't have done anything. He didn't register one hit on the fool, and worse, the man rapped the entire time he did so. Naruto wasn't sure how he was moving. Actually, he was pretty sure. If it weren't for the Kyuubi in his head, he was pretty confident that he would be dead by now. He imagined someone like Sakura having to go through this training and plainly shuddered. Wow, that wouldn't end well. Killer Bee dismissed him from his training after an hour, saying that the training period would increase per day, which was something Naruto tried not to imagine. Regardless of all his complaining, Naruto knew he had to do something extreme to defeat Lee. That boy was a league above him at the moment, and the only way to catch up was doing something like this. He was fortunate Killer Bee was a crazy man, and not actually normal like Kakashi. His team sensei would have most likely insinuated on the dangers of such training, and limited the effectiveness of it. Naruto went to the ramen stand that always stood for him during his darkness of times, which quite frankly, was one of them right now. "One miso ramen please, with extra pork," Naruto asked Chuki with a downtrodden expression. "Coming right up, Naruto," Chuki said cheerfully. Naruto took a seat and patiently waited, feeling his aches and pains slowly begin to fade away as he smelt the wonderful scent of freshly cooked noodles and crispy pork slices. He closed his eyes and simply relaxed. "Ah, I could drown in this feeling forever. Ah, Naruto." Naruto tried not to curse at whoever greeted him, and instead opened his eyes to the visitor who sat next to him. It was certainly a surprise when he saw Kakashi of all people there. Naruto's eyes widened. "Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi smiled. "Yo, the one and only. What are you doing here?" Naruto asked casually, the hint of suspicion to going amiss by the senior shinobi. "Getting ramen, just like you in fact. Even jonins need time to relax here and then, you know." Kakashi responded ever so smoothly. Naruto scoffed. "I assumed your idea of relaxation was different from the rest of ours. Regardless, I don't find it a coincidence that you come here the exact same time as me. Look underneath the underneath, right? Touché. Well, can you blame me for trying to find out how my little genin student was preparing for the Chunin exams?" Naruto smiled smugly in response. "Oh, you came for that. Don't be afraid, I found a suitable teacher." He took a sip of the tea that Chuki had given him with a wink. Kakashi simply nodded, as if he didn't care at all. "Oh, great. A shame, though, I was going to ask Ebisu, a special jonin, for a favor." Naruto almost spat out the tea, which would be a waste of the wonderfully made brew. "Ebisu, are you kidding me?" Kakashi chuckled. "I'll admit, I don't think it's the best choice considering who you're fighting." "I guess you'll be training Sasuke?" Naruto asked, already the answer. And thus, he wasn't surprised when Kakashi nodded in confirmation. "How's that going?" the genin asked nonchalantly, taking another sip of tea. "Fine. Of course he won't tell me a single thing. I expected too much from this guy." Chuki placed his bowl of ramen in front of him, and Naruto felt his mouth water at the sight. Bringing out his chopsticks, he began the feast. "Itadakimasu." Kakashi received his ramen a few seconds later, which made Naruto realize something with a start. The thought was so shocking that he almost dropped his chopsticks. There was simply no way for Kakashi to eat with his mask on, was there? Kakashi knew this too, he had to. "I have to ask, who exactly is your sensei?" his sensei asked, blowing on his ramen through the mask like a dunderhead. Naruto smirked. "Someone. Naruto attacked his bowl a second later, trying to finish his ramen as quickly as possible. He was surprised to see Kakashi had already finished his bowl. He ate his ramen at the precise moment I looked away to eat, and pulled his mask down and up at the perfect moments to give the illusion he wasn't eating at all. This guy is something else, Naruto thought with a frustrated expression. Kakashi waved at him. "All right then, Naruto, I'll be going. Bye, sensei." He disappeared in a twirl of leaves, leaving Naruto alone with himself at the ramen stand. He took out the standard amount of money and gave it to Chuki, who simply gave him a confused expression. "Your sensei said his meal was on you." Naruto felt his eyebrow twitch. Opening square bracket. Dash closing square bracket. Naruto blocked another punch, before dodging another kick. He parried the incoming hook with the palm of his hand, and then flipped over the incoming barge with practiced ease. He was doing it. He was actually doing it. "Is it just me?" He dodged another fist. "Or have you gotten slower?" Killer Bee laughed. "I decreased my speed by a whole 70%, ya fool." Of course, there was no way he could have gotten faster in such a short amount of time, after all. Naruto shouldn't have brought his fragile hopes up. Killer Bee brought his hand down, ignoring the parry with sheer force, before grasping Naruto's shoulder tightly. Naruto felt his control over his body disappear entirely as he was launched into the air with a heave from his current sensei. He paused in the air for a millisecond before coming back down, where he was caught by the shirt midair. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Great, Now I'm being treated like a ball now as well. Killer Bee dropped him. A ball of snow which will only get bigger as it rolls down. Soon enough you'll be the fastest genin in town. Naruto immediately pulled his hands out, bending his hands at the contact with grass before pushing outwards, putting himself back on his feet. I don't see that happening in a month. And aren't you only staying here for 2 weeks? There's simply no way for me to get faster than Lee. You don't need to be faster than him, ya fool. Killer Bee exclaimed. But you just said, listen here, ya, idiot blonde. You're right, you're a droplet, he's a pond. But in terms of ninjutsu, he's nothing. But you're everything. Naruto's sweat dropped. That was a horrible line. Killer Bee clapped his hands. Alright, it's time for the next lesson. But before that it's time I make a confession. Your physical skills are lame, but your rap is subpar. But with me teaching you, I'm sure you'll make it far. What? No, there was simply no way. He had to fight Rock Lee, goddamn Rock Lee in a couple of weeks, and his teacher wanted to teach him how to rap. This couldn't be happening. It was happening. For the next hour, Naruto had to listen to Bee explaining the importance of rap and its influence on music culture. Then, of course, he made Naruto rap on his own, where he sighed disappointedly at every lyric Naruto rapped and simply frowned. Rap is gonna die if I leave it to this generation. Y'all expect the talent to appear as if it's some type of magic conjuration. That's why I don't want to rap, ya fool. Naruto thought with an annoyed expression. Oh no, it's actually spreading. I think we've done enough rapping, sensei. Naruto gritted through his teeth. How do I defeat Lee? Defeating that boy is no easy task, ya hear. Now tell me all of your capabilities and I'll give you a right steer. Killer Bee responded, and then proceeded to write the lyrics into his notepad. My capabilities. Well, my elemental affinity is water. I have a few jutsus that I can perform against him. Shadow clones. Naruto trailed off. He seriously couldn't tell Bee about his shadows that would lead to a whole lot of trouble and questioning that he would rather avoid right now. Especially in the midst of the Chunin exams, where a bunch of people would be gathered. He also didn't trust Bee to keep his mouth shut. But he could tell him about his iron skin. That was a much more believable ability, and Naruto was confident that it wasn't that rare of an ability to have anyways. There was probably more than just a few shinobi in the world who had such a skill, if he was being honest. I can do something called chakra hardening. I pretty much gather my chakra around my body and harden my skin as a result. Though I'm not sure if it's some kind of resurfaced bloodline or I made some kind of new technique. I can hold the ability only for a short amount of time due to the strain it puts on my body, Naruto said, hoping Bee would bite on his lie. The man looked like he was listening to Naruto's dying last words. HMPH. Well, that makes things easier. This fight definitely got a bit less breezier. Now I'm just gonna believe all you said was lies, until I see it with my own eyes. Understanding his message, Naruto complied. Activate Iron Skin. Activating. Skill. Iron Skin LVL1 activated. Usage takes 10 megapixels and lasts for 1 minute for a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Naruto could practically feel his skin harden slightly, though the weight of his body didn't change one bit. Thank Kami skills existed. Killer Bee stepped forward, before lightly punching Naruto's fist. Whoa. Naruto was surprised he was able to make Bee stop rapping even for a minute. Killer Bee placed his hand below his chin in a thinking position. While this ability isn't very original, it throws the idea of definite failure down the urinal. I firmly believe you have a chance, now don't waste it and go right back into your battle stance. Naruto sighed and went back into his taijutsu stance, preparing for another beating. Yet this time, it didn't hurt as much. Killer Bee's hits weren't hurting as much. Granted, he was barely trying, but it still meant a lot considering he didn't purposefully weaken himself this time. It showed just how crucial his skill, Iron Skin, was, and will be in his fight with Lee. Lee was a monster in terms of speed, strength, agility, flexibility, and basically everything that was needed in terms of physical ability. Naruto was a jack of all trades who picked up a few skills and talents here and there in his travels. What he needed to do was hard counter Lee with pure durability. That was the only path to victory. Either that or summon his shadows, and he knew that wouldn't be possible. And he couldn't do that with just iron skin, nor just iron clones. He hadn't actually used his iron clone's ability yet, but he knew what capabilities it would have. Naruto wasn't sure just how strong the ability was, and he needed to do that soon. He would have to use every advantage possible to beat Lee, no matter how dirty it was. And for that he had to do something else. Use skill tree point. Ding. Skill tree unlock used. Choose between the two skills shown. Perfect Henge LVL1. Iron Touch LVL1. Information, please. Perfect Henge LVL1. Info. Turn into a perfect henge, meaning even sensors will not be able to detect your transformation while active. There is no cooldown but chakra consumption is high. Iron Touch LVL1, 1 month later. There's no way Blondie wins this, right? Ino said with a contemplative frown. Don't even think about it, Kiba snorted. He's stronger than me, sure, but that Lee guy is on a whole other level. But he could have gotten better in a month. Hinata argued quietly. Nah, maybe it's possible, but it's also way too far-fetched. A month isn't enough to cross a gap so wide. Besides, even if he did improve, Lee didn't just waddle around this past month, no. I've seen some of his training, Kiba shuddered. That guy is a different beast. It seemed like his beatdown a month prior had made Kiba lose some of his excessive ego, which was a plus. Sakura watched with trepidation as the crowd eagerly waited for the first fight of the final stage of the Chunin exams. There was one thing for sure. These guys were seriously underestimating her teammate. Naruto can win this, Sakura stated as a matter of factly. Ino raised an eyebrow. Shikamaru shook his head. Naruto Uzumaki is a wildcard. I think he'll surprise us more than you think. You too, Shikamaru, Ino asked, bewildered. What's with you guys? I mean, having faith in our classmate is all right, but you have to be kidding. Shikamaru shrugged. Let's just see the fight. Ino crossed her arms. Yeah, if he actually comes to the fight. Time is running out. That was mostly the main reason Sakura was getting worried. She hadn't seen Naruto in a week. Not a single speck of him. Sure, he was training for the big fight which would decide his future for the next few years, but so was Sasuke, and she had seen Sasuke a couple of times, however fleeting they were. She hadn't seen the blonde at all for a week. Some say he got stranded in a dangerous forest, and would never come back again. Others said he had died in a training accident. Obviously, they didn't really know anything. Kakashi-sensei was deceptively quiet about everything, but Sakura had an inkling that he had an idea, or else he would have been a lot more worried about it all. She had a small urge to ask Fu, the petite girl who would probably know where her teammate was, but for some reason the girl kind of terrified her. She was just so uncaring about anything. We have allotted 2 more minutes for Uzumaki Naruto to arrive. A loud voice announced from the top of the tower. If he doesn't arrive in that time period, it will be considered as immediate disqualification. Lee was already gathered in the center, waiting impatiently for his opponent to arrive. At this point, he was doing one-hand push-ups on the center stage as a way to warm up. Time passed by in relative silence as Sakura just watched worriedly. Yo! Sakura yelped as she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder, but calmed down when she realized it was Kakashi-sensei. You didn't have to do that. Kakashi shrugged. Where's Naruto? How am I supposed to know? Sakura asked confusedly. I thought you knew. I never know where the brat is these days. Where's Sasuke then? Kakashi chuckled. I don't think he's coming. 30 seconds left. The proctor yelled once more. It's over. Sakura whimpered helplessly. There's no way he's coming now. I knew he would lose, but I didn't think he would lose before the fight even started, Ino drawled sarcastically. 10, 9, 8, 7. Sakura closed her eyes. Where the hell are you, Naruto? 6, 5, 4. The silence was deafening. 3, 2, 1. Sakura let out a long sigh. Oh well. The proctor seemed to be frowning. Naruto Uzumaki is officially here. A dark-figured body leapt down to the stage from the hood of the roof above, flipping continuously in the air as he or she dropped down. The mysterious person landed onto the stage with a loud bang and a cloud of smoke. The crowd erupted into murmurs. The smoke slowly revealed itself like the curtains of a theater, and the figure stood tall and proud in the middle of it all. Orange and black jumper, black trousers, roguish grin, and, wait. That had to be Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki is here, ya fool. Now prepare to see me take Mr. Lee to school. Naruto rapped chaotically as he moved his hands rhythmically to his lyrics. The audience just sat in silence, equally shocked and confused. Naruto Uzumaki, you're awfully late, the proctor stated blandly. Late or early, I don't care. Start the fight and see how I fare. Naruto barked back. What is wrong with you, brat? The proctor said, shaking his head. You were a lot more tolerable a month ago. Naruto smirked. I guess you're really not a fan. You were a lot younger around a few decades ago, old man. Nah. The proctor continued to ignore him. Are both participants ready? Naruto looked over to his opponent. Lee stood his in taijutsu stance, and simply smiled in greeting towards the blonde, before his eyes hardened in determination once again. Lee needed to win this. Deep in his heart, he knew he was the favorite here. But that didn't mean he was going to underestimate the Uzumaki. No, he wasn't going to make such a rookie mistake. Naruto simply smirked at Lee. And to begin the first match of the final stage of the International Chunin exams, I can proudly say, Hajime. The proctor exclaimed loudly. The blonde rushed forward without a second thought. Activating. Skill. Uchiha Clan Taijutsu LVL5 activated. Usage drains 8 megapixels points each minute. User can use this skill for 2 minutes without draining MP. Naruto met Lee in the middle, partaking in the classic taijutsu fight which he usually found his fights starting with. Lee's taijutsu had definitely improved, but Naruto's had as well. He leapt over Lee's first punch, before blocking the other with his own kick. He transformed his body into a lower stance, lunging for a lower kick that managed to graze Lee on his way backwards. Lee wasn't as fast as Naruto thought he would be. Of course, he knew why. Lee rushed forward without a second thought, not wanting to allow Naruto to get an aggressive streak in. Naruto couldn't help but smile. This was nothing compared to B. Naruto calmly parried Lee's first punch, using his opponent's momentum against him to quickly plunge an open palm right into Lee's stomach. Lee ignored the pain entirely, instead preferring to attempt a short wheelhouse that managed to tag Naruto. Naruto allowed Lee to take a few steps back, thus letting both of them reassess the fight for where it stood. Naruto was going to win this. He knew it, at this rate, anyways. Take them off, bastard, Naruto growled. What? Lee asked, his voice dazzled. Naruto pointed at Lee's legs. Your weights. Take them off or I'll forfeit this match right now. Of course, that was a sheer bluff. But it was enough to scare Lee, whose eyes widened in panic. The genin in question definitely didn't want to advance to the next round in such a manner. Why? Lee questioned. Naruto shrugged. I really don't know. I could probably beat you before you take them off, but there really isn't any fun in that, huh? Without another word, Lee reached for his ankles. The seals looked small. They were dainty little things attached to his legs, and when Lee picked them up, they looked almost weightless. He then threw them into the air behind him. The seals fell to the ground with a massive boom, bringing up shrines of dust and shocking everyone in the crowd. Naruto just grinned and cracked his knuckles. It was finally time to start going all out. When Lee moved, it was almost impossible to see him. It was only due to B's torture training that he was even able to react to the boy's sheer speed. The blonde was surprised. He didn't expect Lee to be this fast, actually. He wasn't as fast as B when he used more than 50%, but Lee was closer than Naruto at the very least. He blocked the first punch by putting an X shape with his arms and preventing his face from getting smashed open like a treasure chest. Naruto felt a horrible feeling as he didn't feel anything hit his hands, and instead a second later a leg smashed through his abdomen, knocking him back several meters. Naruto groaned in pain even as he felt the regeneration start back up. He needed to ignore the pain. He rolled and pushed himself up. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto began to fill the stage in puffs of smoke as they all rushed towards the single figure of Lee, who watched calmly as they began to swarm him. Unsurprisingly, the clones were like ants to the taijutsu expert, who quickly dismantled the roaring copies of Naruto with single kicks and punches each, not wanting to waste any energy on the extras. Naruto wasn't sure what this feeling was, but it was something akin to dread. He shook his head, removing those emotions from his body. He couldn't afford to back down now or get scared. That was the first step to failure. He needed to think that he was going to win this. Lee rushed forward, his speed seemingly increasing as a result of his raw need to win this fight and end it right here. Naruto wouldn't let that happen. Activating. Skill. Iron Skin LVL4 activated. Usage takes 7 megapixels and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Naruto quickly disabled his Uchiha Taijutsu in tandem with his Iron Skin. Those two abilities usually didn't match up well. Lee's punch landed, but it didn't feel as tough as before. Lee's eyebrows raised as he felt the pressure on his fist, but he didn't seem too affected by it. His knuckles were a dull red that faded away, but Naruto didn't care about how much effect his ability had. He just needed to decrease the effectiveness of his speed. Right now, he needed to use everything he could to beat Lee. But the question remained, would everything he had be enough? He watched Lee begin another motion forward. It was time to bring out the big cards. Naruto kept a finger forward. Listen here, Lee. Lesson 1 of becoming a ninja. Kenjutsu. He plunged a hand into his utility pocket. A second later, the blonde threw 4 pinpointed swords into the air. Activating. Skill. 7 Swords Dance. Acrobat Kenjutsu LVL2 activated. Usage drains 15 megapixels points each minute. User can use this skill for 30 seconds without draining MP. He paled at the sight of the MP usage, before catching the swords in each of their targeting locations. One in his forearm, one in the crook of his leg, one in his mouth, and the other just in his hand. It was different from B's own, mostly because B's required a shit-ton more experience to master and the man had been doing it since birth. Naruto found that a mere 4 weeks to perfect this was way too less, that too with the Kenjutsu style he had to copy from B. Without the copying ability of his system, he wouldn't have gotten this far. The main reason he requested B to teach him this was because it was a perfect counter to Lee. Kenjutsu was the standard antithesis of taijutsu. Weapon versus hand. In a versus between the two, the weapon usually won. Lee couldn't really get iner hits in with the fear of getting slashed rampant in his mind, and Naruto would use that to his utter advantage. He spun rapidly as his swords followed through with him, making him look like a spinning ball of metal as he neared towards Lee. Lee pushed forward regardless, not one to easily get frightened from new techniques like other, more vulnerable genin. They were both the best you could really ask for. It was a shame they were forced to fight so early on. Lee swung a fist at Naruto, who quickly spun past the fist, and at the same time scratched Lee with the sword which was snug in his leg. Blood. Lee managed to dodge the second kunai, which Naruto responded by dropping the sword in his mouth by opening his jaw, catching the weapon with his right hand, and striking Lee with it all in the same motion. Lee groaned as he felt the pain register in his left hand, which had a flowing slash going through the skin. In a moment of desperation, Lee spun into a frenzy of kicks and punches that seemed too out of control for him, surprising Naruto into retreat. This was good. He could do this. Naruto smiled as he bounced energetically around his side of the stage, waiting for his opponent to make a move. Right now, he had the advantage. Of course, he knew Lee could do something to make that advantage promptly go away, but he wasn't going to let that happen. He definitely wasn't gonna let that happen. For now, he had a few more tricks up his rather long sleeve. He dropped his swords and disabled his Kenjutsu style. Lee was an adaptive fighter, that much he knew. If he were to continue to use the same technique over and over again, eventually Lee would find that hole in his plan, and he would make sure to punish him for that. Plus it would be nice without his MP being brutally used by the 7 Swords Dance. 20 megapixel per minute was absolutely insane. Taijutsu has increased by a level. What? No way. The timing was too impeccable. Naruto couldn't help but feel giddy when he realized what he was about to do. He had waited a few months for this to occur, after all. Ever since he first fought Lee, he had this ability in his drawer since the beginning. But his taijutsu level was never high enough. Activate Archive. Archive opening. Taijutsu. Goken is available. Do you wish to learn this taijutsu? Yes, no, hell yeah. Ding. New skill achieved. Goken Taijutsu LVL1. MP usage is 25 megapixels per minute. User can use this technique for 30 seconds without any MP used. Naruto rushed forwards with a burst of speed as he met Lee in the middle of his own trajectory. And when Lee went in for a signature jab, Naruto did as well. Both of their jabs met in the middle, colliding with each other in a symphony of pain, though it wasn't really on both sides as Naruto's iron skin resulted in more damage from Lee's end. Their wavelengths were on the same field as they continued to synchronize their attacks, and Naruto could feel Lee's confusion emanating off of him as he most likely wondered how in Kami's name Naruto was able to read his moves so easily. His technique wasn't fair. To gain so much knowledge, experience, and the time spent into the technique with just one broken ability that he had the fortune of attaining through some sheer cosmic luck, it was blatantly unfair. But Naruto didn't particularly give a shit. Unfair was his middle name. He continuously met Lee's attacks in the middle, until eventually he decided to take advantage of it. The next jab that Lee threw, Naruto caught with his palm, and forced both of their hands into a seal. Then the next seal, then the next, and soon enough, he jumped backwards before putting his hand to his mouth. Water release. Surging sea. The fountain of water which erupted from his mouth flew like a bullet towards the stunned Rock Lee, who tried his best to evade the close-ranged attack, but promptly failed. The water bulldozed him straight on the chest, forcing Lee backwards with a pained grunt. Naruto propelled Chakra to his feet before rushing forward once more on the water before him. Lee was already up and running, admittedly much slower than before. It was time to finally end this. He disabled his imitation Goken. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto said calmly, before saying another command in his head. He summoned 10 or so clones. Activating. Skill. Iron Clones LVL1 activated. Usage takes 7 megapixels and lasts for 1 minute before a skill cooldown of 10 minutes applies. Lee ran forward, keen to still win this fight without the use of that. He would only use that if he was forced into a corner, or if he knew for a fact that he couldn't win this fight without it. For now, he could still fight. And he had hit Naruto more than a few times. He could endure the blonde out. Or so he thought. Naruto made his clones line up horizontally, before he made one order, pointing a finger up. Mix. The clones moved completely randomly along with the original Naruto. They mixed and matched in ways that made it impossible to tell which was the real by the end of it all. Lee just watched confusedly as he tried and failed to keep track of the 11 moving bodies. Eventually, he shrugged, giving up. It wouldn't matter anyways. The clones were a mere shadow of the original, and weren't as durable either. It would be easy to dismantle them one by one and get to the real Naruto. And once again, or so he thought, the clones attacked as one. The first clone reached him with a determined look, which Lee almost felt bad for erasing when he spun a simple kick at the clone. The clone didn't go away. The original already, Lee thought, shocked that Naruto would be first. Then the next clone struck. This time, Lee truly attempted to get rid of the clone. His leg struck with solid skin, and the clone didn't go away. Something was terribly, terribly wrong. Lee tried not to groan. This would take a long time to get out of. The swarm of iron clones was tough for even Lee to handle, as the green-clad genin found himself expending a lot of energy to escape the corner he was being forced into, and instead began to brute force his way through them all. Naruto watched or felt with a grin as he felt one clone disappear. Iron or not, they were still clones. There was a difference between the original becoming iron and the clones becoming iron, after all. It took around 2 minutes for Lee to dismantle 9 of the clones, leaving only one which didn't want to attempt to rush the genin. The thought was crossing Lee's mind. Where is the original? He shook his head. He needed to open the gates. He had stalled long enough. Though he would have preferred to win the first round without showing his trump card, he was being forced to use it this time around. Noting that the clone wouldn't aggress, Lee bent his knees and his arms, and began to focus. An aura of green chakra erupted from his body as he felt his blood boil and face redden. Yes, I can win. The power flowing through his body was unimaginable, but it made sense with the consequences that would follow it. A few more seconds. Oh, no you don't. Was that, from under him. Lee couldn't react in the middle of his power-up as he felt a hand erupt from the concrete below and grab onto his leg, before yanking down toughly. Lee felt his body blow through the floor to the point where his head was the same knot thing emerging out of the concrete. Naruto emerged from a hole underground behind Lee, before sliding downwards so he was face to face with Lee, and placed a kunai to his neck. "It's over." The proctor nodded. "Winner. Naruto Uzumaki. Thanks."